Marlon Jackson.
Marlon Jackson. Oh, just like the Dites from the Jackson 5.
That's like Marlon Jackson. I was here first.
Oh, okay. You were here.
Named after him.
And you said you're 62, years young,
and I never had a job. I just go live where there's an economy.
Wow.
As consumers, that's what you need if you have a product or service, somebody who can buy it.
So you weren't looking for a check or a job. Yeah. You was looking for a consumer.
I'm looking for some money.
All right. So, and you learned at an early age that you don't need a job to get money.
Well, I saw my dad, who was a strong Leo man, worked at the steel mill. And what happened was they laid everybody off when the Vietnam War went over, and all these men became punks and weak, and the women were taking care of them. And I said to myself, man, I'm not going to give nobody a chance to fire me.
Wow.
And I'm not going to do it because it broke my heart to see my dad, become this, because all he knew was steal. He didn't know anything. They didn't train him to do anything else. And he died early at 55. I mean, it really, that's when the wino got started, because all these guys who got laid off would just sit around drinking wine and playing checkers, and you know what I'm saying?
Right. Wow.
And just giving up on life because they didn't know what else to do.
Wow. So for you, being an entrepreneur wasn't just about money; it was about preserving your manhood.
Yeah, man. I'm not a good man. I can't work for nobody.
I love it.
I can't have a boss.
All right, man. I love it.
My kids got something to do. I want to go see it. I don't need to go to nobody to ask for permission.
Right on. So did you feel like the majority of the men have that mindset? Or do you think it's the opposite, that the majority?
Well, I think we mess our little man up because we tell them to get a job, we tell them they need to work, and those are slave terms. We need to tell our young kids, you need to make some money. So their minds will open up and they can start innovating, because it's hard to get a job when 10 million people are applying for the same job. And we do these to our kids, man, and these kids almost like, I'd rather go smoke some weed.
Wow.
Than try to compete with a bunch of everybody with applications standing in line for 2 or 3 days, you know what I mean? And they could have been using that same time to go out here and wash windows or clean cars. I know a guy at the car wash up here makes $400 a day. He just sits out there. People come consumers who don't want to clean their own car.
Wow.
And he makes about $20 a car, and he's making $400 a day. He don't have no overhead. But you just got to make money so that we can free our mind.
Wow.
Because work and job are slave words. That's what slaves do.
Wow, man, you preaching. It's funny. Did you catch the speech I gave?
No, I didn't.
That's what's funny. You didn't hear the speech. I was talking about this, but you weren't here preaching.
I know Ron. I'm his personal assistant. So
okay.
Ron's from Oakland. I'm from Philly. I'm Malcolm X. He's Black Panther.
Wow.
So we get it,
man.
We're just trying to get everybody else to get it.
Well, you preaching to me, man, and I learned a lot of my manhood from the big brothers like yourself that teach me what manhood really looks like. If you don't mind, please.
I do taxes, and the people who work for all these years, man, by the time they get retired, they're so beat up from working all them years, and they ain't making as much money, and they're like the slave that you said, you're free now. And then you tell the retired person, you're free now, you ain't got to work no more. And they got to figure out what to do with 10 hours a day.
Wow. And
that ain't easy.
And no skill in terms of how to make their own money.
How to do something else.
Wow,
so
man.
Then they end up working at Walmart.
All right, I'm going to let you get that call, man.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Pillow Talk with Dr. Boyce and Dr. Alicia Watkins. My name is Dr. Boyce Watkins, and I'm here with my lovely wife, Dr. Alicia. How you doing today, man?
I'm trying to wake up. I just want to dedicate this podcast to all the mamas. They got to watch over their kids this summer. Keep up with them all.
All the mamas. Isn't that what Outkast said?
Yeah, I get it. It's like, I have crust in my eye? Thank you for taking that out.
It's almost like you have my eyelashes on your face.
Oh, gee.
I don't know how that happens.
I'm telling you. Anyway, you clear your throat, boys? I got to wake up.
I know, right? Yeah. So this is our sleep voice. And in case you're new, welcome to Pillow Talk with Dr. Boyce and Dr. Alicia Watkins. This is where my therapist wife and I get together and we have fun, intelligent conversations about things that matter for our people, particularly areas of relationships. My wife is a licensed therapist and a full professor of social work, and you guys know my doctorate's in finance. And so we found so many overlaps in the whole love and money category that it's really utterly fascinating, just the psychology of it. By the way, shout out what city you're from. Let us know what city you guys are from. I see Terry Cobb. Terry Cobb comes in a lot. He's in Atlanta. He put his B1 in there. Dennis Spraggins and Deba Lowen and Joshua Floyd. How are you?
Where are they from?
Dr. Conrad Bingham. What are you a doctor of, Dr. Conrad Bingham? Joshua Floyd is a truck driver. That is a tough job. God bless the truck drivers.
Well, you know what? I hope that he can listen to us and it'll help him on his road. We need truck drivers.
Heck yeah.
Because, how do we get stuff?
Nothing gets anywhere without truck drivers.
That's right.
It's not like they use helicopters or anything. But
anyway,
look at some of the cities here. I see Memphis for Zandra, Cincinnati for Artrell. Dennis says we are a power couple. Do you feel like a power couple?
Not at the moment, but maybe we are.
Well, we're a sleepy couple.
I am very sleepy right now.
There we go. Let's see here. Deba from East Hartford, Connecticut. And I see Minnesota for Dennis Spraggins. Tamarack, Florida for Roy. Dallas, Texas for Debbie. Dr. Conrad Bingham is a dentist. Now, dentists are important. I did a whole overhaul at the dentist office.
I know. I mean, people have such anxiety about going to the dentist. It's really interesting.
Yeah, it's because you're hearing all these drills. And, it took me a long time to realize that just because you hear a drill doesn't mean that somebody's going to be in pain. Though sometimes the drills don't even do anything. They just sound terrible.
Goodness. Yeah.
Well, shout out to Dr. Bingham. Black dentists matter. I see Anita English is from Manchester, New Jersey, and I see Omaha, Nebraska for Wanda, the home of Warren Buffett, the Oracle of Omaha.
He's from Omaha?
Yeah. He lives a very simple life.
Does he really?
Yeah, he eats McDonald's.
Wait, why would he live a simple life?
It doesn't make sense, right? Like literally, when you make, you're making $100 million a day.
What's up with that?
You would think that somebody could afford a nice car.
Splurged on a nice car. How about that?
Yeah. Well, speaking of that, I was really happy. We bought a car last year, and I was talking about cars the other day on my Instagram. My Instagram is the real Boyce Watkins, and I was talking about how the price. People don't know the average. Do you know this? That the average new car note price has risen to over $700. How many of y'all knew that?
$700. Wow.
Yeah, $700, and so basically, I said, do you realize that if you took $712, the average new car note, and you invested that in an S&P 500 index fund over a 10-year period, guess how much money you'd have?
How much? Over a 10-year period?
Mm-hmm. Approximately, this is approximate, $155,718.
And you're giving all that money to who? The bank?
To the car dealer.
To the car dealer?
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
and the bank who finances and gets interest off of you. Yeah, I mean, why a brand new car? Why are so many people buying brand new cars?
I don't know. When we bought our car, we didn't get a new car. Remember the difference? We went to the lot.
We could have gotten a brand new car. I just thought it was stupid.
And it was so expensive.
I
remember we saw the Infiniti that we really liked, and it was brand new. We needed a big one because we got all these damn kids.
All these people.
all these other human beings that think that they should live in our house. Yeah. And our other Infiniti was not big enough, so to hold all the kids and grandma. So what we did was we got a bigger Infiniti, and with the new car price, first we looked at the Lincolns because we started acting a little too black, and we saw those fancy Lincolns, and I said, man, I'm not spending all this money.
Oh, and we looked at the Cadillac. Remember the Cadillac Escalade?
Oh, I did not like it. I did not like it. You know what?
Nothing's more black than the Cadillac.
That is so true. That's why they got Serena Williams in their commercials.
That's right.
Yeah, but
smart.
Yeah. So we looked at the Lincoln and the Cadillac, and it was just way too expensive. It wasn't like the money wasn't around. I mean, it's not a secret that we're not poor, right? But I was like, I don't want to waste that much money. I want to invest that much money. And so we went to Infiniti, and we found an Infiniti, a new one that was more reasonably priced, but it was still overpriced. And then remember, I said, let's look at some of the 2018s. Let's go 3 years back and take a look at some of those. So that way we can get the new car smell and all that without the price. And then we both looked at the same car at the same time and fell in love.
Yeah, but that was when inventory was much higher. I think right now it's tough to find a car now, like a
Yeah,
used car.
it is.
That's my understanding.
Yeah, the whole industry's backed up.
Yeah, it is backed up.
Yeah. By the way, if you all could do us a favor, just a reminder, you're watching Pillow Talk with Dr. Boyce and Dr. Alicia Watkins. And also, if you could you give us a yes in the chat if you can hear us okay? Let us know you can hear us okay. We actually do the podcast directly from our phone. If you're a person that ever wanted to do a podcast, just know that a lot of this stuff doesn't require fancy equipment or anything like that. I use an app called Anchor where I load up the audio, and Anchor actually puts the podcast on Spotify and Apple Music and all that stuff for you. Okay, thank you very much, Artel and Dr. Bingham and Adam Carter and Kendall Jones and Gregory Williamson. All right, so let's jump into our topic for today. All right, so we got this thing. Somebody sent us this thing. I think her name was Antoinette. Shout out to Antoinette for sending this over. I hope I didn't get her name wrong, but the sister sent this to me in my inbox, and it was about secret bank accounts. And that led us to our question for today: is a secret bank account okay to have in a relationship? And so what I'm going to do is share with you. This is exactly the post that they sent me. I have no idea who that lady is at the top. For some reason the post had this lady and I don't know if that's her or not.
It
But
could be her.
it could be.
Yeah.
It could be. So let me tell you what was said here, and then we can kind of talk.
You can read that little print.
Yeah, I can.
Okay. All right. Go ahead.
I got better eyes than you.
I can't read it, but you go ahead.
All right. It says, my husband works and I am a stay-at-home mom. He is the most unselfish person I know. So I guess she's a stay-at-home mom, which means she does not make income outside the house. He is the most unselfish person I know. I handle all the finances, and he has never said or acted like it was his money. It's our money. Anyway, he is upset with me because he found out I had a bank account he knew nothing about. I've been making money online and keeping it from him. He says that his problem is not that I've been making money online, but that I kept it from him in the event of a divorce someday. He said that women keep a stash of hidden money in case the marriage fails. It's like a man keeping a side chick in case the marriage fails. And we both need to be all in or nothing. Mm-hmm. My mom raised me to have a secret stash that my husband doesn't know about. Is this wrong? Is my husband right? Okay, so let's do a quick little poll here. Do you think that she's wrong? Or do you think that she's okay? If you think she's okay, put okay. If you think that she's wrong, put wrong. Or you can say super wrong, dead wrong, hella wrong, extra wrong, wrongity wrong. Or if you think she's okay, or if you think she's smart, just say that too. You can say, okay, I'm seeing wrong from Adam Carter. No, says Ashwin. Adam Carter says husband right. Scarcity mindset says Dr. Bingham. Okay, Jacquez says wrong. Okay, Reginald says she is smart. Art Trail says wrong. As a mom not working. Okay, I'm seeing a lot of wrong. Okay, I see some okays. The okays are making a comeback here. Let's see here. Randolph says okay. All right. She's not wrong, but he found out, says Andrew. Oh, okay. So let me go to the beautiful black woman sitting next to me and ask her, who sees couples every single day. What do you think? What would you say if a couple came in to your office with that particular issue?
Well, first of all, I don't like to get into who's wrong and who's right. Okay. I don't like to judge because that takes judgment. So if she is a stay-at-home mom, maybe she feels vulnerable. What you gonna do if your husband runs off with the secretary while you at home raising the kids? It's like it leaves you in this vulnerable position. And so maybe she's coming from that perspective. And then for him, he's like, I trusted you. I'm bringing home all the bacon, giving all the bacon to you, trusting that you would handle everything in this house so that I can, go out and make the money. And we're a team together. It doesn't feel like much of a team when you're sitting here just playing for yourself. And it sounds as if he probably didn't have an issue with her with her having her own stash. It's just the idea that it's a stash that she was keeping from him. Like it's a secret. I think the secret part is probably what bothers him. And for her, she's like, my mama taught me this. My mama taught me always have something secret because you never really know. And so it makes me wonder what happened to that mother. Maybe that mother suffered something really awful in her history where she is just putting that on her kids that it's gonna happen. It's inevitable that this man, you can't trust no man, and they're gonna go out and do all these things, and so you've got to protect yourself. So I don't know. I try to help explain and learn about why people do the things that they do, why people hurt each other, and more so getting to the bottom of that so that they can know each other better. And then probably at the other side of this, everyone gets what they want. You know, he gets a wife he can trust. She gets a husband who, because she already said, my husband's very generous. My husband's very kind, very nice. So it doesn't seem like he's done anything to really make her feel as if he'd be malicious in some way. So yeah, it's just having a conversation and understanding instead of like being upset and mad.
Interesting. I would definitely agree with you in that, it doesn't feel right. And it, and I think that where maybe we're a little different is like I might think about things from what I consider to be a practical standpoint. I think about what her mother must have gone through, right? And you and you and I've been talking a lot about the research you've been doing on financial trauma. You're getting that trauma certification, and trauma, is real. It really impacts you, and it can shape how you see things. And so when people talk about a scarcity mindset, typically the scarcity mindset comes, I would imagine, from some sort of trauma, like where you've been in a situation where things were scarce.
You got caught off guard too. It was a surprise.
You got caught slipping, and you become a hoarder. You start to hoard like like the little poor kid who goes to the rich people's house and he's like putting food in his pocket,
in the drawer. Yeah,
because he's thinking that there won't be any food, and that typically comes from a real experience, and I think that if you look at what's interesting is that things are different now than they were 50 years ago, 40 years ago. 40,
as they should be.
Right, 40 years ago, you had divorces where the husband would, I knew a lady like this who was suicidal because her husband, she had quit school, she quit college because her husband was going to be a dentist, and
she's not married to the guy in the chat.
She's not married to the brother in the chat.
Okay.
But she was going to be a dentist, or he was going to be. So Dr. Bingham, he's going to be a dentist just like you. And she just was so proud of being married to this dentist, and it allowed her to be a stay-at-home wife for over 20-some years. Well, just like almost like out of a textbook, he falls in love with his 23-year-old secretary. And runs off with the secretary. And the wife is stuck trying to maintain a lifestyle for her kids that she cannot afford. Her kids were in private school and they live in a nice neighborhood. He left her with nothing. And that, just...
And they were married to each other?
Yeah, when I heard that story,
what were the courts doing back then?
That's the thing. I don't know. Maybe it was taking too long, or maybe she couldn't. Maybe he hid his assets, or I don't know. Okay. But I don't think you can do that as easily now.
No.
And that's the thing. And that affects both him and her.
Yeah.
If they get a divorce, he still has a right to have half of all that secret money. And if you go to court and lie about the secret money, the judge will whoop your ass.
They do. So it's funny because you think that money is secret. You have these secret accounts, and if the marriage gets dissolved, first of all, there's a way to find that secret, with so-called secret account, and you got to share that money. You got to share that money out. So you think you're putting money aside. That's just my money. You can't be putting no money aside. That's our money. Where you putting our money?
You know what? I think that if it's like you're hiding money, you can't hide it in a bank account. You got to hide it like a dope dealer. You got to have like a bunch of cash under your pillow or buried in the backyard. You got to go Pablo Escobar with it. You can't just be like, oh, I've got an account over at Chase Bank. And they're never going to find it.
With your social security number attached.
Right, my social's attached. Yeah. Oh,
what's up with that?
The forensic accountants will never find this.
Yeah.
It's all the way over at Chase Bank.
And I could tell like the husband may have been like kind of insulted. Like, Dad, you didn't think highly of me that I wouldn't mess you over if something happens. It's really strange. I mean, it really speaks to the fact that before you get married to someone, you really need to get their financial history. You really need to have a conversation about their relationship with money. It's mostly psychological.
That's so true. I think you can learn about a person's relationship with money by watching and not just talking. Because I believe that when you talk to people, they tell you who they want to believe that they are. But when you watch people's behavior, you get to see exactly who they actually are.
Yeah, but I mean, that's an implicit understanding. But I think that with marriage, everything needs to be explicit. We can't be making no assumptions here. It's kind of like, and you have to be open for that conversation. So if I were to come to you and say, hey, Boyce, I noticed that you handled money in this sort of way. Can you tell me how you came to that decision? You have to be open to answer that question and not get offended and not be like, I don't owe you no answer. No, yes, you do. Tell me what's going on with you in this money decision. And I'm asking these questions because I want to know if you're fit. I want to know what I'm getting into who am I marrying. And so you have to have these conversations. And most people, they get so anxious when they talk about money and finances, they just shy away from it and go scramble away and do whatever they want to do.
Everybody, you're watching Pillow Talk with Dr. Boyce and Dr. Alicia Watkins. My name is Dr. Boyce Watkins. I'm here with my wife, Dr. Alicia Watkins, and my wife is a therapist, and she sees couples and things like that. And also, if you want some free resources on how to sort of heal your relationships or to improve your money mindset, we love talking about this sort of thing and sharing information. So feel free to go to boyceandalicia.com. We have a Black Love Challenge. We have all kinds of tests and workbooks and things like that you could take a look at to not just understand your mindset when it comes to money and life and relationships, but everything in between. And so let me dig into this. So I think that there has to be room for different perspectives. Ever since I was a kid, I was never really a big rule follower. You know that. Right?
I like that. I mean, that's what makes you such a great entrepreneur. I was reading that book called Originals. And you fit the perfect original person. The originals who come up with these great ideas, very super creative, brilliant almost. And so, yeah, I wonder, what is it like for you boys growing up being so unique?
Well, no, I mean, I believe you should make I believe you should make your rules the way you make your food. When you make the best meal, it's not like a happy meal. It's not a meal that's cooked by somebody else. I think it should be a meal that's cooked by you with your ingredients with the exact right balance that's really going to work for you. Right. So I think that in a relationship, I would argue that, communication does matter, but also you don't just communicate with me with your words, you communicate with me with your actions. I learn more about how you view money by watching you make financial decisions than I did from what you told me. You told me things, sure. You told me what you wanted the rules to be and what, your preferences were. But I also just kind of knew, I was like, okay, my wife is frugal. When she makes, she doesn't buy anything for herself. She, she thinks we're poor, no matter how much money we have. I literally, I could be, I mean, I know how to make money. I'm a big time investor. I think in your mind, you always think that we're poor.
I don't know if I think they were poor. Like, okay, so that's why we have to have these explicit conversations, because your interpretation of my behavior is different. Like, I grew up with everything just being enough. This is enough. We're content with what we have. So it was never like, go get money, gotta have money. Money's so important, all of that. And I would have conversations with my dad about money, and he would say, like, it's just subtractions and additions. That's it. You just make money, you spend it, it's like an ebb and flow. So money was never anything really that was seen as a lack thereof when I was growing up, but it was never seen as money is so important that you attach your value and your worth to how much money you have. It was more so intellectual, because there were a lot of intellectuals in my family. And so we were more impressed with conversations, with what with how to engage with each other than we were with spending a bunch of money or just making sure we have a lot of money or going out to eat all the time, living it up. Like it was never like a live it up lifestyle. It was just more like we're content with what we have. What else could you want? You're comfortable. You have a roof over your head. You have clothes on your back. Let that be enough. Let's now focus on other things. So it just wasn't such an emphasis. And then me and you start dating, and it's a whole different world.
Well,
Your world.
well, also, well, part of it, I mean, it was a different world also because, there are opportunities financially and otherwise that appear, when you've been able to do something well, and so
Yeah.
I don't consider myself to be a person that attaches value to how much money I have or whatever. But I think as a man, I've always felt it is your responsibility as a man to make sure your family has what they need. If your kids are hungry and starving and your wife doesn't have what she wants, I do feel like that is something that as a man you want to do your best to address.
Okay.
Maybe there's only so much you can do, but if you're not trying, then that's a problem for me. And so I guess when it comes to money and everything else, I've always been open with sharing. I don't think that sharing's a bad thing. I would say that also I would imagine basically in marriage, I'm guessing that it's a matter of like, number one, I think you should invest in the marriage and do your best to not get divorced. But if you get divorced, uh, I personally wanted to be married to someone who wasn't going to try to take me to the cleaners financially. Like if that song. Remember that song, "Hit 'Em Up Style"? Ladies, if your man want to get buck wild,
Oh
you know what I'm talking
Lord.
about?
Yeah.
That song used to scare me.
Wow.
That song scared me. That's like basically that's like a financial rape song.
Oh
Like if he
gee.
makes you upset, go take everything he's got,
Ah.
hurt
So
him as
take
much
his
as you
gold
can.
card and go charge that thing up.
Yeah, it's like I mean,
Wow.
literally, it's like let's go financially violate him
So the
because
fact that
he hurt my feelings.
yeah, so the fact that that scares you, has something like that happened to you
No,
in
well,
real life?
actually, it wasn't before that song came out, but I did. I mean, a long time ago, I did have a girlfriend who knew we were breaking up, and when I went to sleep, she took my credit card.
Ah, see, that's why it
But
scares
you
you.
know what? No,
Because it
well, the
actually
thing was,
happened to
no,
you.
actually, remember the song scared me before the incident took place, and actually, the amount of money she took really wasn't like a crippling amount of money. It was like $250.
Yeah, but depending on where you are financially, like if were you a graduate student?
Yeah, but I had money.
Yeah, but as a graduate student, $250 is like what is happening?
Well, for me, it wasn't because I had scholarships. Remember, I was a superstar student, so I had all these scholarships. So I had
But that's
money.
that's not the point. The point of the amount is not the point. The point of it is that you had that in your conscience, and you had that there, and then sure enough, here's somebody that just went and while you were sleeping.
Well, yeah, and
You
yeah,
know, that's abusive.
well, remember too. I mean, I saw. How many of y'all have ever seen like a divorce that got really messy, and somebody got just taken to the cleaners financially? I don't
Ah,
think, and I don't think that and I hear men talk
so you
about that.
saw that?
Yeah, a lot of men see it.
Okay.
A lot of what women see is what this lady's mother saw, which is where the woman gets abandoned financially and the man goes off and lives his life, and the mother's living in a 1 bedroom apartment with 3 kids trying to find a way to make it by. But what the men have seen is their friends get just slaughtered economically and and emotionally drained, maybe have their reputations ruined because maybe they did something inappropriate or whatever, and they've been shamed because of it. And it scares me. It makes men say oof. And I think these are real experiences. I don't think this is like
Yeah.
some distorted reality you've created because you're overly paranoid. It's like, no, I've really seen somebody get their ass whooped in court. And
So it's not as if these things have you've experienced these things yourself, but it's almost like a vicarious experience. You're living
yes.
vicariously through someone else, and then you're carrying that with you. Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
you
like
watch the other slaves get beat on the plantation, and it makes you act different toward massa.
yeah, and so you're carrying this fear along with you into these relationships, and it's almost like so this person trusted this lady, and he shouldn't have trusted her. And
Well,
so therefore you walking around thinking in the lens of, is this lady gonna take advantage of me financially, or if this isn't? And so that's the type of
Well,
energy you
it's
put.
a healthy paranoia.
Healthy
I think
paranoia.
a healthy parent. Yeah, I think it's like,
Healthy
yeah,
paranoia.
just like when women go out on dates
Okay.
and they tell their friends where they are just in case the man turns out to be a rapist. It's not like
Mm-hmm.
they expect the man to be a rapist. They're just saying, I want to be ready just in case.
Yeah, but subconsciously you're pulling that around. Not to say that you shouldn't be cautious,
Hmm.
but to have that in your subconscious is really what's creating those scenarios for you.
Well,
So
I'll tell you, it wasn't subconscious. It was very conscious. It was like, yeah, don't marry the wrong woman, or she'll, or it'll end badly for you.
yeah, but
I
that's
think,
what
I think
feed.
a healthy person can think that way. I
Hmm.
don't think that that makes you weird or paranoid when you're just
Well,
cautious to protect your resources.
Well, what I'm saying is that that's what feeds your subconscious. Your conscious mind feeds your subconscious. That's why you should pay attention to who you're around and the type of environment you're around and all of that. So it feeds into that. And then pretty soon you start getting into this mindset where you start believing women are going to take advantage of you. And so you walk around with that in your head.
I don't
And
think, but remember, I don't think you have to conclude women are going to take advantage of you.
okay,
You have
well,
to
or just,
conclude, but what you
hmm
should conclude is that some women will take
hmm
advantage of you,
yeah.
and you have to discern. You have to take the time to discern what kind of woman you're dealing
Okay.
with, right?
Yeah. So I'm speaking, I agree with you on every level, but I'm trying to bring it up to a subconscious level, but maybe I'll bring it down. I'll bring not down, but I'll bring it to what you're talking about here. So yeah, I mean, part of it is trusting yourself. You trust yourself to make good decisions. Yeah, I trust myself. I trust myself that I'm going to be in tune with the person that I'm pursuing, the person that I'm going to trust. I got to trust myself to make a good decision. And then I'm going to trust that because I made this good decision, this won't be the scenario for me. I'm going to be in a nice, loving relationship where we can trust each other.
Hmm.
Right? So the trust is very important. And part of it is just, also respecting each other. And, does this person respect my money? Does this person respect my time, my resources? All of that kind of builds and plays on each other, right?
Yeah, that is so true.
Yeah. And so if you're carrying around some of these issues that you've witnessed your friends taking advantage of, and you've seen all these other things, you should have a conversation with yourself about what you're automatically assuming. When you think about dating a woman, what comes to your mind? Are you thinking, okay, is she going to want me because of my money? Is she going to want me because of this? So you have to pay attention to that.
Yeah, that's true. Well, by the way, everybody, you're watching Pillow Talk with Dr. Boyce and Dr. Alicia Watkins. My name is Dr. Boyce Watkins. And if you could take 1 second, please hit the thumbs up button, thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up, share, subscribe. Our goal is to have intelligent conversations about things that matter to our people, particularly in the areas of relationships and money and mindset. Alicia is a licensed therapist and also a full professor of social work. I'm a professor of finance. And speaking of that, I want to remind everybody that tomorrow I start a new Black Wealth Bootcamp on how to generate income from selling stock options. This is something that a lot of people don't talk about, but it's great. It's how I generate income for my own family. And if it's something that you'd like to learn, it's a life skill that will benefit you in the tune of thousands of dollars over time. Feel free to go to boycewatkins.com. You have one more day to sign up. And after tomorrow, we're going to have to shut down the cart. But if you'd like to join us, feel free to go to boycewatkins.com. Okay, so let's jump back to the topic at hand here. So, my thought on the secret bank account, obviously, it just doesn't make any sense. I would say a separate bank account makes sense. A secret bank account is kind of over the top. That kind of speaks of a weird type of deception. Also, based on the story that we read, where this mother's sitting at home and she has a secret online business and decides to not tell her husband about the money, whereas he's telling her about all of his money. He's bringing home all of his money. That's a problem. That's almost to me it almost feels like she's looking at herself almost like a child. Like I can go to work. Like how teenagers get their little job at McDonald's and they don't expect to share that money with anybody. They should do whatever they want. And then you have some families, where my mother used to tell me, no, you're making money, you should contribute to the bills. And it
Wait,
was
as a child, you were a
I
child?
was 15. I wasn't a child.
Wait, so you were a
I was a
child and you
young
had to
man.
pay bills as a child?
Yeah, my mother did that, and you know what? It helped me a lot. It really. Do you understand how much more prepared for adulthood I was at 18 than my friends? A lot of kids go to college, they don't know how to do nothing. They don't know. They ain't never paid a bill. They ain't never had a
But they're not
responsibility.
supposed to know. That's the time where you are development. I'm thinking as a developmentally.
Hmm.
That's the time where yes, it's almost like going to college way too early and then you miss out on your childhood. It's like go to college when it's college time. Be a child when it's time to be a child. And I know I heard that you took on parenting responsibilities early on too. And so it just, part of me just wonders about you're taking on the paying the bills and you're taking on these parenting responsibilities as a child, and it's like who parented you, and were you able to have the space where you can actually be a child yourself?
Yeah, well,
And so that
I
concerns
do
me.
agree that my parents believe deeply in accountability. And here's the deal: on one hand, it does take away, from your ability to just be an irresponsible kid. Like I have friends that would do things. My boys that I hung out with every weekend, they would get in trouble for something, and they wouldn't even get punished, or they get grounded for a day. My parents would ground me for 2 or 3 weeks, and
Well, what
it
was
sucked.
the punishment fit the crime? That sounds
Well,
draconian.
sometimes it did, sometimes it didn't. Sometimes they definitely went extra hard. And what
How did you feel when they went extra hard?
I didn't like it, but let me just say this. Let me explain. Let me give their side of the story. My grandfather used to tell my mother, if you don't discipline your son, the police are gonna discipline your son, and he's gonna end up dead or in prison.
Okay, so
And
discipline is one thing, but like hard punishment for something is different.
yeah,
You
I mean,
know?
they're Southern black people, so there tends to be a different type of discipline that is accepted, but but um I have no sympathy for myself for what I went through, because all those boys that weren't getting punished, they ended up on drugs. A lot of them ended up dead. Some of them ended up in prison. Some of them ended up out in the street.
Okay,
And
so
I didn't. Do you understand? I did not have a single friend. I mean, this is what my parents were up against.
uh-huh.
I did not have a single friend. I counted up every single male friend I hung out with,
Uh-huh.
except for the white boy I became friends with when I was 13. Toby. Toby became successful.
Okay, so was
Every
did Toby have to pay bills as a 15-year-old and baby and
No,
take on parenting
Toby had a different
responsibilities?
experience,
Okay.
but at the same time, all the black men, Toby wasn't black either. So he had white privilege. So the thing is that,
I don't know.
so
Okay.
the point I'm making though
Mm-hmm.
is, while I know sometimes parents can overcorrect, sometimes parents can go harder than they need to go, but I'm appreciative of that actually,
Mm-hmm.
because you don't understand, when I was 18 or 19, I was on top of things. I was taking advantage of opportunities and my friends weren't. And you look at our kids don't really know struggle at all.
No, they
If
don't.
you put them in a hard situation, you put them in the hood with no money in their pocket, they wouldn't know what to do.
Maybe. Who
Right.
knows?
So
But they'll never figure that out.
right, and that's what
That's
we
not
do.
going to be in their
And
conscience.
that's what we do as middle class parents. So sometimes we don't put, you and I had a very different upbringing from our kids. And I feel like that
Mm-hmm.
does drive a disparity in terms of, like, when I see you and I see how much determination it took for you to get your doctorate, I don't think you would have got that if you hadn't had certain experiences as a kid.
Okay.
You know,
Okay, so I mean, you went from harsh discipline, which some people would call that harsh, and then you went to no discipline at all. And I'm just wondering, is there a happy medium to that where
hmm
you
yeah,
can discipline your child, but then also let them be a child, let them
yeah.
experience things.
Well, I played sports. I was on the track team. I did a lot of kid stuff. I would play basketball with my friends. I'd run around. You wasn't gonna stop me from being no kid. I had so much energy. My mother says I was a ball of energy.
Uh-huh, I believe her.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and that part was there, but I also tend to be an ambitious person. I believe in achievement, and I think that black people, we lose tremendously because we just let our kids sit there as lumps on a log and not learn anything, never accomplish anything. And I do have a respect, like when I hear about some Asian family where they train their child to be an expert concerto at the age of 12,
Yeah,
or
but
their
sometimes
kid is going to Harvard at the age of
I get
15.
it. Yeah.
I don't think that necessarily
Mhm.
traumatizes the kid. Maybe the kid grows up and they're appreciative. Thank you, Dad, for giving me a head
Yeah.
start on life.
Well, it doesn't necessarily the traumatized part, it just depends on how how they experience that. But it just makes me wonder, when you put all this pressure on children to perform, it's like performance-based esteem. Like you
True.
have to, it's like, if my child doesn't win first place, then then forget it. When just like, when Tay Tay did her dance competition, I just wanted her to get up there and have a good time. I said, get up there and have fun. Do your thing. Just have fun. Just let go. Don't be nervous. Try not to be nervous. Just let go and dance your heart out. This is the last time you're going to be doing these dances. So dance your heart out. Like that was my thing. So why waste her time, practicing and doing all this if she feels like she's got to be first? And so I think when you just focus on having a good time, believe it or not, that's when you score the highest. When you're just out there enjoying yourself and having a good time and not even thinking about the outcome in that moment, you're just doing. You're just doing what you've been trained to do. To me, that's a great use of time. And she got to hang out with a lot of her friends on the dance team. And, that to me was a good use of my time. Although I'm a tired mama. Boyce, I'm a tired mama. It's just, I think this is one of the first times I've just been home with 2 jobs, with 3 kids, and it's a lot juggling that.
Well, and I
Anyway.
think that, speaking to the tired mama thing, you're a tired mama partly because you have things that you want to do. You have almost nothing that you have to do.
That's true.
Like really, you have people.
I'm putting this on myself.
Right, you have people at your job that wonder why you get up and go to work every day. They're like, you're married to Boyce. Why would you have to work? And I'm sitting there thinking, yeah, she doesn't have to work, but I respect what you want to do. I respect the work that you do. I think that it's so. And to me, that's the idea, right? Like, I agree with you. If you like, wait, hold on,
mm-hmm.
let me
okay.
So if you're like those kids on those crazy dance competitions on TV where their mothers are going ballistic and wanting to give their child, like, cosmetic surgery at the age of 5 so they can win a dance competition or a beauty pageant, that's obviously over the top. But I think there's nothing wrong with having goals. There's nothing wrong with having a purpose. There's nothing wrong with having ambition. And there's nothing wrong with really being hungry. Like, really saying, I want to win first place. Oh, okay, sure. If I don't win first place, the world ain't coming to an end.
Right.
I'm just gonna have to I'm gonna have to adjust. I'm not gonna jump off a building. But shit, I want that trophy up there. I think that's okay. I was always the kid who did want the trophy. And I don't think, and it didn't traumatize me or anything. And it wasn't, maybe it was partially performance-based esteem, because I know that, at least for men, and I think women have their own version of this. For men, when you win, when you are a winner, the world does treat you different. You get opportunities, you get access, you get, like a man who walks in a room and he's a millionaire, who's looking good and who's highly successful and powerful, he ain't gonna get treated like the guy who gave up on his life and sat around eating donuts and smoking weed all day. That those two guys are gonna get a different kind of response from the world. And I think it's okay for a man to say, I want plan A. I don't want plan B.
Yeah, no, I'm not saying don't be ambitious. I think what's the interesting part about it, it's a conundrum. It's a paradox. It really is a paradox, because how to get first place is focusing on enjoying yourself in the moment. Believe it or not, that's the best way to get first place. That's the best way to win, is to really feel like, okay, I am locked in. Like, when you're doing the work that you do and you're just locked in that moment, you're not even thinking about first place. You're thinking about doing the best job you can do. And so the first place just follows you everywhere you go. But the thing is that you can't just always be so fixated on the first place. You really need to be fixated on being the best person you can be, the best version, the best dancer in this moment. I'm going to enjoy yourself, because I think when the enjoyment is zapped out of what you're doing, you're never going to win. And even if you do win, it's not quite a win, because you weren't enjoying yourself.
Well, I definitely agree with that.
Yeah.
No, but one thing I will say, though, is I remember Rick Pitino, who was the legendary coach, basketball coach at University of Kentucky, who was winning championships left and right. He was talking about a player named Richie Farmer that came to his office, and Richie said, "I'm transferring. I'm leaving the school." And he said, "Why?" He said, "Well, because I'm just not having fun anymore."
Yeah.
He said, "Basketball was fun for me, and I'm just not having fun anymore. It's just too hard, too much." And what Rick said to him was, he said, do you really think that winning championships at a high level is always going to be fun?
Mm-hmm.
Practice ain't going to be fun. He said, losing weight when you've been allowed to just eat whatever you want, your whole life, that ain't going to be fun.
Mm-hmm.
Me pushing you and forcing you to be better than you were before, that ain't going to be fun. So I think that when we use that word fun, I think it's important to also calibrate to say that fun is the dessert that is earned after you eat the meal of discipline.
Mm-hmm.
Discipline ain't always fun.
It's not always fun, but you have to try to get like, so there are times where I had to write a paper and I was like bothered and I didn't want to write the paper. But the thing is that my mindset when I was writing that paper, it had an influence on, it was just like, I hate this class. You know what I mean? So if I hated the class, my whole disposition in that class changed. So I had to tell myself, okay, you know what is it that I'm trying to learn? What's the message that I'm trying to give out? Like I have something that I need to say. It needs to be in written form. What's the message? And when I stopped thinking about the fact that that professor pissed me off, and I stopped thinking about, I better get an A in this class, and I switched my mind to, I have got to put in the work so that I can get my message across. So I was thinking about, let me write the best paper. And so that's where the fun generated for me. Do you see what I mean? So it's different. It's different because if you're begrudgingly going along, you're not going to be a good basketball player, a good anything.
Well, yeah,
So
I mean,
it's just
attitude is
almost
everything.
like, right.
Right,
So
right.
that's the type of thing
Yeah.
that I'm referring to.
Yeah, and I think
You
attitude.
know?
I mean, I think finding a way to enjoy what you're doing is definitely important. At the same time, I don't always enjoy every single thing I do to achieve the things I want to achieve. But I know that there is a sacrifice required before you can have the fun. Like last year, you and I, just we did fun stuff. We got a yacht for a week and went out into the ocean and did something, that that I wouldn't have been able to afford to do as a kid. But that was because of the discipline and sacrifice that was required to get into that position. So I think that it's important. I give my philosophy is like when it comes to kids, I think it's important to help them understand everything ain't gonna be fun. You're gonna have a lot of days where you're not really having fun that day.
Well, the whole purpose of getting away from performance-based anxiety is that, not anxiety, but performance-based self-esteem, is that you only feel good about yourself. Only feel good about yourself when you win.
Oof.
And I think that's the problem when you're tying your self-worth toward this outcome, or you're tying your self-worth to how you look,
Mhm.
or tying your self-worth with who am I dating, or what am I doing, or I gotta make sure that I'm profile. So your self-worth is tied to these things outside of yourself. That's when you look at that person and you say, wow, this person is really miserable, because you're always going to win and you're always going to lose. Like
Well,
it's
well,
just a
well, I
given,
do agree with that,
you
right? And
know?
I think that when you talk about self worth, I would say that there's two types of worth. There's the worth you see yourself having, and then there's the worth that the world sees with you, how people respond to you. And they, because how they respond to you determines whether or not you'll get the things that you would like to have. So, like, if I'm a guy who says my self worth is the same whether I am fat or skinny, I can gain 500 pounds and I'm still as as worthy as I am if I weigh 180. Sure, you are absolutely. Internally, God loves all his children and you're still a valuable soul. But if you go out into the world and you're like, hey, I still am the sexy man that I was at 180 pounds, and women are looking at you differently, like, no, you're not, you know, then, or I'm still as worthy when I'm smoking crack as I was when I was healthy and taking care of myself. You are internally, sure. Again, God loves all the children, but the world does look at you differently. So I think that there is an incentive. I think that we have to be careful when we say, performance, or I don't think you're saying this, but I don't think we want to get to the point where we let somebody believe that how you perform means nothing in your outcomes. Like it just has nothing to do with the things that
Yeah.
matter for you. That's just not true.
Yeah, the thing, it
Doing
always,
your best makes a difference in this world.
yeah, it always feels good to win. I ain't gonna lie. Don't be ambitious. I'm not saying not to be ambitious. It always feels good to win. But the thing is that you can't ruin your entire day and ruminate and think about, oh my God, and just have like a horrible day because you don't. because what's a given? One thing that all of us have to know is that a given is that you will always lose and you will always win. And it depends on, and that's why I love sports and I love competitions and stuff, because you really can see the measure of a person's self-worth based on what they do when they lose. Like Sha'Carri Richardson, like you can tell how she feels about herself based on how she behaves when she loses.
That's so true.
Like you really see the character of a person.
Oof,
you have
Sha'Carri.
to learn how to lose well. And then for some people, I like people who say there's never a lose. There's a win and then there's a learn. Like those are my favorite people who say that, because you don't even see a lose as a real lose. Like I'm a loser. No, you just, there's an opportunity for you to learn.
No, I do see that. So I would almost say that maybe while the act of winning or losing is not that important, it's certainly not as important as attitude, mindset, right? Like if there's such a thing as behaving like a winner, even if you lost.
That's right.
Right. And I do it, that I agree with.
Yeah.
And I think that that's important, and I remember when I was in college and I wanted to make good grades. I really had that performance-based esteem thing going on, which, because I was known as the smart kid. I had the highest GPA of all the black students on the University of Kentucky campus.
Mm-hmm.
And I remember saying there's too much pressure to feel like I have to make an A because there's too many variables I can't control. What I can control is whether I do my best. So I started measuring, I would measure myself, not I would say self-worth, but I would judge myself. Like, did you do your best?
Yeah.
If you did your best, then it's cool. If you didn't, then we got a problem. And I think that's okay, right? And also I know that my parents raised me in an unconventional way, but I also had unconventional success because of that. So as much as we know parenting isn't perfect and we all come up short, I thank them every chance I get. I'm like, thank you for making me different from all all the people out here that I see that feel like they can't do nothing without a white man's permission, or they feel like the struggle is overwhelming and all that. I've never felt that way. My father said, if you want to succeed, you go out there and you get it, period.
Okay.
I'll let you get the last word before we roll out to it, because it's breakfast time.
Is it breakfast time? My stomach is growling.
Yes.
Yeah. So I want to go back to this situation. So I think secrets in general are awful in relationships. And the fact that she felt the need to keep a secret from her husband, it would be the topic of my therapy session with them. If they were in my office, I would try to get to what is it about the secrecy part that really motivated you to want to do this, to want to have it, because it doesn't seem like this husband would have an issue with her having a separate checking account or a separate account. Like, what is it about the secrecy that it just has to be something that you want to keep from your husband? And how do you expect, are these the expectations of the relationship, to have secrets and not be able to share with each other? So I would definitely have a conversation about that. What would you say for this?
Yeah, I think she's wrong. If she's got a secret bank account and isn't telling her husband about it, that's not cool. That's not how marriage works. I think that maybe a conversation about a separate bank account is okay. I think that's what you and I kind of agreed on, his, hers, and ours. And we have our joints, we have our individual stuff going on, and I think that works. But there's no one size fits all approach. But in general, if you are hiding money from your spouse and you think you can get away with it, just know that they will find that money, and you don't want to go hiding money when
the truth. Yeah, the truth always comes out.
Yeah, it does.
Always.
It does. So, and I also think that communication piece you talked about sort of communicating these things before you get married, that's huge, and a lot of people don't know that. Like they'll talk all day about what sex position do you like, but they won't talk about financial things, financial history, and financial compatibility.
Well,
and
all of that is important.
All those
you gotta
things
talk about all of that.
those things are important, but I mean, come on now, like the way somebody looks, that isn't going to necessarily make them a good partner for life, a good business partner for life. And so, by the way, everybody, you're listening to Pillow Talk with Dr. Boyce and Dr. Alicia Watkins. Alicia's website, she sees clients all the time, and she's a licensed therapist. She's been doing it for a long time. And so if you'd like to learn more about what she does, she has classes and groups and sessions, consultations, everything else. So feel free to go to coachingwithdralicia.com, or you can look her up on Instagram at Coaching with Dr. Alicia. And also my website is boycewatkins.com. So if you'd like to join my Black Wealth Bootcamp, which starts tomorrow, and we're going to focus on stock options. So if you'd like to learn how to sell stock options to generate income, then we get started tomorrow night, Thursday night at 8 p.m. We're going to meet 4 weeks, and it's really, really valuable stuff to understand. A lot of people don't know how to do this well. I do. That's what my PhD's in. So I'd love to teach you. So feel free to go to boycewatkins.com.
Yeah,
all right,
and when
everybody.
when you make money with stock options, don't hide it from your spouse.
right. When you make the stock option money, don't hide it from your spouse.
How we spending this money?
Yeah, and also send me a note to let me know how well you're doing financially. Because I know some of you all are making more money because you started investing, and I love hearing your stories. And feel free to leave suggested topics in the comments. We're always open. And thank you to Antoinette for suggesting this topic. And this got us back on our Pillow Talk game. So
I know. I'm awake now and I'm hungry. So
yeah, let's go eat breakfast. All right, everybody, hit the thumbs up button. Thumbs up, share, subscribe, everything else on your way out the door. Love you, and we will see you all soon. Take care.
Bye, everyone.
Good morning. I hope everybody's having a great day. Welcome to Pillow Talk with Dr. Boyce and Dr. Alicia Watkins. My name is Dr. Boyce Watkins. I'm here with my lovely wife, Dr. Alicia. How you doing today, babe?
I'm doing well. Good morning, Boyce.
Good morning to you.
Good morning to you.
Why you all up in my face?
I am. I like being in your face. It makes me comfortable.
Yeah, your breath is hot.
That's okay. You gotta love it though.
I love your hot breath.
What you want me to do? Get up and brush my teeth? I gotta be a strong Black woman for you now. I gotta do it all.
Okay, hot Cheeto breath, whatever. Anyway, good morning, everybody. Good morning to Terry Cobb and my girl Ella and Dr. R. Conrad Bingham. Good to see you. Let's do a quick sound check as we get started today. Do us a favor. Could you give us a yes in the chat if you can hear us okay? Give us a yes. And also let us know what city you're from. We'd like to see what city you guys are from. The Objective News Agency, B1 to you too. Kevin Johnson, B1 Chicago. Yes, B1. That means Black first.
Hey.
Terry, okay, thank you, Terry Cobb. Facebook user says, good morning, everyone. I see Memphis for Armenia. Natasha says yes. And Jacqueline, thank you. All right, Phoenix. Dr. Conrad Bingham's in Phoenix. Very nice. Look him up, y'all. He's in Phoenix doing doctor stuff. Montgomery, Alabama. Boynton Beach for Natasha. Khaled is in Little Rock. Remember Banging in Little Rock?
No, what's Banging in Little Rock?
It was a whole HBO special about all the Crips and Blood gangs that they had in Little Rock, Arkansas.
Oh, I missed it.
They covered it in Snowfall. Remember Snowfall when that lady, Jerome with the Jerry curl and all the gold chains, took his girlfriend out to their cousins in Little Rock and they bought the crack out there?
But she was the one that, look, she was the strong Black woman that actually made that deal happen in Snowfall.
She was. She did.
She and her friend out there.
And that would be true. So
they
you know what?
Progress in the crack cocaine era.
Excellent point. Well, Tommy Williams has a busy day, so we can't waste Tommy and Carolyn and Steven's time. So let's go ahead and jump into our topic since we're talking about strong Black women. Okay, so today's topic.
I've been trying to bring us back to it.
Yeah, you did. You did a good job. That was so subtle.
Oh, thank you.
That was such a strong Black woman move of you. Anyway, so today we are discussing the myth of the strong Black woman. Today I saw something where there was some comments that were made by a man who pretty much kind of said that effectively, and he was shouting out Kevin Samuels at the time, which I know kind of makes your skin crawl a little bit, but he was basically saying that this strong Black woman thing, that when we expect Black women to be strong, it can sometimes make the men not as strong. Like the men don't necessarily do a whole lot because they feel like, okay, the women got this. I don't need to be there for my kid. She got this. And so I want to ask you all this. Let's start here. How many of you feel like women in your family that can be defined as strong Black women? And also, if you are a strong Black woman, give a yes in the chat. If you've been seen as a strong Black woman, able to hold it down, able to get it all done, able to make all the money, take out the garbage, paint the house,
we are bringing home the
fix the
bacon
roof,
and we are frying it up in the pan.
right? Kill the rats, beat up the neighbors.
We mowing lawns.
Right. Yeah.
We're cutting hedges.
Yeah. Right. So, okay.
We're fixing the plumbing.
Natasha said it's so annoying.
It is.
Okay. So let's start here then. I'm going to start off with a confession. You ready for my confession? I got a confession.
What's your confession?
My confession is that I think I married a strong Black woman. I really do.
And you admire me for it, right?
I do admire you for it.
So what happens if I'm less than? What happens if I make a mistake and I'm not as strong? What happens when I show my weakness? What do you do when I show my weakness?
Oh, it's over then.
If I cry to you, if I come to you and I lay my pain on you, Black man, and I'm in pain and I'm in anger about something that I have justifiably need to be in pain and need to be mad at, how do you receive me when I come to you like that?
Well, I didn't sign up for all of that.
So you're putting me back into this strong Black woman myth. It's a myth.
Okay. So
where do I go to lay my burdens down?
Right. So let's jump back in. Let's have a serious conversation.
This is very serious.
Right. It's very serious. So let me say this.
This is the dynamic that men and women go through.
I get it. Okay. So let me say this, right? I have a perception and a perspective on the strong Black woman thing. First of all, I don't think it's an insult to tell someone that they're strong. Like, I think stronger people are more successful. They're able to overcome things. They can fight through adversity. So I think that we need to stop sort of making it a stigma to be strong. However, the same way you can have, toxic masculinity, I think you can have a type of toxicity that can grow out of being so strong that you can't accept help from others.
Because we don't trust you, Black man. We have relied on you. We have relied on you, Black man, and you didn't come through for us. So then we had to pick up our pieces, wipe the tears away, and we had to do it on our own. We had to carry it all on our own because it had to be done. It needed to be done, and the person that we relied on let us down.
Well, and I don't. Well, so you're connecting it definitely back to slavery, oppression, racism.
Yeah, all of that.
And all these things, right? Mm-hmm. And I do agree with that, right? And I would say that the strong Black woman myth definitely comes out of having to do things on your own that you didn't plan to have to do on your own. And and so what I've seen is where it becomes almost like a really interesting cycle.
It's a vicious cycle.
And let me explain it like this.
Mm-hmm.
If you get to the point where you're so strong that you learn how to do everything on your own and you communicate to the world that you don't need anybody's help, then people are not going to want to help you. And I know this because I'm a strong Black man. I'm intellectually strong. I'm financially strong. And you remember how hard it was when I got to a point where I actually had a great business idea and I was looking for investors. I realized I had a really hard time asking people for money. I have no problem with everybody asking me for money. I'm used to it. It happens. I complain about it, but I've loaned money to more people than I can count. But when it got to the point where I was asking others to help me, it was really hard to do. Yeah. And so to some extent, I had fallen victim, or I'd become trapped by my own self-image. And I would say that I think the same thing can apply to the strong Black woman thing. I think that if you are so strong that you let the world know how strong you are and that you don't really need them, you don't need their help, and that you got this by yourself, then when somebody comes along who can't help you, they're gonna say, "Oh, well, I was gonna help you, but I don't need to help you." Let me give you an example. My Uncle Charles, years ago, rest his soul, I remember one time he came to me and he wanted to give me some advice because I was 21 years old. He wanted to give me some advice on how to make good choices or whatever. And I was like, "Oh no, I'm making straight A's and I make plenty of money. I'm doing good." He's like, "Oh, okay, you covered and you good." And he didn't give me any advice, right? Because I let him know that I got this, right? So I think that sometimes while we can certainly put some of that on the black man in terms of us having things that we can do a little bit better, we know this. Sometimes you see cases where women will run into a strong black man who wants to help. And I really believe if you let a man know that you don't need him, then he's gonna be like, okay, cool.
See, I think that we have to understand each other better. I think that there was something about, and I know what video you're talking about. I agreed with what he said, but there was something in his voice that I just didn't like. It was like there was a frustration and an angst in his voice. And I think that when we start talking about the issues between Black men and women, I think we need to lighten our voices a little bit. And we need to stop having it just sounds contemptuous to me. And that never works. So I think we need to come from a place of understanding. So when you run into a woman who wants to be this strong Black woman, it's a myth. We really want your help, but we don't know. We're going to test you and we're going to see, are you really true? Are you going to are you going to do what you say and say what you do? Are you going to mean what you say? And so we don't know because we've been let down so much. We don't know if you're going to really come through for us. So I think that what it takes is patience. I think if you come across a woman who's a strong Black woman and she can do it all by herself, you need to read between the lines and see, okay, I've got to show her. I've got to show up for her. I've got to let her trust me so that she can lower her guard emotionally, physically, everything. I mean, it's a survival mechanism. It's a great thing to be a strong Black woman because that's how you that's a survival mechanism. So you have to see it that way as a strength. But then you also have to see it as a problem that can be solved with patience and love and compassion. That's what we're looking for from you men. I'm speaking for all women today. If you haven't noticed.
Oh, Lord. Oh my goodness. Okay. Well, everybody, in case you just came in, you're watching Pillow Talk with Dr. Boyce and Dr. Alicia Watkins. My wife, Dr. Alicia Watkins, is a licensed therapist and couples counselor and a full professor of social work. My PhD is in finance, and so I like to talk about economics. So we end up talking about a lot of love and money kinds of issues, as well as just things that are fun and interesting and deep for the Black community. If that's your thing, feel free to go to boyceandalicia.com. We have a lot of free resources on how to live a drama-free lifestyle, as well as you can get a free e-copy of my book, Financial Lovemaking. So if you'd like a free copy of my book, just go to boyceandalicia.com. Also, you can sign up for Alicia's speed dating event in Atlanta. In case you didn't know, she likes to matchmake and bring people together. So if you'd like to join the speed dating event in Atlanta on July 22nd at the Black House, the Legacy Center, then just go to boyceandalicia.com. There's a link there where you can sign up. All right, so do me a favor, hit the thumbs up button, thumbs up, share, subscribe. Okay, so that's a great point. Right, I really like that, and I've seen what you're referring to. Right, you know that. My theory is that when you've gone through a lot, it can take time to break away, to peel back the onion, to kind of get through the layers, that come from some of the scars, and I apologize for that. Right, it makes me very sad. I know my sister, is a strong Black woman, and I feel like some of it came from my father not being there. The first words she said about our dad were not very positive. And I'm not going to repeat the words out of respect for her, but, I asked her, what was it like to live with my biological father? And she said, I remember being 4. And the first words about him at 4 that she can recall were negative words. So as a result, I think this can create a lack of trust, because the first man you love, your first boyfriend, so to speak,
let you down,
right?
And therefore all men will let me down,
right? Right. So here's what's interesting. I love the Black woman. I always have, and I never planned to marry any woman other than a Black woman. I wasn't even open to that. But what I have observed is that when I've run into women that were very strong and let me know they did not need me, sometimes it was like, I don't really feel like peeling back the layers of this onion. It's hard to operate in an environment where the trust is very low from the jump. That means that the margin of error is very low. So that means that if you say, hey, I'm going to bring the ice cream by at 4:00 and you forget to bring the ice cream, she's going to be like, see, that's why I don't trust Black men. Right. Like that, like the premise sort of begins with this fundamental belief that Black men cannot be trusted. So if you make a mistake,
See, I knew so. I
Right.
knew I couldn't trust you.
Self-fulfilling prophecy. What
Yeah.
do you call it? Confirmation bias?
Confirmation
All
bias.
those things, right? Kick in, right? So in a way, it's an interesting paradox.
Mm-hmm.
Because you think about this, right? So I'm a black boy, and let's say I never had a dad in the house, and I watched my mother do everything and handle all the business in the house, and she just was the boss. And then maybe because she felt guilty that my daddy wasn't there, she just kind of spoiled me. I don't know what that is, what that dynamic is, but I think I think mothers are better at disciplining daughters, and fathers are better at disciplining sons. I think it's hard the other way around. Like the fathers will spoil their daughters, and sometimes the mothers will spoil their sons. So the son sat there. His sisters are getting disciplined.
That's why you need both parents.
Right, right. His sisters are getting all the discipline in the world, but he's kind of being allowed to slide. He can make excuses. He's allowed to watch the women kind of do everything, carrying the groceries and all that. So he goes out in the world, and when he's dating, he's looking for a woman just like his mom. Is that a crazy theory? I don't know. Let me know what y'all think. I mean, do y'all think that theory is like out of control? That if I grew up seeing my mother take care of everything, that I'm going to really start dating to look for someone who's like my mother. So that means that if we have a baby together, I'm going to go out in the street and just still be sleeping around, but you're going to take care of the baby because you got this. You're a strong black woman. And then on Mother's Day, I'll be like, I want to say thank you to all my baby's mama.
If the relationship survives,
right,
it may not even survive.
Well,
it'll just be.
Right.
It wouldn't survive.
Right. Have you ever seen those? We see it online every Mother's Day.
I'm wishing my mom a happy Father's Day.
No. On Mother's Day, well, that too. But on a lot of Mother's Day, every year on social media, I'll see somebody that'll say, I wanted to say thank you to all my baby's moms for taking good care of my kids. And it'd be like four baby mamas.
And at least he's showing gratitude.
Right. It's like thank you for taking care of all my responsibilities.
Thank you for doing everything. I don't have to do anything.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But I think that we have to take a really critical look at this because Black women are suffering. I mean, we're more likely to die of heart attacks than white women. We're more likely to neglect our own health, physical health and mental health, because we're taking on the burdens of everybody else in the household and outside the household. And then we think that Jesus can fix it. We're not going to go to therapy. We're going to see Jesus can fix it.
Well, a lot, black women, African-American women are the most religious group of people in America.
Yeah.
They go to and
we holding it down. We strong Black women for the church, for Jesus.
Oh, that pastor living good off y'all's money.
So it is, and we're going to pay it too.
Yeah. And y'all will be.
Because that's what we give. That's what we get. Think about when we go to church. Remember I talked about earlier about how secure attachment comes from someone being available to you, someone being responsive, and someone being empathetic. That's what Black women, that's what we get in the church. Wow. We're not getting that from our men.
Interesting.
So that's a secure attachment.
Does Jesus become your boyfriend?
Jesus is my man. Wow. Jesus will fix it. Because he always come through.
Jesus
he don't ever let me down. Those songs pierce our hearts.
Wow.
The gospel music.
And you don't even go to church.
I don't even go to church, and I love that song. I love all gospel music.
Really?
Yes.
That's so funny. That's so interesting. And it's funny because I know as a man, I never wanted to go to church because I would see right through the hustle. I'd be like, okay, this ain't nothing but pimping.
Yeah.
There's one guy sitting at the front of the church telling you that you shouldn't date nobody outside the church so he can go sleep with all the women in the front row. I got guys see right through that. Like, I'm not giving that man my money. I'm not going to sit here and let him tell me what to do. But the women love the pastor.
Yeah, because we're getting something out of it. We're feeling good. That can help us carry us through for the rest of the week.
Oh, okay. Well,
allow me to speak for all Black women today.
Well, let's throw up a question here. By the way, hit the thumbs up button. Thumbs up, share, subscribe if you haven't done it yet. You're watching Pillow Talk with Dr. Boyce and Dr. Alicia Watkins. If you'd like to join the speed dating event in Atlanta on July 22nd, that Dr. Alicia's hosting at the Legacy Center, just go to boyceandalicia.com. You could also, at that link, get a free e-copy of my book, Financial Lovemaking. So feel free to go to boyceandalicia.com, hit the thumbs up button. So Dr. Bingham has a question. He says, and this is, I'm going to let you answer first, and then I'll respond. And he brings up the late Kevin Samuels, which, respect to the dead, of course. It says, do women raise men that they wouldn't date? Kevin Samuels talked about that. So what do you think about that? If somebody says, a lot of these guys, that are just bums and losers. And I'm gonna tell you, I don't like it. I have a real bias against black men that don't come through. That you know, weak men. It bothers me because weak men let me down when I was a kid, and strong men, you know, in my life carried me, right? So what do you think about that when Dr. Bingham says
I'm trying to understand the
that a
question.
lot of the mothers will raise men that they themselves would not date? So
Okay, I'm trying to understand the question.
So you're raising your son to be. Oh, I was gonna explain it to you. Go ahead.
Go ahead, explain it.
So you're raising your son to be lazy. You're raising your son to be irresponsible. You're raising your son to not be accountable.
I don't understand what that means.
And then you're throwing him out there. I mean, really? Well,
I don't understand what that means.
Like mothers that cover for their babies. You've never seen that? They make excuses for them. They go to jail. They bail them out. They get to live in their mama's basement, smoking weed and playing Xbox all day in their drawers. You know, their mothers don't challenge them.
Okay,
And
I don't see that, so I'm not understanding exactly where that comes from. So when you're done with your point, I would like to speak.
No, but what he's saying is that there are women that raise soft sons, and then they throw their sons out in the world, and they end up dating women, and these men don't come through for the women. They have 8 babies, mamas, and whatever, and the mother is making excuses for him and like kind of just overlooking his behavior.
I think a mother, when they're raising children, want to love them and nurture them and protect them. Okay, they want to protect them, and so for boys in particular, think about how slavery happened. How moms would try to protect their sons in particular because it was the men that were going out and being lynched.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so it is a way to protect. We want to protect our sons, not make them into whatever the Kevin Samuel statement was. We want to make sure that we are providing for them and that we're giving them, and our intention is to set them up so that they can succeed in life and that they can survive in life. And so we are doing for them as our way of showing love for them. So we can say, listen, I want you to go out there. We want you to do the best you can with your best foot forward. I'm going to work 2 jobs so that you can have a car, so that you can get back and forth to work, you know, so that you can have a decent way. So we sacrifice ourselves as Black women to make sure that our children have what they need so that they can succeed. They can have what we will perceive as an upper hand so that they can have a little bit of somewhat of an advantage, if not similar to everyone else, when they succeed. We don't want them to go out there and be lacking of something and not being able to make it, to fall on our faces because of all the external pressures that are put on Black men. So we're trying to nurture them and love them the best way that we can. You know, granted that we don't have their father that's showing up the way they're supposed to show up. And it's unfortunate that sometimes we take out our anger and aggression out on them sometimes, but it's coming from a place of love. So I'm real confused, still confused. Maybe I need to start thinking about it a little more. But I think that just the entire phrasing of Kevin Samuels and that way of thinking, I don't see that being very understanding.
Okay, and I can hear that, right? And and here's what I would say to Dr. Bingham's comment. And with due respect to Kevin and what the good things that he
listen, let's separate Kevin Samuels as a man. Okay, rest in peace and all of that. Let's now talk about the ideas.
Right.
Okay.
So let me respond on that. The reason I don't agree with what Dr. Bingham said, this was my concern about the whole Kevin Samuels movement, is that you can't put all that on women. You remember, the woman did not make that baby by herself. Do we all agree on that? Can we at least agree on the idea that women don't have babies without someone who owns a penis injecting seed into their bodies and creating that child? Can we agree on that? Yes or no? Basic biology. Give me a yes in the chat if we can agree on that basic premise. So when you look at a guy, you look at a kid, a young man, and you see that he wasn't disciplined, as a kid. I know some of these weak guys. I've seen them. I've seen these weak men don't take responsibility for nothing, just out here causing chaos throughout the world. Yes, absolutely. That he was made soft by somebody. And from my experience, traditionally speaking, the mother tends to be the nurturer. his father
Has to put
was
pressure.
responsible for
Yeah.
giving him the discipline.
Has to put
Was
pressure.
responsible for
Yeah.
giving him the discipline. His father, don't get me wrong, mothers can discipline sons too. My mother disciplined me too, but my mother wasn't more of a nurturer. My father was the disciplinarian. My father taught me to be a man. My father taught me to stand up. My father taught me to follow through. So when you see a broken, weak ass bootleg, fake pretend to be man out here, don't just say, well, mom, why didn't you raise him like a soldier? Because that's not what mothers tend to do. Mothers don't, the mama will bake you cookies and give you hugs, faster than she'll, take you out and make you go climb a mountain and shovel dirt in the backyard and take out the trash. So it doesn't mean mothers can't play some role in that discipline piece, but that was my big concern about just a lot of what I heard when I did check out, some of the stuff Kevin did, because I'm not gonna say it was all bad. It wasn't. But sometimes I'll be like, why are we acting like black women are that they're the only ones who played a role in the creation of the mess that's in front of us?
And then we hear statements like that from Kevin Samuels and others. And then we internalize that and we think there's something inherently wrong with us. And it is the wrong thing to do, which in turn makes us want to become perfectionists.
Mm-hmm.
Like, let me tell you what happened last week. I was doing something at work at my main job, my full-time job. And I had to fill out this form and I had to send it out, like this form. But I made a mistake and I filled out the wrong form.
Oh no.
Okay, I sent this wrong form out and then it was brought to my attention and I had to hurry up and scurry and fill, because it's all these forms, and when you work for like bureaucracies and universities, it's not like they know what the plan is, but you have to have like this documentation, this paper trail or whatever. You know how how it goes. So I filled out the wrong form and internally I felt like, oh my God, this university is going to think I'm a total fuck up basically because I did the wrong form. Why wasn't I paying attention? And I was really hard on myself. And I was like, look, you don't even get paid to work in the summer. This is like something that you needed to do. It's okay if I make a mistake, but because I have been held to such high standards, every time I make a mistake, I'm treated like I am a mistake. I'm taking on a lot of this burden of wanting to be perfect and do everything right. And if I had paid attention and I'm on myself, this is what we do as Black women. We make mistakes. We're hard on ourselves. We need to have self-compassion. And I had to remind myself in the moment, Alicia, it's the summertime. You're really working on some of these other things you want to get forward. You've accomplished so much this summer. I had to force myself to look at all the things that I've accomplished because I was really kind of annoyed that I made a mistake. And I think that when we are at work, Black women, there's so much on us as Black women. We make one little mistake and it's just like, all the world comes crashing down on you. So we're held at such a high level.
Okay.
High standard, a standard that none of us can ever reach, a standard that's different from everybody else that you work with, and so it's like, it's very difficult for us. We're carrying that burden with us.
Interesting. Wow. Well, you know what, guys, what in case you just came in, we are talking about the pain of being the strong Black woman and the consequences on family, the consequences on economics, things like that. If you're enjoying this conversation, please make sure you subscribe to Pillow Talk with Dr. Boyce and Dr. Alicia Watkins. Hit the thumbs up button, thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up, if you haven't done that yet. And also, if you go to boyceandalicia.com, you can get a free e-copy of my book, Financial Lovemaking. And also, Alicia is hosting a speed dating event. So if you're single and you live near Atlanta, it's going to be on Sunday and
Friday.
Friday. I'm sorry. Did I say Sunday?
Yeah,
I meant to say
Sunday.
Friday. I'm sorry. July 22nd. Friday, July 22nd.
7 p.m.
Yeah, 7 p.m. And you got to register in advance. You can't just, show up at the door. You got to register in advance. So go to boyceandalicia.com. You can get information there. All right. So let me let me jump into kind of the what I see in my view, my humble view of kind of the economic consequences of like the myth of the strong Black woman. I'll start by talking about my grandmother Felicia, who I admire so much because she was the epitome of the strong Black woman. My grandmother was so strong that I remember finding out 20 years later that in the 80s she was getting chemo and would go get chemo in the morning and then go to work in the afternoon and not tell anybody she was even getting chemo.
Yeah.
You know, and she raised 5 kids by herself, never made more than $22,000 a year. When she died, she had perfect credit, plenty of money in the bank. You know, I mean, just everything in order. Her whole estate plan was in order. Just had her stuff together. You know, I remember people in our family that made 4 times more money than her that would go to her to borrow money because she saved. She protected her resources. She was just super smart that way. And the thing about it though is that that's not always the case.
That's not healthy.
Right.
It's not healthy.
Well, you know, single black mothers actually have the lowest net worth in America.
Yeah.
You know, because it's just so difficult. And you know, and I think that pressure to kind of have to sort of take on this stereotype of being the strong black woman, it can cause friction, I think, in families. I can just tell you, I believe firmly that if you let a man know you don't need him, you're reducing the chances he's going to stay with you. I think because commitment requires like a sense of obligation for the man. Like, you know, I don't know about women. I can't speak on all women, but I can speak on, you know, I know a lot of male friends who are certainly looking for love. They want to be loved and things like that, but they're not necessarily, you know, walking around saying, I can't wait to be in a committed relationship, because it comes with a lot of work. There's financial responsibilities, a lot of stuff that comes with it. So, you know, I remember when I was like 30 or 29 and I was dating a strong black woman who basically let me know she didn't need me. You know, she wasn't being mean.
Did she mean it though?
No, she didn't.
She didn't mean it.
She did not mean
so
it.
I think that
But wait, let me finish my
need to
story.
read
Hold
between
on.
the lines.
Hold on, strong black woman. Let me finish my part and then you can finish yours. Okay. I'm messing with you. So she was basically letting me know she didn't need me. And what she didn't understand was I was kind of getting bored in that relationship. I'd met, you know, a nice lady, and but the only thing stopping me from pursuing that was that I'd made a commitment. And so I said, I think I remember I said something to her like, I said, so, you know, you seem to love me, but you don't really seem like you really need me. And she was kind of like, well, you know, I don't need nothing. I don't need nobody, right? And I was like, so you're saying that if I left, you'd be okay? Because remember, the guilt, part of the guilt was what was keeping me there. Like she needs me. I can't walk off and hurt this person's feelings. And she's like, you ain't gonna get no drama out of me. You ain't gonna get no drama out of me. I'll be fine. And so I believed her. You know, I mean, maybe that was wrong, right? But my rule had always been that when somebody says something, you believe them. Like no means no. Like if a woman says no, I don't want to date you, I always take it like no. I didn't want to be the guy who says no. She said no, but she really meant yes. Next thing you know, you get hit up with sexual harassment charges and sexual misconduct. You know, so no. If you told me no, that meant no to me. If you wanted, if the answer was really yes, you would have said yes. So when she said she didn't need me, I was like, okay, well, you know, I really don't know if I want to be in a relationship anymore. And she acted like it didn't bother her. And I know that it did. 20 years later, I know that it did. But in my mind, I'm kind of like, I know my reaction. I'm just being honest here. Honestly, the fact that she let me know she did not need me is the only thing that made me feel like, okay, so you're giving me permission to go. I'm gonna go out and have fun. I'll catch you later.
So your reasoning for breaking up with somebody is rested on their response to one question. I think like maybe.
I mean, it was a combination, and I wouldn't
probably. Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Like it was, that wasn't the most. You know, I think we need to be mature in how we. I know you were young. I know you were young, but I think this is a good illustration about how we need to really be mature with each other. And I think maybe there was some trust issues in there to begin with. Maybe we don't have her here, so maybe she was frustrated with a lot of things. Maybe she didn't feel comfortable enough around you. Maybe it just wasn't, the safety wasn't created there where she felt like she could let her guard down, because part of it is letting your guard down. Nothing is worse than confessing your love for somebody and then they're like, I don't really feel the same way. And so if you had found someone better, you know, maybe on some level she kind of picked up on that and her feelings were hurt. It's never good to be dumped.
Yeah.
You know, and so I think like how we react to each other needs to be a little better. You know, she was had a little ego probably.
Yeah.
It was just and kept it together, but
ego means he go.
He go
Yeah,
when you
he
got an
go.
ego.
Ego means that he go. You keep that ego. I mean, since all that fronting,
Yeah, I mean,
like I don't need you and all that. I get it. I totally get it. Right. In hindsight, there were times where I took a woman's word literally, and maybe, and in hindsight, I'm like, okay, she didn't really mean it. I was being tested or whatever. But the problem is that you got to be careful about testing men like that, because you're playing a dangerous game for the man.
okay, so we're
Because
getting off into this.
no,
This
but
is
let me explain though. Like I had there was literally another time where when I was in graduate school, there was a lady I thought about dating her, and I said, "Hey, would you like to date a little bit and whatever?" And she said no. I said, "Okay, no problem." And then 2 weeks later, her friend says, "Well, why don't you try to date so and so?" And I said, "Because I asked her." She said no, and she said, "Oh, no. She really was going to say yes. She was just testing you." And the reason that those tests are not cool, I know, I get it. I understand. Sometimes women say no and they're really testing it. And it makes sense from a traditional standpoint. But in the modern era that we live in, when a woman says no, and you say, "Oh, no, she didn't mean no. She's wanted me to keep asking her. She really meant yes. I just got to keep on pushing." Hell no. Because you don't know. You might be pushing on a door that ain't supposed to open. And next thing you know, you get accused of being some sort of predator. Men have to watch out for that. So I just tell men, like, look, a grown ass woman's gonna tell you what she wants. If she can't tell you what she wants and you're dealing with a little girl, I would not. I don't believe in playing those games.
all of us have this little child, this hurt child inside of us, boys. You have, on some level, based on some of the things I've heard you say, you have a little hurt boy.
Well, we all do.
You have a little hurt boy inside of you. All of us have a hurt child of being rejected. Rejection is the worst feeling ever in the world, I think. Just to be rejected. It's just like you are reduced down to nothing. The feeling of rejection. And so the pain of being rejected, and that's never a good thing to feel. So I think a lot of us are speaking from that hurt person. And so again, when I talk about compassion, I really think that you just have to have a better conversation with people and don't ask them specifically. I mean, I think it would have gone over better if you had sat down with this lady and said, "Let's talk about our relationship. How are you feeling in this relationship? Where is this going?" That would have been a more mature conversation than the conversation you had. So if you said, "Where do you think this is going? How do you see both of us in the future? Am I someone that you want? Do you have any issues with me? How can I make this relationship better?" You can even be honest and say, "You know what? I went to a conference and I met a bunch of lovely ladies who are interested in me. I'm not going to pursue any of them because I'm with you now. What can we do to communicate with each other to make our relationship better?" And that type, if you had come to her in that sort of way, she would have been more comfortable, I'm thinking, to be able to open up to you a little more and say, "You know what, Boyce, I really love you. I really enjoy spending time with you." Whatever she would have said. Or she could have said, "I don't see this going anywhere. Maybe we should talk about," I think there's a nice, peaceful, easy way to end relationships where you're not stabbing someone and sticking them. I think that we end relationships in a way where it's just so damaging. And then I got to carry that with me now. The pain of this man that doesn't like me, who was ready to dump me like a hot potato for whatever reason. I have to carry this around with me. And this is what I'm talking about when I say how we relate to each other and how we, talk to each other and approach each other needs to be way more graceful and peaceful. We need to approach each other like we love ourselves. There's so much self-hatred. And I think that was the issue with the entire energy of the Kevin Samuels, and there's some others out there. That whole entire thing, it doesn't seem like it's coming from a place of any sort of compassion and understanding, and you'll never get anywhere. It's a self-fulfilling prophecy for those Kevin Samuels likes.
Okay, well, by the way, you're watching Pillow Talk with Dr. Boyce and Dr. Alicia Watkins. This is where my wife and I lay together on our pillows and have conversations about, things going on in the Black community. And we try to keep it Black and intelligent and fun. If this is your thing, then feel free to go check out what Alicia does. She's a licensed therapist, life coach, and a full professor of social work. So if you would like to learn more about what she does with couples, feel free to go to coachingwithdralicia.com. Also, if you could, please hit the thumbs up button, thumbs up, share, subscribe. Okay, so I'm gonna pop up this comment. This brother made a donation, so I'm, if you're giving money, then I gotta acknowledge your comment, as long as you ain't saying nothing crazy. All right, let's see. Those who say I'm strong and independent and don't need a man are the ones who are guaranteed to, at worst, be alone forever, or they'll end up with a femme man who they don't respect, as she'll be the dude. And I'm gonna tell you the truth. I see that happen all the time. I see, now I most quality women I know that I've met, they don't deliberately take on the strong black woman image, and they don't run around saying we don't need men, right? I think that they've kind of learned how to look at the nuances of feminism and everything else to kind of say, men are important, men matter, right? But I'm still going to be okay. Like, I'm not going to be overly codependent and just some weak little soul who's going to crumble if the man's not there. But I do think that when you are, I believe in masculine and feminine roles. And one thing I have observed is that we've created this interesting cycle where you maybe have that guy who was raised by that strong single mom, and we tend to date women or men who remind us of our parents. So you can imagine men. I have the name we like to use is the hobosexual. The hobosexual who looks at the woman as the breadwinner. He looks at the woman as the leader. He looks at the woman as almost like the man of the house. And his job is to just sort of, hang around, maybe be the sperm donor. And that's it.
These women in this type of scenario are miserable, by the way.
Yeah.
They really don't like to take on everything. And they really wish that they had a husband that would step up a little more. And they're constantly testing. And so, again, this is where these conversations need to happen. Why am I doing everything? I'm going to work like you. We need to think about how we're going to at least get help in the house. We need to share these responsibilities. Housing, child rearing responsibilities. We need to share that. Mm-hmm. We need to have a conversation about it. So they're miserable. And if you look at your husband like he's a weak man, then he'll always be a weak man. So you have to look at them with, okay, we need to have this conversation. He can do it. We can do it. We can share the load and not have to do it all on our own. Because black women are tired. They go into bed and they sleep before their head hits the pillow. So then that makes me wonder, like, what type of intimacy is happening between these couples? Not very much. They're too tired to even focus on each other.
Well, what I would say is that, I when a real man shows up, like a real strong quality man who understands or who has an image in his mind of his role as the masculine creature in the relationship, I think that even though we know that it's on the man to really show up as men, I'm a believer in that. Women also have to understand what a real man looks like and know that there can't be two men in that relationship. Mm-hmm. Even in gay relationships, they have a masculine and feminine role. Mm-hmm. Brittany Griner is the dude in her house. Let's keep it 100. Brittany Griner, she eats the big piece of chicken. She's the one that's going to carry the luggage. She's the one that's going to fix the roof, right? So I know it, but it's true. It's true. So I would say that one of the things that you have to be cautious about is, if a man's trying to be a man, let him be a man. If you're constantly like pushing him to the side and trying to like take control of everything, maybe because you have a hard time giving up control, giving up that power, mm-hmm. then what you have in your relationship is a power struggle. Mm-hmm. And I don't know about everybody else, but when I feel like I'm in like a power struggle, I'm either going to dominate the power struggle by making sure that I'm more masculine than the dude I'm competing with, or I'm just going to walk away and say, you know what, this is going to lead to conflict. I'm not trying to do this. But I'm not really going to be thinking like I want to really nurture this person who's competing with me. If you're competing with me, I'm not thinking about nurturing with you. I'm thinking thinking about dealing with you.
But that's right? The thing is that we all have to switch our brains to say, let's nurture each other. We all have to switch our brains and step out of that. We have to recognize it. And I think before you move on and walk on, because you've invested so much in a relationship. I'm not talking about our relationship. I'm talking about a relationship.
What are you talking about? Just
I'm not
life.
talking about me and you, though. I'm just talking about you have to be able to nurture things. You have to be able to have an understanding of it. You have to read up on the strong Black woman and where it comes from. Started way back in slavery. There's a whole history on it. Read up on it and change the way you see your spouse. Change the way you see your wife. Change the way you see the other person and say, okay, I'm now getting a total understanding of it. Coming to the situation with an attitude of understanding and compassion will solve the problem. It's sitting down with them, just like I illustrated with that one lady in graduate school, sitting down with them and having explicit conversation. I'm not saying the conversation needs to end in the two of you being together, but even if you say, okay, at the end of this conversation, goodbye to you. Thank you for this experience. I am now going to move on. There's still a way to do that where you can come with a place of compassion. Instead of saying, well, then forget it. If she wants to do everything around the house, then let her do everything around the house. Fine. I'll just go in the basement and watch movies, while she's upstairs cooking and cleaning and putting the kids to bed all by herself.
Right. So let me interrupt and point out something real quick, guys. There is a fake Boyce Watkins that is in my chat. And he's literally messaging people and saying, hit me up in your inbox. So I just want to warn everybody, these people that you got these
they're vicious.
Yeah, you got these scammers out here, and there's literally 5 or 10 fake Boyce Watkins Instagram pages out here, stuff like that. Here,
5 or 10 boys?
Yeah,
there's gotta be more than
maybe
that.
10 or 20, I don't know. But there's another message from this dork. So if you see this person, could you please report the person? And also, please be careful, because I don't want you to lose money. And that's what they're going to do. They're going to say, hit me up in my WhatsApp. It's probably somebody in, Ukraine or something, or Nigeria or anywhere else. I'm not going to say Nigeria because I'm part Nigerian. I would hate to believe that my own people would do this to me.
Let's just say Russia. How about we blame it all on Russia?
Blame it on Russia. There we go.
Russia did it.
That's right. But either way, I just want to warn you guys, and I'm going to start warning you a little more often just to make sure nobody gets caught with that. And I apologize for that. I can't stop it. It's all over the place. But so I agree with you, right? I think that what you're leaning toward, where I'm going to take the ball and run in this direction, is really, I would argue that relationships are just complicated. I believe they're more complicated now than they were 50 years ago. And I think that what I found is that you benefit from having that outside help, like that referee, which might be your therapist or something, to help you figure out, okay, how's this going to work? And what are the roles going to be? How are you going to communicate properly? Because look, here's the deal. Somebody made a comment about Kevin Samuels. I'm going to put this up here again. I can't, if I can find it. But basically what he was saying was that he said, and I don't agree with this comment completely, but I think it's worth hearing. He basically said that Kevin Samuels was a guy. Here we go. He said Kevin Samuels was helping Black women see the view from a Black man's perspective. I think women should applaud that idea, but instead tear him down and the rest join in to gang up on him. It's bad. Now, here's why I disagree with your comment, but I'm also explaining why your comment should be heard. I disagree with the comment because I think that it could have been done nicer. If you go look at the last 10 thumbnails on Kevin's channel before his unfortunate passing, you'll notice that every single one of those thumbnails had a Black woman on it, and it was not a flattering image. It was like an attack on Black women. Black women think she's the prize. Black women over 35 are leftovers. Black women, or and that's a problem. That's not cool.
There's no solution to those type of thumbnails and that type of dialogue.
Right, and so if you're bringing up your point, I believe you can love the Black woman and also be a man at the same time. So men should be heard, and I don't believe that we hear men enough. I know a lot of guys who would watch Kevin's channel because they said, man, nobody's listening to us. Everybody's attacking us. Everybody thinks that we're just R. Kelly's in the making and just kind of being mean, and there, and I said, yeah, but you can make your point without feeling like you have to tear down Black women in the process. Just say, look, I'm a man. I love you. I respect you. I honor you. I uphold you. But you're not going to build nothing off of degrading who I am. You know, like I feel disrespected. I don't feel heard. I don't feel treated properly. And I think men should say that. And I think men can say that and declare their manhood without it becoming like, look at all these women. It's the women's fault. Even when a black man is weak, it's because his mama didn't raise him right.
There's no accountability. It's just all falls on black women. And and that's what I'm saying. The women who listen to that and to hear all of that and to agree with that perspective, they're also contributing to the strong black woman.
Yeah.
They're contributing to it. That everything rests on our shoulders. That we're responsible for any and everything, and we can't share that responsibility with anyone. So it's a vicious cycle.
Yeah, like these women are out of control.
These women are holding it down.
They setting their standards too high. Like never mind the fact that maybe you're just not reaching the standard. It's like they're setting their standards too high. It just got to be a silly conversation because I've seen this. I've seen, because Derek Jackson was doing that, except doing it for women. He was telling women in every other video that nothing is ever your fault. That literally the reason he didn't commit to you is because he's weak and he's scared and these men are weak and they don't want accountability. Shut up. I mean, don't disrespect it. I don't want to say it like that. But I read that and I'm like, okay, I see what you're doing. You're pandering. I get it. You're pandering. That's why you got all these women on your channel saying, he's telling it like it is. No, he's not. He's telling you like you want to hear it. And the reason you're miserable in your life is because you don't want to face reality. You don't want to realize that maybe the reason your stuff ain't working out is because you're messing up. You're making bad choices.
Boyce, we have to deconstruct all of that. It's not just one person making bad choices. People do the best that they can in their situations. That's what I'm trying to say. It's when I'm interacting with you and I'm like, why would you do something like that? What's going on? I'm trying to have an understanding about why you're doing that. Not sit there and say, he just did that. He's stupid. He need to move on.
That's true.
So we need to stop that. We need to stop. It can't just rest on just one person.
Well, as Kevin Cosby in Louisville, Kentucky says, before you correct, you must connect. Right. So before I correct you, I need to understand you. Right. And maybe that's what's missing. Right. That's what's missing when you criticize black men and don't try to understand why we do what we do, or you criticize black women and don't try to understand why they do what they do. Like I really encourage all men who are frustrated with the behavior of black women is really trying to understand, like put yourself in their shoes. Like imagine
it's a survival mechanism.
Yeah.
That's what people are supposed to do. It's an appropriate response to having a man not show up for you. It's appropriate.
Well, it's a response. Is it appropriate?
It's an appropriate response to those conditions. Now, when you come in contact with a man who is accountable, it's not an appropriate response. So it's given that sort of thing an understanding. And I have seen women soften. When a woman starts dating a man who is accountable, who's a real man in that sense, they soften. How could they not soften? They do soften. They heal from that. And the trust goes both ways, because a lot of men, like a Kevin Samuels, they act like they don't trust women at all. They have trust issues when it comes to women.
Wasn't he divorced a couple of times? And the lady he was with, was that a hooker? Like if you
we
like,
don't know.
If you're alone in an apartment with a woman you just met, I mean, what was really going on? And you died. I don't know. I just thought that was interesting.
But even a Kevin Samuels, deep down inside, he wants to be seen. He wants to be heard. He wants to be loved.
Everybody wants to be loved.
He wants to. And I think it would have been better if he had built his channel on that premise. If he had been honest with himself, he said, you know what? Sometimes I'm hurt by women, but I really want to be loved by a woman. If he had just built his channel on that, I think we'd be so far progressive in our relationship with each other.
Well, you know what I think? I would say you have to understand balance. It all comes down to balance, right? Like, I can empathize all day with what you went through, but there's a point where you got to take the ball and take accountability.
Right.
But there's a point where, like if you go to any penitentiary that's full of rapists and murderers or whatever, and ask them, how did you grow up? They literally will tell you terrible stories about things that happened to him. R. Kelly went through hell.
And I'm very happy because R. Kelly is getting his sentence reduced.
Right.
Because they're starting to.
But let's just be clear, though. He did a lot of terrible things.
Yes.
And a lot of that, I believe, was driven by his choices. When he was famous and had all the money, and I don't think he would have listened to somebody who tried to help him. I think that he felt that he could feed the demon and not be held accountable and not ever, have a consequence for his choices. And so, in my mind, as much as I can certainly turn to, okay, I do things this way because this is what happened to me when I was a kid or whatever. The fact that I can even acknowledge that means that I also can acknowledge my own personal power in making my own choices.
Mm-hmm. But there are some unseen. There's some unknown about you.
There is.
You may not understand that you may not be able to make the connection between how your current behavior relates to the things that have happened to you in your past. Some people don't have that level of insight in their behavior.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I would just generally say, anytime you're getting advice from anyone, whether you talk about the Kevin Samuels type stuff or the Derek Jackson type stuff, anybody who gives you advice and doesn't hold you accountable is not helping you. If they literally create an enemy and make you feel that most of your problems are due to the inadequacies of your adversary, that's just not helping you. That's just giving you a scapegoat.
Yeah, that's why I say it has to be deconstructed, because some of the problem is you, some of the problem is not. We can't say it's just one or the other. So you're right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's see. Well, Kay Stewart thinks Kevin Samuels' message was intentionally sabotaged. I don't. Well, I don't.
It wasn't sabotage.
I can see that happening though. Where here's the thing. I think that's where he should have been a little more careful about the sound bites, because the sound bites are what made him famous, but the sound bites are also what made him vilified, right? Because he told that lady she was going to die alone. Did you really have to say that? Maybe you could say, look, you may want to consider another point of view. But when you say, fuck you, you're going to die alone, or these broads, they get on my nerves, whatever. Well, then people are going to grab that, so, or if you say 35 women over 35 are leftovers, well, that's bullshit. That's just not true. There are gorgeous women that are 35, 45, 55 and beyond.
Yeah. So
let's stop that.
To make categorical statements about an entire group of people, you lose me there anyway.
And that's a terrible thing to say. I mean,
it's not even true.
Right. And then I would really hope nobody over 35 would ever believe something stupid like that's a crazy remark. And you're 57 years old. Like, you're old already. Like, you're literally picking an age that's 22 years younger than the age you are right now. And you're saying anybody over the age that's a woman is a leftover. But no, I'm not. And I really just kind of think it's cartoonish in a way, because here's the thing though. The reality is that things do change as you get older, right? So if you're a woman that's in your 20s and you got all these men to choose from, but you don't want to commit because you think you're going to be young and gorgeous forever, that's just not true. You should probably think about some of those things, even if it's not politically correct to do so. But that doesn't mean your life is over when you hit a certain age. We know that's not true. But the same thing is true with men. And this is where I would actually say this directly to Kevin. If I was talking to him directly, I would say, look, you're 57. You can't run around with women you met 24 hours ago at 57 years old without knowing, like, your old ass might just drop dead from a heart attack, and you don't want to be laying next to some lady who doesn't know you. You need a woman that really loves you. It might not be a wife, but you need a woman that you committed to, where you've had her back financially and otherwise, so that she's gonna come visit your old ass if you sitting up in the hospital with a stent in your heart, or you on the damn the stroke ward, like that lady did that video. You in the stroke ward and you need somebody to wipe your ass. That's the question I would ask most men over 50 is, what woman do you know who will wipe your ass? If you can't think of any, then you're in trouble, dude.
Then you made some mistakes in your life.
Right.
You have made some mistakes.
Right. You gotta build relationships. You can't just chase easy vagina.
But then when he's coming from a place where he thinks he's just better than everybody, if you come and you're looking down on everybody, nobody wants to be around you.
Well, that part is, I think, a personal statement, and I get it. I mean,
he's looking down on people.
Yeah, but I actually resonated with kind of the more direct approach to things. Like I that direct language that Kevin used, I actually get that, because that's what you get from a football coach or from a dad, and I like that. I like masculine. I respect, like, masculine leadership is needed in the Black community. We don't have enough of that, so I think that the masculinity of the message was very traumatized. It was shocking for people, almost like when I worked with Ice Cube on the political stuff. People were not used to masculine negotiation coming from the Black community. They were used to us buckling and praying and hoping that the Democrats are going to be nice to us and telling each other to vote even for no reason. Ice Cube said, no, I'm negotiating with you. And I respected him for that. So to that extent, that was the part, of Kevin's message that I thought was cool.
But you don't need to talk to, like, if you came to me and you talked to me that way, I wouldn't have wanted to marry you.
Right.
You were very kind and gentle to me.
Well, that's the thing. I'm not supposed to talk to you.
Yeah, don't talk to me like that.
Right.
So I think that was the problem with his, with what he was doing, how he was talking to women. That wasn't
remember those women volunteered to go on the show though. I thought for whatever reason those women, and I think that it's maybe because they were used to getting like that.
They're
advice
accustomed to that kind of
thing.
thing.
Well, they were used to their uncles or their dad or whatever, and I can understand that, but I think that that's the type of trust that they're giving you, that you have to honor that, and you can't just say, because you don't agree with me, you're gonna die alone, or you're over 35, you're a leftover. Like, who would want?
He didn't do a good job, and I have listened as much as I could listen to some of his videos. He didn't do a good job listening to them.
Mm-hmm.
He did not listen to them. He cut them off a lot. He would ask them a question, and then as soon as they started to answer the question, he would just cut them off and go on some tirade. He was constantly triggered by the things that they were saying.
Yeah.
It was very damaging.
He
was very damaging.
He definitely could have used some therapy, because you could tell when he would just get really mad and frustrated. It was like, wow, like she really said something that really triggered you, which means that you've connected it to something that has happened in your past, or a frustration that you already had. I mean, I'm not you're the therapist, not me.
No, I mean, it doesn't take a therapist to see that. I have to have a 20 years of experience, clinical experience like I have, to be able to see that. It's clear.
We know who was really good was that one brother that was on that show on Vice, that the therapist that you really liked, who would literally sit down.
I love him.
He would sit down and talk to like a crazy rapper, like Chief Keef.
Yes.
And would just listen to them and talk through their experiences and have these breakthroughs and insights. And I was so impressed with this brother because of his patience. What is his name?
You know what? We don't know his name because it is a very long name.
Okay.
It was called, what was it called? The Therapist, right? On Vice TV.
Mm-hmm.
And it was an Indian name he had. But that is a sense of masculinity that is healing.
Yeah,
he needs to have his own show. He needs to have more of a show.
I will admit I learned a lot from watching him because he sat down with some people, like he sat down with Young M.A. and some other artists.
His name was Sing something.
Yeah, and I like that. I was like, okay, because that's the thing, and I really think everybody, I hope you'll hear this, is that if you're really trying to correct something or help somebody, listening is a really important skill to have, and I have to even continue to get better at listening. I'm not the best listener all the time. Sometimes I want to hear myself talk, but I would say, if you get that urge to cut people off, you don't have to do that. If you let them get it out, and let them know that you understand what they're saying, then they're going to be more likely to hear you than you just getting mad and cussing them out.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
The compassion piece.
Yeah, I think that does work. But anyway, by the way, you're listening to Pillow Talk with Dr. Boyce and Dr. Alicia Watkins. Oh, there's his name. Antoine put it in here. Look.
They have his name. It's a long name, right?
Yeah, but we should put his name up here because his brother was good. Dr. Siri Sat Nam Singh.
Singh. I knew it was something Singh. Wow. Yeah, he was excellent.
Yeah, look him up. Look him up and look up his show, because this was a brother that really did a great job.
Oh, it was beautiful
of connecting. I would watch the transformation and be like astonished. And so anyway, by the way, you listen to Pillow Talk with Dr. Boyce and Dr. Alicia Watkins. My name is Dr. Boyce Watkins, and I lay against my pillow with my lovely wife, Dr. Alicia Watkins, and we talk about all kinds of interesting things in the Black community. Dr. Alicia is a licensed therapist and a full professor of social work, and also a life coach. So if you'd like to learn more about what she does, you can visit coachingwithdralicia.com. And also, don't forget, in Atlanta on July 22nd, she's hosting a speed dating event. If you'd like to meet some people and mingle and everything else, then feel free to go to boyceandalicia.com. You can register. You have to register in advance. It's July 22nd at the Black House, aka the Legacy Center in Atlanta. So boyceandalicia.com is where you can go for that. All right, so Sing is Indonesia for Smith. Okay, that's funny. Yeah, so I guess we can, as far as like my final thought
Okay.
on a lot of this, let's go back to the strong Black woman thing. I think that we should all try to understand, where this comes from, right? Why Black women are forced through slavery, oppression, racism, sexism to become these strong Black people. And I respect that. But also, I think that part of your strength needs to be having that ability to do enough self-reflection so that you can evolve and adjust to the world around you. To know that being strong ain't always the right answer for every situation. That there's some situations where, being a little more open and vulnerable, or at least understanding when you're in the presence of a strong man that you want to keep around, that there's a way to talk to men. You got to talk to men and deal with men in a certain way to make them feel appreciated. And if you don't, then it's okay. It's just that man may not want to be around you. And so the question you got to ask yourself is, can you be strong in connection and conjunction with another person? Because I think that if you contain that strength and calibrate it and use it in a way that's beneficial to you, then you can be stronger together. You're always stronger together than you are doing it by yourself. Doing it by yourself does not work. And when you and you can't have a one size fits all approach to life, and I think that's really important to kind of know. So yeah, if you're dealing with the weak Negroes, the broken men, the hobosexuals, as we call them, that just want to mooch off people, then yeah, you got to be strong. You walk away from that. But when you deal with a man that, that doesn't fit that category, don't run up in there competing with him and knocking him out of the way and not trusting him and not supporting him, because I don't know about other men, but that wouldn't be appealing to me.
Yeah, but I think when they come off as the fact that they don't trust you and there's no reason for it, talk to them, say, wow, I didn't give you any reason not to trust me, but you didn't. What happened for you right in that moment? And
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I really do think it's a teachable moment. Let me tell you about my past. Let me tell you what I've been through.
Mm-hmm.
Oh God, okay, I totally get that. Let me tell you what I need from you now that you've heard my story.
Mm-hmm.
You have to be there. And I think like we make these phrases like black don't crack, it's almost like it refers to like our skin,
Mm-hmm.
because, we look a lot younger than other people, but it's also like we are not going to crack. There's nothing in us that's going to crack. And even like phrases like black girl magic. Like, why I have to be magical? Why are you putting that on me to be magical? I mean, it's like all of these phrases geared toward women that we're some super extraordinary people because we've had to do super extraordinary things in conditions that we never should have been in the first place.
That's a good point. Yeah. I mean, I have to admit though, I kind of think it's cool that Black women are so capable. I do. I love black girl magic. I love watching Black women
I'm
dominate.
not your superwoman.
Right. Well, that's the thing. But here's the thing: you are a superwoman. You are a strong woman. And what I do, my approach with you is, as the strong Black woman that you are, is I just I choose the role that I want to take in supporting that. I back you up. It's like, okay, if you choose to be strong in that moment, that's like cool. I'm gonna let her do her thing, but I'm always there in case she needs me. And then sometimes when I see you getting overworked or overheated, I say, okay, sit down. I got this.
Yeah, I am run down. Yeah. Sometimes I can be run down. I can lose my patience with the kids, especially when I'm run down.
Yeah.
It's been a long week, and they've been testing me. Boys.
Yeah. I mean, I don't think that Black women being strong is a curse. I think it's more like, it's like anything else. If you overdose, then it becomes a problem. It becomes toxic. It becomes unhealthy. But a healthy amount of strength is good for, I think, life. It's good for a relationship. I never wanted to marry a woman who was like a weak little powder puff who would just crumble under any type of pressure. Because shit, being Black is hard. I need to know that you're going to be ready to go to battle with me. I need to know that you're going to be ready for the pressures that come.
Wakanda forever, boys.
Yeah.
I'm gonna got my sword.
Yeah, being married to me is hard. I mean, think about it. Look at what happened when we got married, and I put the proposal video online. 1 million people watched the video. A lot of people said good things, but then there was a strand of people that were really just, very nasty. They were nasty toward me and you. They called me a simp. for loving a Black woman, which makes them absolute pieces of shit in my book. But then also, they were talking about you, and you just handled it like a vet. You didn't crumble. You didn't say, "Oh my God." You just kind of laughed it off. Like I said, "Okay, cool. I married a sturdy woman." And that's what I wanted. I know sturdy sounds like
Sturdy sound like a
horse. Like I just bought a good horse.
I'm a horse.
Yeah, no, but seriously, but that's what I knew I needed. Like I couldn't, the world I live in is not a simple world. It comes with a lot of benefits, like traveling around the world and a decent amount of money. But it also comes with, with some.
It comes with some challenges.
Challenges.
Boyce,
yeah.
it's challenging sometimes with you.
Yeah, I know I'm a challenge, and then also people's reaction to me can be a challenge, right? And I just knew, and just speaking on stereotypes, honestly, when I was younger, I remember thinking, I don't want to marry an AKA. I want to marry a woman who's built like a Delta.
Oh my Lord!
The Delta, I feel like I know no disrespect to any AKs in the room. My sister's an AK, but the AKs I knew in college, they were just so flimsy. A lot of them.
Were they?
Yeah, they came off to me like the types who would like dump you if you lost your job.
Oh my goodness. See, that's a stereotype. That's not true.
Or if you were really popular and you lose your popularity, they would break up with you.
Don't talk about Kim like that.
I know,
I'm thinking about my
true.
friend Kim.
It's not every AK.
Don't talk about her.
Oh, Dog Blues mentioned Bell Hooks, Ain't I a Woman? Yeah, Bell Hooks.
I love that.
R.I.P. to Bell Hooks.
Yes.
You know that my cousin called me and told me that she found out Bell Hooks was her aunt.
Wow. I wonder what she's really like. She's got a whole museum. Did you know that?
Does she? Where?
Where's she from? She's from Kentucky. She has got a museum in Kentucky.
Wow.
Or some house or something that's a museum.
Well, shout out to
She has a foundation.
Shout out to Bell Hooks.
Bell Hooks was very brave. She talked about her family dynamics. Her writings were superb, I think.
Was it?
Yeah.
We gotta look it up.
Yeah.
Well, anyway, all right, guys. Anyway. Well, you know what? I think we've kind of drilled into this topic pretty deeply. Just so you know, I know I believe in freedom of speech and freedom of thought, and Alicia does too. So if you disagree with some things that we said today, that's okay. We encourage disagreement. We encourage debate. And I hope that you're okay with us saying things that maybe challenge your thinking as well. I think that's how we make each other better and stronger and everything else. So if you could, please hit the thumbs up button. Thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up, share, subscribe if you haven't done it yet. Also, if you'd like a free e-copy of my book, Financial Lovemaking, you can go to boyceandalicia.com. And in addition to that, don't forget that next week on the 22nd, Alicia's hosting a speed dating event in Atlanta at 8 p.m. Eastern. So if you'd like to come and hang out and meet some interesting people, just go to boyceandalicia.com. You can register there as well. So thank you guys, and please have a great day. It was wonderful talking to you, and I look forward to another Pillow Talk.
Okay. Bye, everybody.
Having a wonderful day. My name is Dr. Boyce Watkins, and I want to say welcome to the Black Financial Channel. And today we're going to talk about the 4 habits of rich people. We're going to talk about the 4 things that were revealed in a certain article that rich people do that other people do not do. So get comfortable, buckle up, seatbelt. We're going to get started on the Black Financial Channel right now. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Welcome to the Black Financial Channel. That's theblackfinancialchannel.com. My name is Dr. Boyce Watkins. I'm your friendly neighborhood finance professor. On the Black Financial Channel and also in the Black Business School, we believe in Black wealth. We believe in Black family. We also believe in helping our people to level up in every single way. We also adopt the B1 philosophy. B1 means Black first. Black first means we put our community at the top of our priority list. Black first means that economics is the key to freedom for our people. Black first means also that we educate our kids on economics so that we can break generational curses. We do not continue them. If you agree with this philosophy, put a hashtag B in the number 1 in the chat, hashtag B1. Let us know that you're Black first and that it's okay to love yourself, because ain't nobody going to love you if you don't love yourself. So I want to say hello to everybody on Instagram. You can follow the Black Financial Channel on Instagram. Also, Alvin Pleasant, Daryl F., Rochelle Harper. Shout out your city, Alicia Smith, Ahmed Hussein, Maurice out of Sarasota, Florida. Good to see you. Good morning, good morning, good morning. All right, so let me hop in here and start off by talking about the topic for today. The topic for today has to do with 4 habits that rich people have that the rest of the public does not. Now, this is not scientific. This is actually based on an article I read today on CNBC. by a guy by the name of Tom Corley. So Tom Corley spent 5 years interviewing 225 millionaires, and he came up with some interesting conclusions on what millionaires do. And also at the end of this conversation, I'm going to give you my stock pick of the week and let you so hang on to the end of the video, and I will give you a stock that I really like that I'm buying right now. As we get started, I want to quickly acknowledge our financial Juneteenth shout out. Rebecca McLean. She runs a channel called the Women of Color Money and Legacy Channel. Rebecca McLean is an MBA, a PCC financial strategist. She talks money matters. She shares knowledge that empowers women of color to achieve financial literacy. So everybody go follow her channel. Her channel is called Women of Color and Legacy, and her name is Rebecca McLean. And I just wanted to give her today's shout out. And if you'd like to get a shout out on this channel, feel free to advertise. Just go to boycewatkins.com. If you're advertising your business or your brand or your platform, or you want to grow your situation, we have about 1 million subscribers on different platforms, and I can shout them out, shout your brand out to all these people. All right, so let me dig into this. All right, so how many of you want to be a millionaire? Give me a yes in the chat if you'd like to be a millionaire or you already are one. Give me a yes in the chat. How many future millionaires do we have? How many of you have kids that are going to be millionaires? Give me a yes in the chat if you have a vision for your family. If you have a dream, just like Dr. King, that your kids and grandkids are going to be doing well financially. Let's be intentional today. Everybody say yes in the chat if you want that for your family. And I have to say this because sometimes I think that we don't want the best for ourselves. I think sometimes we don't want the best for our kids. I've even seen strange situations where you have parents. I don't know if you've ever seen this, parents that are jealous of their kids. And I think that's so weird. Like, how are you jealous of your own offspring? And I think that there are people who really believe that being black means you're supposed to suffer. They believe that being black means you're supposed to be broke, always struggling, barely hanging on. You ever see that? You ever see people trying to compete with horror stories about growing up black? Like they compete. Like, well, I grew up in the hood and I got shot twice before I was 18. Well, I didn't never have no food, and it was me and my single mama. She's working 18 jobs, and that we love to brag about our struggle. We love to it's almost like a badge of honor for some people. Where you hear rappers talk about, it was hard coming up in the hood. It wasn't nothing to eat, and all we had was peanut butter sandwiches with no peanut butter. We like to talk about this. We like this idea of struggle as if somehow that makes us better and purer souls or makes you more black, or you ain't really black if you ain't struggled. Like if you grew up without being severely traumatized, then you ain't really black. You don't know what it's like to be black. Why can't our kids grow up in nice, safe neighborhoods with healthy families and good opportunities and safety and security and all the things that kids are supposed to grow up with? So really, I'm going to just say this. I want you to want your kids to be wealthy. And I also want you to understand that it's not hard to do. If you go to boycewatkins.com, I have a free ebook. I'm giving it away for free. Over 1 million of you have downloaded it. I want 10 million of you to get it. And it's called the $5 a day investing plan. You can buy a copy on Amazon if you want a hard copy, but you don't have to pay. If you want a digital copy, I can send you that for nothing. So go to boycewatkins.com. It's the $5 a day investing plan. It shows you how you can invest $5 a day for your child and put them in a position where they are economically secure for the rest of their lives. Very easy to do. You just got to get started early. You can't wait until they're 20 years old. And when you're bailing them out of jail, trying to save them, you got to save them while they're young. You save them before the problem occurs. The best way to solve a problem is to avoid a problem. So do we understand? Give me a yes in the chat if you follow what I'm saying. So let me hop in here. In this article, I'm going to read some of it to you. Tom Corley says, in 2004, I set out to conduct a 5-year rich habits study to explore how the world's wealthiest people think about their money. Of the 225 millionaires I interviewed, they fell into 4 categories. He said the 4 categories are, and this is, I think this is where he's talking about the four types of rich people. Okay. So he mentions 4 types of rich people. Then he talks about 3 things that they do. So actually maybe the title is a little misleading in that regard. So there's 4 categories. He said there's the super savers. These are people that make saving and investing part of their daily routine. They are constantly thinking about smart ways to grow their wealth. 2, there are the company climbers. The company climbers work for a large company and devote all their time and energy to climbing the corporate ladder until they land a senior executive position with an extremely high salary. There are the virtuosos. They are among the best at what they do, and they're paid a premium for their knowledge and expertise. Formal education, such as advanced degrees in law or medicine, is usually a requirement. And then there are the dreamers. Individuals in this group are all in pursuit of a dream, such as starting their own business, becoming a successful actor, musician, or best-selling author. Dreamers love what they do for a living, and their passion shows up in their bank accounts. That, man, you know what? How many of you identify with one of those, at least one of those four categories? Give me a yes in the chat if you are either a saver investor, a company climber, a virtuoso, or a dreamer. One of those four areas. Give me a yes in the chat, or type the one that you identify with. All right, so here's what I'm seeing, right? I identify with at least three of those categories. The company climber, I'm not a company climber because I don't want to work for anybody. But I used to want to be when I was 20 years old. I got this great internship with GE Aircraft Engines in Boston, and that was my first experience with corporate racism, with that glass ceiling that exists for Black people. This is why I'm a big advocate for the idea that Black men, especially, have to be real careful about going to the corporate plantation because I don't think the opportunities are there for you like they are for other people. I think that they view Black women differently from the way they view Black men. I think Black men, especially straight Black men, are more of a threat. So you're going to experience a lot more racism than other people. So corporate climber, I never wanted to be, but a saver investor. Saving, I do okay with. Investing, I love to invest. I'm really an investaholic. I used to be a spendaholic, but then I realized, wait a minute, I feel just as good when I invest my money as I do when I spend it. So I became an investaholic. So when I have money, I'm always broke. A lot of investors are always broke. And you look at my bank account, you'll say, Boyce, you lying. You ain't making no money. Your checking account ain't got hardly no money in it. Well, the reason that I don't keep a lot of money is because my money's always out there working for me. I've got money invested here and 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 here. Hundreds of shares, hundreds of different companies that I own as far as shares of stock and all that. I love investing. Investing is fun. And that's a habit that served me well. I think it's good to have healthy addictions, if you want to call it that. And investing is something that I just love to do. Virtuosos, they're among the best at what they do, and they're paid a high premium for their knowledge and expertise. I don't know if I'm a virtuoso in finance, but I can tell you what, I got my PhD in finance almost exactly 20 years ago. And so I knew a lot. I knew more than 99.9% of the population 20 years ago. And now I've got 20 years more knowledge on top of that. Literally what I know now, it dominates quadruples what I knew when I finished my doctorate. And when I finished my doctorate, I was pretty smart. I've been teaching college students for a long time. So maybe I'm in that virtuoso category. I don't know. I don't want to brag about that, but I'm pretty good at what I do and I love it. And then there are the dreamers. These are people that want to pursue a dream, owning their own business, become a successful actor, musician, or best-selling author. I think everybody should be a dreamer, man. I don't know. Anybody else a dreamer? I dream all the time. I have so many dreams. I've always had dreams. I have dreams of when our community, when our community becomes the dominant wealth builders throughout the world. I don't believe every single Black person is going to do it, to be honest with you. But I believe that those who really have it, who are on point, you're going to become like the Venus and the Serenas of wealth. Like, think about it. When we put our mind to something, we are so special. Like that melanin just gets to popping and you get to dominating and killing it and destroying everything in your path. And I just believe your kids and grandkids are going to do that. I believe that in the 50, 100 years, our kids are going to be like multi-billionaires. They're going to own major corporations. They're going to own tons of real estate. They're just going to lock it down. I really am convinced of this. I'm seeing it already. We have thousands of kids in our kids programs in the Black Business School, and these kids know more about wealth than most adults do, even at an early age. So make no mistake about it. We are on top of the game. Do me a favor. Hit the thumbs up button. Thumbs up, share, subscribe. And I want to give the next shout out. So I gave a shout out earlier to the sister Rebecca McLean, who runs the Women of Color Money and Legacy channel, which I hope everybody will go subscribe and look up Women of Color Money and Legacy. It's a great YouTube channel where they're talking about all kinds of things that women of color can learn when it comes to wealth, or Black women, whichever term you'd like to use. And then the second shout out is Sherman Ragland. Sherman Ragland is his website is realinvestors.com, and you can go to realinvestors.com/challenge-2s. That's an interesting URL. Sherman, you might want to get a better URL with that. That way people can really find you. But he says, are you looking to get started in real estate investing? Check out Sherman Ragland, a Wharton MBA. He's a Wharton MBA. That's pretty cool. He's mentored over 1,250 people on real estate, quick cash Quick cash, cash flow, legacy, wealth. He has a special 21-day program starting now. Okay, so Sherman Ragland, that sounds pretty awesome. A Wharton MBA. It's hard to get an MBA from Wharton, by the way, so it's really tough. And by the way, if you want to get a shout out for your business, you feel free to advertise on our platform by going to boycewatkins.com. The link is right there. All right, so so let me just finish up here. We were talking about the 4 types of people that become wealthy. They mentioned the saver investors, company climbers, virtuosos, and dreamers. Here are 3 things that they said that they do that's different from everybody else. Number 1, they automated and saved 20% of their net pay. So basically, this is consistent with what I told you guys about the $5 a day investing plan. People don't become rich quickly. They become rich slowly, typically. And I don't want you to fall for that false narrative that you see where somebody signs an NBA contract. Next thing you know, their whole life has changed overnight, or they win the Powerball and everything's better instantly. No, people that become wealthy tend to be people that have a consistent mission and objective. Almost like people who lose weight. You don't lose weight with one workout. You lose weight by making working out a habit for you. Right. So the question is, are you engaged in some sort of financial habit that's going to make you wealthy? If so, you're going to be okay. Number 2, they regularly invest a portion of their savings. So saving consistently is very important, but it is almost impossible in America to become wealthy without investing. If your money is not working for you, if your money's not growing while you sleep, if your money's not in a place where it's going to become, where it's going to bring back its friends, then you're probably not going to get wealthy in this country. That's just kind of how America works. So make sure you are investing consistently in addition to savings. They said because savers investors consistently invest their savings, their money compounded over time. When they started, this compound interest was not very significant. But after 10 years, they began to accumulate significant wealth. Toward the final years of their working lives, the savers investors' wealth grew to an average of 3.3 million. The millionaires who pursued a dream and started a business did not have the ability to invest their savings, particularly in the early stages of pursuing their dreams. Whatever savings they did have were used as working capital in order to fund their dream. Interesting, however, once most of these dreamer entrepreneurs achieved success in the form of available cash flow, they immediately pivoted and began to invest their savings. So what they're saying is that in the beginning, the entrepreneur, it sucks up all your money. Any other entrepreneurs know what I'm talking about, where you literally feel like all your cash is just being eaten up by this company. A small company that you start up is like a little hungry baby. A hungry baby eats up all the food. All they do is eat, sleep, and you know what. So they just pretty much suck up all the food. They don't really add a lot of value to your life, and you're kind of like, gosh, this baby's hard to take care of. But then the baby grows up. They hit a different stage in their maturity, and maybe that baby becomes someone that you can, if you have a farm, the baby can help you on the farm, or if you have other kids, the baby can help you babysit. I used to babysit for my mother, and my brother that I used to babysit now is actually one of the most important executives in my company and he's helped me make millions of dollars over time. So ultimately, that investment in something small becomes a payback in something big, right? So companies have life cycles and stages just like people do. And so a company starts off sucking up all your money. If you do it right, though, eventually you get into that stage, what they call the free cash flow stage, where you become a cash cow sort of company. You're not spending all your money on growth anymore. You're actually being able to pull cash out in the form of a dividend or whatever you want to do. And that allows you to take that money and pivot and start investing in other spaces. Okay. So that's what they're talking about. Number 3, they said they were extremely frugal. They said that one of the common denominators for saver investors, big company climbers, and virtuosos is that they were frugal. For these millionaires, frugality began the moment they received their first paycheck. For dreamer entrepreneurs, it started the moment their dream created enough cash flow to enable them to save and invest. Being frugal requires 3 things. 1, awareness, being aware of how you spend your money. 2, focusing on quality, spend your money on quality products and services. 3, bargain shopping, spending the least amount of money possible by shopping around for the lowest price. Now, let me just be clear. First and foremost, I got a confession to make. I'm not good in the frugality piece. I'm not going to lie. I am. If I were a basketball team, I'd be like that team that doesn't play the best defense, but their offense is so good that they outscore the other team. Right. So I might give away, my basketball. If I were a basketball team, I might give away 110 points a game, but I'm going to score 130 points a game. So I still win every game by 20. Right. So I'm like if you remember basketball, one of the best teams ever was the Las Vegas UNLV team back in the early 90s. Anybody remember that? Where they used to do that? They used to let the other team score 100 points, but then they scored like 130. I've always been kind of like that. So I've always spent a lot. but I've always made more than I spent, right? Because I learned a long time ago that when you want to get in alignment with your budget, you don't always have to cut costs. You can actually increase your revenue. You can go find other ways to make money, find side hustles, make investments, do all these other things. However, that frugality piece is really interesting because one of the things you have to be cautious about is the impact that culture has on your economic situation. Let me ask you this. Give me a yes or no. Do rappers who have a huge first of all, let's ask two questions. I'm connected. I want everybody to answer. One, do you think rappers have some impact on the way Black people think? Are rappers influential in the Black community? Give me a yes or no. Are rappers influential in the Black community? Somebody type yes in the chat or no if you think rappers have no influence and young people don't listen to rappers and they don't pay attention to anything. Rappers, they are really any entertainers. Okay. Yes. Okay. I see yeses. Derek and Beth and Denise. Okay. We're on the same page. Good. All right. Thank you, Mona. Okay. So I'm going to ask the second question. Do rappers tend to promote a culture of frugality that leads to wealth? Yes or no? When rappers are influencing people, remember rappers were the first social media influencers even before there was social media. Do rappers promote frugality? Do they promote cautious and careful spending? Do they promote retaining your wealth? Do they promote protecting your resources when they're influencing our people on what to do with their money? No, the answer is no. They're doing this. The whole video, making it rain. Gucci this, Prada that, Louis this, went to the club, bought the bar, put $100,000 in a stripper thong, which that just sounds nasty. But really, that's what it is. That's that culture that's out there, right? And I really need you to understand how the culture affects the fact that so many people stay broke. I watched this BET. Remember BET? Y'all know me. I got to always tell the truth about this stuff. We all know BET is not owned by Black people, which makes it very dangerous that they shape so much Black culture. They had a segment of a show called Blew the Bag. And what they did was they would tell stories about people, Black people mostly. They were all Black, I think, who got a bunch of money and blew the bag. And so I watched this episode that it was very serious, but I think people just laughed about it. They didn't understand what this really, really meant. So there was a guy on there who had like 2-3 kids with some babies' mamas and everything. And he won the lotto or something. He won like, a few $100,000. And he said that he blew the bag because he took all the money. He had a big party in Vegas. He bought up every room on the floor, on that floor, and had strippers and liquor, and literally spent like $500,000 in a couple of weeks. And he was sitting there laughing about the fact that that God gave him this opportunity to rise out of his situation, and he chose to go right back into poverty. Now, what that made me think about was that saying that that poor stands for passing over opportunities repeatedly. Passing over opportunities repeatedly. So here, this brother, pay attention now. He had an opportunity to get out of poverty, but he didn't want to get out of poverty. He wanted to stay broke. He wanted to go right back to where he started from. And this really was a great example of something my grandmother used to talk about, is that your actions and behaviors tell the universe where you really want to be. If you take a guy that really is used to being in jail all the time and you let him out and give them opportunities, some of those guys will go right back to jail because that's where they're comfortable. Or you take somebody out of the hood, you give them some opportunity, you give them some money, put some money in their pocket, clean them up, put them in a good situation. Some people will go right back to the hood. And why? Well, why is that? Well, because of maybe the way they respond to the world, the culture that they've sort of embraced, the culture they've internalized. Now, I'm not saying hood culture is bad. I'm not saying that being poor makes you a terrible person, because that would make me terrible because I was born poor. But I will say that I know one difference in our household growing up was that my parents were real big on mentality and choices and accountability and a lot of things that were very different from my friends. I can't think of one single friend I used to play with when I was a little boy who ended up in a good situation growing up. It's about 6 guys, cousins on different sides of the family, cousins and play cousins. And I literally could not think of. And there was a lot of drugs, a lot of just tough, bad situations, and I was sort of reverse engineered that, and I said, what was the difference in our household? I said, oh, I get it. It was accountability. You know, it wasn't like we were making straight A's and we were lily white, wonderful kids or anything. I mean, we were, you know, we messed up like everybody else, but there was something about the accountability piece that is different from what you see in terms of our community sometimes, where there are people who will make an excuse for anything. You know, the mother who has the son who has 8 babies mamas never holds him accountable for all the babies mamas. You know, never says like you need to be a man and take care of all them damn kids instead of populating the earth and not handling your responsibility. So ultimately we got to understand the importance of culture on these things, and just sort of realize that millionaires don't go blow the bag. Millionaires are not people that consistently throw away opportunities. Millionaires are not people that look for ways to give their money away at every available chance. It doesn't mean they don't have nice stuff. It doesn't mean they can't buy luxury cars. I will confess, I have a nice car. My wife has a nice car too. But the difference is just priorities. You know, we don't buy the nice car before we make the nice investment. We don't take the nice vacation before we're putting in a nice amount of extra work to build toward whatever we're trying to accomplish. We don't go spend money on nonsense before we spend money on the things that really matter in our lives. So that is really what they're saying, is it's about prioritizing. It doesn't mean taking all those things out of your life. It just means making sure your priorities are right. All right. So anyway, with that said, I told you guys I would give you my stock pick of the week. And I'm going to do that in 1 second. Just hold on. Do me a favor, hit the thumbs up button, thumbs up, share, subscribe. And I want to give reiterate my shout out earlier. Sherman Ragland. If you go to realinvestors.com/challenge-2S, that's I'm gonna put the link in the bio. That way we can see it there. He's basically saying that if you want to get into real estate investing, you can check out Sherman, who's a Wharton MBA, who's mentored over 1,250 people on real estate, quick cash, cash flow, legacy wealth, etc. He has a 21-day program, and I encourage you guys to go check that out. And this brother, I don't know much about his business directly. I just know that he did request a shout out. And if you'd like a shout out on your business, that is, you can advertise on the platform by going to boycewatkins.com. And the other shout out is Rebecca McLean. Rebecca runs the Women of Color Money and Legacy channel, and she's also an MBA, and she talks money matters and things like that. This is a smart sister, and the key thing that's really interesting about this is that we have so many smart people in our community. I personally believe that one area where we can actually build $1 trillion or more in Black wealth is by doing what I call the Great Redirect. The Great Redirect means redirecting our resources to where, you know, if I want my kid to really learn about economics, I'm not going to send them necessarily to Iowa State University or some university that's run by people outside of my community where I give them $250,000 of my Black wealth. There are smart Black people right here in your community. A lot of them are teaching things online. There are so many brilliant people. We work with Julian Gordon, who's the dean of our real estate school in the Black Business School. And Julian can get you into a multifamily house faster than a lot of the real estate professors on college campuses. So these are the kinds of people that I'm encouraging my kids to learn from, not just from the university, but also remember that there are Black people who understand the Black experience. They can help you get there faster. And I really want to see these people get more attention than the ignorance, right? Where they tend to highlight the ignorance in our community. I don't want to see that. I want them to highlight the intelligence. So my stock pick of the week is actually Amazon. Based on my research, I have reason to believe that Amazon has hit pretty close to, if not totally hit a bottom in their stock price. And once the economy starts to improve and the market starts to improve and the Fed starts to slow down quantitative tightening, I have the expectation that Amazon is going to be a banger as far as stocks, and it's going to really do an amazing job in terms of making money. And by the way, if you want to join us in stock market investing class, you can go to boycewatkins.com and do a free trial in my class. We do stocks on Tuesday, Powernomics on Wednesday, and stock options on Thursday. Those are different spaces you can join us in the Black Business School. Plus, we have a lot of other stuff going on, crypto and everything else. So everybody, please have a wonderful day. God bless you. It was real. It was great hanging out with you. And I will see you all soon. So take care. Bye-bye. Jackson. If you put the questions in the chat, I may or may not see them. I'll try, but I can't look at two screens at once. So, but if you put your, I'm gonna look at one spot. That's gonna be in the Q&A section within this Zoom webinar, and also to anybody listening outside of the Zoom, you should just know if you want to send me a question to answer, I will answer it in the inside the Zoom, which you can join at boycewatkins.com. Let's see. Now, someone said, "Will the conference be live?" I don't know if Dr. Frazier is doing the Power Networking Conference via live stream, but I do think that the conference is very important because networking is really important in terms of learning how to connect with other people and trust other people, and just realizing that you have people in your community that are doing amazing things. You know, you have people in your community. I met a guy today who told me his name was Paris, and he told me that he developed a whole platform where they were buying real estate using artificial intelligence, and he was making tens of millions of dollars, doing tens of millions of dollars in transactions on this artificial intelligence real estate platform and shortening the amount of time it takes to do real estate deals. And he seemed like a really smart brother, like almost like a computer geek in a kind of way. But I say geek in a good way because I was geekish too, and I was really impressed. So you'd be amazed at how many people in your community are just doing the most amazing things. Now, how many of you? I don't know how many of you are going to the All Black National Convention. Give me a yes if you're going to the All Black National Convention or if you're thinking about it. The All Black National Convention is going to happen October 28th through the 30th in Charlotte, North Carolina. And in fact, what I'll do is I'll actually share my screen. Maybe that's a good place to kind of start a conversation today, because the convention that's our flagship event within the Black Business School. That is what we that is the event. It's not actually just a Black Business School event though. It's sponsored by a lot of different people from the community. There's a lot of interesting things happening there. And I can't share my screen, but if you remember last year, it was a lot of fun. We had Victory Boyd and her family performed at the convention, and it was extraordinary, and just an amazing event. And so this year we have a long list of experts and panelists from all walks of life, business strategy experts. We have lots of people from the spaces of politics, entertainment, relationships, the real estate millionaires and billionaires. The former CEO of the Air Jordan brand, Larry Miller, is going to join us this year. Larry Miller is the guy who is responsible for taking Michael Jordan's company from 300 million a year to 3 billion a year, I think it's about 3 billion. And so they became so big that they actually were able to compete with Nike. So it's kind of a big deal. This is going to be in Charlotte, North Carolina, October 28th. If you'd like to learn more, just go to boycewatkins.com. We're also going to have speed dating for those of you that are looking to meet somebody nice, somebody that's B1 and intelligent. If you're tired of dating idiots, this is a good place to meet somebody nice. Also, we're going to have all kinds of events focus on business and things like business and investing in crypto. We're going to have things related to health, politics, relationships, all kinds of stuff. Just a lot of really good stuff, a lot of really good people. And if you haven't been to the convention before, you're going to love it. If you have kids, we have a children's track where the children will be learning their own curriculum during the convention. So even your kids are going to be smarter. Bring your dog. Your dog will be smarter by the time the convention's over too. We don't have a dog education program though, but still, I mean, the idea is that the energy is really, really good, and I think you're really going to love it. Now let's see here. Questions. Let's see. Suggestions how one should begin investing for retirement at age 55. Well, if you are 55, then that's a very late time to start investing for retirement. Retirement should be something you start investing for when you're like 20, less than 25 years old. A lot of people wait until they get to their 30s and 40s, and it is absolutely insane to wait to past the age of 35 or 40 because you don't have enough time. You know, it's like if somebody says, drive to California, and let's say you've got a month to get there. Well, that's easy. But let's say you wait and you've only got a day and a half. Well, now you got to drive 200 miles an hour or 150 miles an hour. You still might not make it on time, right? It's going to be a very uncomfortable drive. So the idea with retirement is you want to start early. Now, if you want to retire at 55 and you're young, then that's easy to do. Just go. They have financial calculators that your investment advisor would have access to. They can tell you how much you can invest. Or another benchmark might be the $5 a day investing plan. If you go to boycewatkins.com, you can find it there. The $5 a day investing plan is a free ebook that you guys can have. You can buy it on Amazon if you want a hard copy, but if you just want the free e-copy, just go to boycewatkins.com. It's right there. And the $5 a day investing plan shows you mathematically that if you invest $5 a day, within 10 years, if you just randomly put it in different stocks, you don't even have to pick your stocks. You don't have to know anything about the stock market except how to download the Acorns app and put $5 a day in, which is something I can show you how to do in about 3 minutes. And literally after 10 years, you have approximately $29,000. After 20 years, you have about $102,000. After 30 years, you have about $250,000. So if you do $10 a day, then that becomes $500,000. If you're doing $15 a day, that becomes $750,000. If you do $20 a day, that becomes a whole million. So $20 a day, a lot of people, that's $600 a month. There are people who spend more than $600 a month on their car note. There are people that give away 3 times that amount for rent to a landlord, which is they flush that much down the toilet. So ultimately, just understand that there is a ton of resources that you have at your disposal. And the key idea is having some percentage of those resources going toward long-term economic benefit. Will Dr. Anderson be joining us next week, Jeanette? Well, he wasn't feeling well this week. I'm hoping he feels better next week. And that's all I can say on that. So Dr. Anderson is going to try to join us. I know he wanted to try tonight. He couldn't make it, but today I wanted to just do a Q&A and answer a lot of your questions for today. Let's see here. William says, it was good seeing you in Detroit, Dr. Watkins. Yeah, it's good seeing you too, William. Yeah, I was in Detroit for Herb Strather, who's a multimillionaire real estate guy who's done over $1 billion in real estate deals. He had an event in Detroit last week, the Black Wealth Builders Summit. It was really awesome. And I'm going to tell you, when you get into the rooms and get around people that are doing things like this, and anybody could have walked in that room, it wasn't free, but anybody could walk in that room, and just being in spaces like that shows you how much money there is out there. There was a guy on the stage who started off with pretty much nothing, and I think it sounded like he was running hundreds of millions of dollars worth of real estate. And so real estate is the key to wealth. If you want to build wealth, if you put it this way, you can't really get wealthy in America if you don't either own real estate or own stocks or own some sort of a business. You have to have something that's going to grow and make money while you sleep. Do you support the Black Achievement Fund, Mr. Tucker? I don't know about the Black Achievement Fund. I've never heard of it. There's a group in Louisville, Kentucky called Black Achievers. And last year, my wife and I gave them $20,000 to fund their banquet. I'm going to give them more money in the future. But also we support we try to channel our money to a limited number of projects so we can really have an impact. So the other place that we gave money to was King Randall, who's a 23-year-old kid, actually built a school. A lot of people are talking about building schools and it should take a decade to do and $10 billion. King Randall is 23 years old. He just turned 23 and he literally built an entire school called the Life Prep Academy for Boys down in Albany, Georgia. And he also had the X for Boys, which is another organization he was running. And he's such a great young guy. And I went down and supported a couple of his events. We wrote him a check. I'm going to write him another check because I support what he's doing. And I just really hope that we don't find excuses not to support young people that are really trying to do the right thing. And he's just getting it done. He's building where he stands. He's not doing any grand gestures of trying to just, talk about it for 8 years. Everybody does that. There's so many people on the internet that just do a lot of talking and ain't really getting anything done. But we like them because they sound good when they're on YouTube. But there's a difference between those people and the people that are actually building things that you can sink your teeth into. So King Randall is very impressive. Yes, Shamika, he's extremely impressive. He's been on my platform. I supported him because I saw Roland Martin kind of beating up on him because he was getting some support from people on both sides of the aisle. He was getting support from Democrats and from Republicans. And I guess Roland was beating up on him because he wasn't supporting some Democratic initiative down in Georgia. And I just said, this is the silliest thing in the world, to have I felt embarrassed. I said, gosh, a 50-something-year-old black man should not be beating up on a 23-year-old trying to do the right thing just because you're not in the same political party. I just thought that was the weirdest thing in the world. And it made me very, very sad. And that was why I reached out and said, I called this kid up and I said, come on my platform and I'm going to write you a check just to show you that I don't care what your politics is. I don't care what your politics are. I don't care what party you vote for. I'm not here to be some sort of gangster for the Democratic Party or some thug for the Republican Party. I'm here to just support Black initiatives that are going to help our kids get what they need. help them get what they need. See, a lot of us get stuff caught up in this political stuff. And really, at the end of the day, I want to ask y'all a basic question. I want everybody to answer this question. Give me a yes or no. Give me a yes or no. I asked this on the panel today at the Power Networking Conference, which I'm down at in Houston right now. I was moderating the panel. I asked him a basic question. I said, there's a brother named Tony Jackson. And I asked Tony this question on the panel. I said, Tony, do you believe, and he gave a great answer, by the way. He agreed with me. He understood where I was coming from. I said, do you believe that with all the racism in America and all the challenges in America, do you believe that a hardworking, educated, disciplined black man can become wealthy and successful in America? Yes or no? Do you believe, give me a yes or no. Do y'all believe that? Do you believe that a black man or black woman, I mean, again, with all the politics and everything, do you believe that if they make the right choices, if they pick up a book instead of a blunt, if they're hustling instead of sitting on the couch all day, if they are working their butts off every day and making good choices every day, if they're saving and investing instead of spending and blowing their money, do you believe that that black person in a racist, horrible country like America can become wealthy and successful and happy and prosperous? Yes or no? Everybody answer. I see a lot of yeses. And to me, that's all you need to know. To me, that's it. That's the answer. I'm not saying that the politics are irrelevant. I'm not saying that the Democrats or the Republicans are our buddies. They're showing you that they're not. They're showing you they ain't gonna give you nothing. They're showing you they don't have your back. Why are you waiting for them to have your back? They've let you know very clearly they don't like you. So now what are you gonna do? Keep begging them to like you? Keep waiting for them to like you? Or are you gonna learn to love yourself enough to do the things you need to do to be successful? We have every single thing we need to allow any person in our community that wants to be rich and successful to get there. Your ancestors had a different experience. You had black men and black women that did the right thing, that worked extremely hard, that saved and invested their money, that read every book, that were not given opportunities just because they were black, or weren't given opportunities because they were slaves, or weren't given opportunities because of the law. But ain't no law out here that I know of that says that you can't get up and pick up a book and read that book and get the knowledge in that book. I don't know a law anywhere in America. You tell me about a law. If there's a law, that we'll go protest that law. I've never seen a law anywhere that says that when you get that extra money, you can put it in your savings account or your investment account and not go spend it down at Walmart, Target, or the liquor store, or wherever you spend your money. So my point is to say, what are you waiting for? There's no law saying that a black man is not allowed to take care of his children and love his children. So that most of the challenges that you are witnessing are psychological challenges. Most of the challenges you're witnessing are the result of bad, and I dare say alien, racist culture. And you've internalized that. So let's stop the crap. Let's stop it. I mean, I don't want to sit around all day and complain about what Joe Biden did and what Donald Trump's gonna do and all this other stuff when you ain't even doing what you gotta do. You're not even doing what you gotta do. So I just think that it's silly. The whole conversation at this point. If you answer that basic fundamental question, can a black man or black woman who works hard, educates himself, saves and invests their money, can that person become wealthy in America? If the answer to that question is yes, and that's all you need, you're not going to get white people's permission to be prosperous. You're not going to get their approval. They're not going to clap for you. They're like the way they would clap for you if you were gay, or clap for you if you're a feminist. They're not going to do that. They're not going to ever clap. You have to clap for you. So that's simple. It's very, very simple. Stop making it complicated, people. Stop making it complicated. Now, some of you mentioned one of you mentioned that the convention, the link to the convention, you can't find it on the website. I didn't look at the website, but what I'll do is I'll add it. I have to double check the entire site, but what I'm going to do is go ahead and just put it up here at the top. And the All Black National Convention, or if you go to allblacknationalconvention.com, you can find it there too. But it should also be on my website too. And I believe it's there, but I don't have the time to look for it. So what I'm actually going to do is just make it easy. It's right there at the very top now. So if you'd like to go ahead and get your passes for the convention, or if you'd like to be a vendor at the convention, lots of vendors show up every year to sell their goods. Lots of people are there to buy black. There's plenty of opportunities to do that. So just go to boycewatkins.com or allblacknationalconvention.com. You should be able to find it up there. Okay, so let me look here and find more of your questions here. So give me a second. And by the way, if you're listening outside the Zoom, if you want me to see your questions, just join the book club. It's totally free. If you go to blackkeystogreatness.com, that's blackkeystogreatness.com, you can actually come inside the Zoom, and that's where I'll see your question. Right now, I'm only answering questions to people that are inside the Zoom, inside the chat, but I am letting people outside kind of listen in if you want to listen in and enjoy the conversation. All right, so let me see. What's the next question here? Karen says, can I obtain my real estate license through the Black Business School? What we actually have is we have a program in the Black Business School. If you email support@theblackbusinessschool.com, the support team, that's support@theblackbusinessschool.com, they can guide you to a real estate program that was taught by a group of real estate agents. And they were showing people how to become real estate agents, how to get your license, all that, all the steps to get there. We don't have the official ability to grant you your license, but we do have people there that were training people to get prepared to get their license. So the answer is yes and no, I guess. I guess that's a good way to answer that question. Let's see here. Give me 1 second. Okay. All right. Next question is Alicia. I like that name. Alicia Walker says, is Robinhood just as good as Acorns for the $5 a day, or Wealthfront for the same through IRA? Yep. Any app works. All the app has to be able to do is allow you to make consistent deposits on a weekly basis. That's it. Just remember the pathway to wealth, the road to wealth is straightforward. It's simple. There's no whites only sign on that road unless you put one up, you put one there. And literally, it's that straightforward. It's something that's so simple. And I dare say it this way, but I don't want to offend anybody when I say it this way. But, even a monkey can do it. And I say monkey, not because I'm trying to be racial, but because they actually did an experiment with monkeys where they taught monkeys how to invest. And they found that the monkeys were able to be taught to invest by throwing darts at a wall. And they also found that when the monkeys invested, they were able to make as much money as the experts on Wall Street. And the reason is because of something called the efficient markets hypothesis, which is an old theory that was supported by a lot of people, including Burton Malkiel in his book, A Random Walk Down Wall Street in 1971, where literally because of the efficient markets hypothesis, you don't necessarily need to know anything about stocks in order to buy stocks and do so successfully. All you have to do is make sure you avoid taking bad advice from your friends. But literally, if you just randomly went into the stock market every week and just bought different stocks every time, you literally would have you'd have far more wealth than someone who sat on the sidelines. The biggest mistake people make when it comes to investing is to be too scared to invest, because you miss everything. You miss all the upturns. Right now, if you're watching the stock market, you see a lot of money being made right this moment. And a lot of people aren't getting any of that money right now. Like literally the market, go look, the stock market's been on a roar the last week and a half. I hope you guys are investing. If you're not investing, please do that, because the stock market's been on a roar. They're making money. I'm making money by going to sleep. I go to sleep and I wake up and I have another few $1,000s in my account. Like, it's that easy to make money when you're just consistently investing. And why is that? Well, because you got to be positioned to benefit from the upturn. You have to be ready to benefit. So people that were consistently buying when the markets were going down, those are the people that own those assets when the prices start going up. That's how people make money from gentrification. They didn't go buy property in the hood when the value went up. They didn't buy after the gentrification took place. That's for the suckers. That's for the people that want to live in the fancy condos and pay $1 million each for a condo in a neighborhood where 20 years ago you could buy a $10,000 house. Hey, literally, think about this. You have people buying $1 million condos now in neighborhoods where just 2 decades ago those houses were going for $5,000 or $10,000 and nobody wanted them. The people that build the wealth in this country are the people who buy when it's cheap. The people that show up late after everything gets expensive, those are the people that end up losing money. So what stocks are there to buy now? Well, my favorite stock of the week was actually Amazon. In the stock market class, those of you that are in the stock market class, I put a list of stocks in there for you guys every single week. So if you want to try the stock market program, you can do a free trial for a free month. Just go to boycewatkins.com and the link should be on my website. Let's see. Wayne says, Dr. Watkins, is there anyone or any organizations out there who are dealing with or leasing land in the South for farming? That I do not know, Wayne. I'm sorry. If anybody is in the chat and you know, feel free to share some information, but I don't know anybody that's doing that. Jan says, Dr. Boyce, in the Understanding Stock Market Terms lecture, you discussed the future value of an annuity calculator. Let's see here. Then to do an equation, you were teaching to change your mind. Oh, yeah. So the future value annuity calculation, you can find one at calculatorsoup.com. Yep. So future value of an annuity basically shows you how much your money is going to be worth if you invest it consistently at a certain interest rate. Kelvin says, what is King Randall's donation information? If you look up the X for Boys, I think it's called the X for Boys. Let me see. If I type in the X for Boys in Google, yeah, there we go. The x4boys.org, THE, the X for Boys, and that's the letter X, the x4boys.org. There's a donate button right at the top of the page. So you can feel free to leave a donation for King Randall at thexforboys.com. Somebody please type that in the chat for anybody that missed it the first 3 times I said it. All right. Let's see. If the majority of people live in paycheck to paycheck outside of investments, do you have any other ideas to strive in the economy? Yeah, I would say that in the beginning, you might have to crawl before you walk. So crawling before you walk means that, everybody has a little bit of extra money. Almost everybody. I'm not saying that everybody's rich. I'm not saying that everybody's got it easy. We know a lot of us have it hard. A lot of us started off having it hard. And so, when I had it hard, when I didn't have any money, I tried to gain the resources that didn't cost me any money. Knowledge really doesn't cost you a whole lot of money. Even if you start at the beginning, you don't have any money to even pay someone to teach you things. There's still places you can go to get knowledge for free until you get a little bit of money where you can actually pay to learn. And I paid a lot of money for education and all that stuff. I was in debt like everybody else, all that stuff. And so I would start there by getting the things that are free, which is the knowledge. The average millionaire spends 20 hours a month studying how to get wealthy. So the question is, how much are you behaving like a millionaire? So if you're spending 30, 45 minutes a day just looking for different ways to make money, understanding things, even without making any moves yet, then you're going to be ahead of a lot of people, because a lot of people don't make money because they just don't know where to go get it. They don't know how it works. They don't know, again, it's like if I was trying to be a great basketball player, but I refused to go into the if I refuse to go onto the basketball court, then I'm never going to be a good basketball player. Okay. So by the way, if you have a question, put it in the Q&A section inside the Zoom and I'll see your question. Anybody who's outside the Zoom that wants to come in, just go to blackkeystogreatness.com. You can join the book club for free and I can see your question. All right. So Diane Parker says, Dr. Watkins, do you have a team of young men and women working with Dr. Anderson on this curriculum project for the Black Business School, the one he mentioned as a starter to your new Black Business School program? No, I do not. We have a team, but it's not a massive team. And the thing about a team is that it takes time to sort of build teams. It's really, really hard. I don't talk about it that much because I don't dwell in the negativity or anything, but it's really, really hard sometimes to bring in people that are not part of the team because you have to vet people. The people I've worked with for years, because some of you, if you follow the internet, you've seen times where we've worked with people and it didn't work out. And the person then gets mad because they wanted some money from us or something. And they'll say, oh, Dr. Boyce is a terrible person, when really it's because we had a business negotiation and they wanted us to give them something we could not give them. We're like, look, I know you want more money, but we can't give it to you because we don't have those resources, and then next thing you know, they get mad and whatever. And it just becomes like a complete shit show because there's a lot of, unfortunately, as great as our community can be, there's also some toxicity and a lot of pain that can come out of that, where people get triggered and get mad, and and I just don't respond to it. Just so you know, I don't acknowledge it. I'm not going to pay attention to it, especially if I know that we did right by you or we had to part ways with you, so there was like one person that was screaming for years, Dr. Boyce is bad. He's a terrible person. And we built that whole person's career. We put $100,000 in that person's pocket and that person was behaving in such a toxic way that we just parted ways. I just said, you're fired, you're out of here, just go. I don't care what you tell the world. And so then when they go and they tell any story, and people will believe any crazy thing you say about a black man, so they'll go and scream and holler about it. And all I can do is just ignore. You can't fight every crazy person on the planet or every idiot. You just have to keep going forward with your mission. So long story short, that's part of the reason why you don't see me able. I build some teams, but I have to build them very carefully and very slowly, because what we're doing here, in my view, is very sacred. It's very important in terms of what the impact that it's having. I would guarantee you, I don't think there's anywhere else on the internet where people are doing what we're doing. I haven't seen anything out there that's doing what we're doing on the level that we're doing it, right? And so to me, that means you have to protect it. And sometimes protecting it means not just protecting it from the racists that are out there. It might mean protecting it from some of the black people that are into maybe jealous competition or just have the wrong energy. So long story short, I keep it real tight. You're not going to really see me just sort of out here, mixing it up with just anybody, because not everybody understands what we're trying to do. But I believe in it deeply. I know that it works. It's based on scientific research. When I talk to you guys about what it takes to become wealthy or a millionaire and all this other, this is easy to do. It's very simple stuff. What the hard part is confronting toxic culture. The hard part is it's like losing weight. It's easy to lose weight, actually, if you do exactly what you're supposed to do. There's almost no overweight person who doesn't have a serious medical condition where if they simply got up every day and spent 30 minutes doing what a trainer told them to do and ate what a trainer told them to eat, there's almost no person that wouldn't start losing weight. There's nobody. If a trainer says, okay, 30 minutes a day, I want you to run until you sweat, and then I want you to eat these vegetables, eat this specific food, the person's going to lose weight. It's not complicated. What's complicated is dealing with all of the bad habits the person may have, and all of the brainwashing and the conscious and subconscious reasons that the person chooses to overeat, or why the person doesn't follow through on the promises that they make to themselves, dealing with the lack of discipline that may be embedded in their culture, dealing with the habit that they have of picking up a bag of Doritos every time they sit down and watch TV. I know this as a person who went through that journey of losing weight. I always knew what I needed to do to lose weight. I didn't have to take a class to learn that, but it was doing it that was the hard part, right? So what we're trying to do really as a community is we're trying to shift culture. So if you ever wonder why I might repeat myself, sometimes I repeat myself a lot. I say things, if y'all who've been listening to me a lot, sometimes I'll repeat stuff just because I need you to hear it over and over. I need you to hear it 18 times, 20 times a month, because I want it to sink in, and once it sinks in, you're off to the moon. Okay, so I want you to win. I want to help you succeed. So there's my 2 cents on that. Jasmine says, it seemed like I did the calculations wrong, or maybe the calculator wasn't the right one. No, I think the calculator soup one is good. If you look up future value of an annuity calculator, they're all over the place. There should be one if you log in at the blackstockmarketprogram.com. There should be one inside that program. Will Dr. Wesley Muhammad or anybody be from the NOI be at the ABNC? Asked Ryan. Yeah, I believe the team secured Riza Islam. I want to say Nuri Muhammad or Akila Nihanda. I can't remember everybody exactly, but I love the Nation of Islam, and I think the Nation of Islam, as far as how they deal with blackness, the structures of the way they view family and working together and building things. I think that's a great template to pay attention to in terms of what the community could do if we do our best. Reginald says, okay, Reginald, I see you have a question about the Black Business School. If anybody has a question about the Black Business School or your membership, just write this email down. It's support@theblackbusinessschool.com. That's support@theblackbusinessschool.com. Don't forget that THE. Support@theblackbusinessschool.com. We have a whole support team that's waiting right there to answer your emails. They can answer any message, any question you have about your membership or anything like that. We want to take good care of you, make sure you're happy. Kevin, how do we get rid of the continuous meritorious manumission and Willie Lynch teachings applied to our people right now? I think some accountability is called for, and I do a little bit of that. Sometimes I'll call something out that I don't like, but at the same time, I don't think you're going to get rid of all of it. I think sometimes instead of stopping someone from doing something you don't like, I think that the best response is to do more of what you do like. So sometimes I don't really know if you can stop every every person in the community that isn't trying to do the right thing. What you can do though is you can do more of the right thing. If I just have, then that's honestly that's a little secret. That's one of the ways I deal with, even when I see when I see maybe a critic or someone who doesn't like what I'm doing or doesn't like me or something like that. Well, I just do more. I just do more me. I do more me because I believe in what I'm doing. I believe in what we're doing. I believe in this mission. And so to me, it's like, if you talk about that negative thing one time, I'm going to talk about the positive thing 475 times. Right. And so the positive will drown out the negative. It's just like if you have a McDonald's and you're trying to get people to eat more McDonald's hamburgers, you could do a commercial and say, don't eat at Wendy's. Wendy's is bad. Don't eat at Burger King. Burger King's bad. But McDonald's doesn't do that. McDonald's just runs more McDonald's commercials, right? Because they know that it's a battle. Like, okay, we need to take up brain space that Burger King might be taking. So there's a competition, but it's more parallel as opposed to conflicting. You don't have to conflict with every idea you disagree with. You don't have to fight with every trifling Negro. You ain't got to fight with those relatives who don't get it. Don't fight with them. Just go and kick ass and take names and succeed. And then they're going to be watching you. They're going to notice you because your energy will be so strong. It's like I compare it to the sun. The sun doesn't compete with the planets. The sun's not competing with other suns. The sun's not competing with anything else in the solar system. All the sun does is it shines brighter and has more luminous power than any other object inside the solar system. As a result of the sun's massive power, all the other objects revolve around the sun. Not because they made an agreement or the sun talked them into it or the sun beat them up and forced them into submission per se. The sun just shined. And because the power, the energy of the sun, because of the sun's power on various levels, everybody's just responding to what the sun's doing. So what I would say is, in your family, just go be the sun. Just go shine. Just go be great. Succeed. Win. Do your best. Give 100%. Show up with a lot of energy. And eventually what you'll see is that people will just naturally gravitate towards you. They will naturally follow you. They will naturally respond to you. Sometimes they may talk bad about you, right? But they're good. But even when they're talking bad about you, they're still honoring you. You got to understand that. See, the worst thing people can do is not talk about you at all. But when they're talking about you, they're honoring you. They're honoring your power. They're not honoring you by saying, I like you. They're honoring you by saying, damn, you're there and I can't act like you're not. I must acknowledge you. I must respect what's happening here, right? So if the Chicago Bulls are playing the LA Lakers, they don't like each other. They're not going to clap for each other when they score a basket. They're going to play hard defense. They're going to prepare, right? And that's still a type of respect. They're acknowledging each other by saying, man, if we don't prepare, the Lakers are going to kick our butt. So ultimately, that's what it is. I don't look for anybody to just sit around and just say how much they like me. And I appreciate those of you who do. It's nice. I appreciate that. But even my enemies honor me as much as my friends do, because we are here. We are doing this. And you must show up at the table with all your energy and all your ducks in a row, ready to kick butt and take names, so that even people that hate your guts say, damn, here they come again. Here he comes. You got it? I hope that makes sense. Okay. Let's see. All right, next question. Let's see. When Ice Cube presented his platinum platform to Trump when he was president, was it Trump or our politicians that turned it down? Ice Cube did not present the platinum platform. As you know, I worked with Ice Cube very closely during his political thing. I remember him going on CNN. We talked right before he went on CNN. We talked about, we kind of strategized on some points he can make on the show. And then after the show, he called me and we were talking a little bit more. And we talked a lot. And one of the things I can tell you from the bottom of my heart is that Ice Cube was really trying to do the right thing. And I wouldn't have sat around and talked to him if I didn't feel that way. I remember I had conversations with other people and I wasn't as convinced. I talked to Kanye West. I like him. I think he's trying in his own way, but I feel like Kanye's still a little bit, it's like something about being like in this celebrity space. And, all these white people are giving you money and whatever, and they'll pay you money to act like an idiot. I'm not saying Kanye's an idiot, but sometimes he acts like an idiot. I'm just gonna be honest with you. Sometimes he's a genius, sometimes he's a weirdo, and I don't really care about any of that because I can strip away from all that. I see where that's coming from. I see what that is, and I see why that gives you confidence, because men naturally gain confidence when they're making money, no matter what they're making money for. So some comedian who calls himself the N-word or acts like a buffoon and makes $10 million doing it, will feel like he's a successful black person, because people who don't understand how this so-called success is manufactured by corporate America, they think it's a big deal. It ain't a big deal. It's all it means is that your adversary will always pay you to act like an ass. I'm not saying Kanye's an ass. I'm not saying that at all. I'm saying that in general, a black person making money doesn't impress me at all. I'm going to ask, how did you make your money? Remember, it's like your daughter. If your daughter comes home and says that the boys in football team, they're all giving her $20 a week, the first question you need to ask is, well, how did you get that money? What did you do to get that money from the whole entire boys football team? Because if she's sleeping with everybody on the football team, that's not a sign of success and respect. So, when we talk about money, a lot of people make that mistake of thinking that being focused on financial success means being obsessed with money and believing that money is the be all end all. Money over everything. If I have money, then I'm successful. Money, 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 money. No, you got to ask, how am I getting my money? Because your enemy will always pay you money to do things that are to your detriment or to the detriment of the people that you care about. And so, I don't blame people for getting their money. I think money's important. Money does matter. And when I talked to Kanye, first thing he told me, literally, we talked 2 minutes, and he told me he was worth $4 billion. I didn't care. I don't care. So what? Big deal. How does that benefit black people? What does that mean for black people? But then one thing he did do that I really liked was he tweeted a picture of Dr. Claude Anderson's book right there on the phone, and I appreciated that, and that's why I appreciate him. That's why the good outweighs the bad. But in terms of having the ability to even focus long enough to really get something done, I don't think that was there yet. I think that sometimes that celebrity space distracts you so much that it's like you think you can snap your fingers and everything's going to change. And unless you're snapping your fingers and delegating to the right people, nothing is going to change. And also I really encourage everybody to stop getting all pumped up about these celebrities who talk about themselves like they're walking gods. Like, I'm the greatest of everything. I'm the most important, whatever. No, you're not. Stop that. Your community is more important than you. And you must bow to that. You must honor the community before you start honoring yourself. And so I didn't honestly get a lot from talking to Kanye. It was kind of like wow, my kids thought that was cool that he called, but it wasn't a big deal. When I talked to Ice Cube, I felt like I was talking to a true ally who truly understands what we're trying to do. I felt like I was talking to a person who understood how to play your position. I felt like he understood that as a celebrity, I have a big platform. My job is to be fearless with my platform, to walk away from all the temptations that come with being a celebrity, where they pay you money to dumb yourself down or walk away from your community. And I also felt that he understood that there's a point where you pass the ball to people in the community that don't have the spotlight you have. So when Ice Cube made his contract with Black America, which I encourage everybody to take a look at, the first thing that impressed the hell out of me was that he went and he recruited scholars and thinkers to give him the best ideas to put on this contract, so that he could then do his job, which is to promote it. I thought that was brilliant. And every celebrity can do that. All of them can do it. But unfortunately, when you just get out here in this weird world, they just completely forget about Black people, at least in an authentic way. It becomes very superficial, very silly. Just understand, with all the money and the power and the access and resources that they have, if they sat down with a team of smart people and just gave them access to the platform and their connections, you could raise 10, 20, 30 billion dollars in a couple of weeks for the Black community, and build a whole chain of Black owned schools. If you wanted to, you could build thousands of Black owned businesses, but nobody's encouraged to think that way, because our smartest people are oppressed by culture. You have anti-intellectual culture. So you have a lot of people that get promoted heavily who are just not that smart, who are not trying to be smart, who are trying to be as ignorant as possible. Well, why would you do that? Well, because that's how you get the bag sometimes. I don't think the white man will ever pay you for being your absolute best. He will never pay you for competing against him. He will never pay you to win, in the competition of minds. He'll only pay you to entertain. And that's what your job is. So let me keep going. Alicia says, my son, Kal-El, is 11 years old, is asking this question. Did anyone actually go to the moon? If it's true, how much money would it cost? Great question. I'm gonna tell you, I'm not a conspiracy theorist about going to the moon, but I like that question because it gets me off that train of thought I was on before. Because y'all know me, I could go on that forever. But I don't know. What confuses me about the moon is I don't understand how there was something that you did in 1968 that you can't do in 2022. And that's weird. That makes no sense to me. I get it. People are like, yeah, we don't invest in NASA and they, but it was 1968. You have more computer technology in your phone that they had in the entire rocket ships that they were sending to the moon. I don't get it. I admit I don't understand it. So when people say that they faked the moon landing, I don't think it's impossible. The government's faked all kinds of stuff. So stop acting like they wouldn't do it. I'm not saying they did. I'm saying that it doesn't make sense. If you ask somebody in 1968, well, what will you be doing by the year 2022? They say, oh, we'll be living on Mars. We'll have colonies on Mars by 2022. We can't even get back to the moon. We can't even do in 2022 what they did in 1968. They're like, oh, we'll be in the moon by the year 2030 or the year 2025. It's going to take that long, really? So I don't know. That was a great question. And I don't know. Anything's possible. Okay, so Nasia says the platinum vendor ticket comes with only one VIP ticket, but I would like to bring my business partner. Can she have a ticket? Nasia, yeah. Well, how about this? I can get you a discounted ticket. So why don't you email support@theblackbusinessschool.com and tell them that I said to give you a ticket. And what I might try to do is actually see if I can pull up a discount code that you can use for anybody that wants to go ahead and get your convention tickets now. Since you're in the book club, I can give you guys a discount. So let me see if I can I'm a terrible multitasker. So if I start talking about weird stuff, just know it's because I'm trying to multitask and I'm doing it wrong. All right, yeah, I can't quite get inside right now. So so I'm gonna have to push this to the side. But what I'll do is I just want you guys to know that probably in the next week or so, we're gonna run another special on the tickets to the convention. So you don't have to buy your passes now. We'll give you a discount code within the next week or so. I can't open it up in the system right now for some reason. My computer's acting a little bit weird. So sorry for that. If it changes, I'll let you know. Let's see. Diana Parker says, I only ask because we are not promised Dr. Anderson and we don't want to miss gathering his extremely valuable knowledge. Yeah. Well, Dr. Anderson, I agree with you. And that's one of the reasons why I interviewed him so much. I interviewed Dr. Anderson a lot because Dr. Anderson is a national treasure. And I believe that, nobody's going to live forever. Him, you, me, none of us. So I believe in recording things. That's why I talk a lot online, because who knows, maybe in the future, maybe some of my ideas will be beneficial to young people. So I try to visualize in my head when I'm talking to you. I visualize some kid in the year 2070 watching like one of my videos or something and getting inspired from something that I said back in the year 2022. And so I think that you have to have that kind of thinking to really prepare your community for the future. So whatever you're doing, I want you to think about legacy. I want you to think about preparation for the future. I want you to think about doing what you need to do in order to leave something for future generations. And it does make a difference. My wife bought her first house because her great grandfather bought a like one of those old U.S. savings bonds back in 1945, right after World War II. And because he bought this bond in 1945, his great granddaughter was able to buy a house in the year 2008. And the other thing was, and also in her family, there was an apartment building they bought. Her great grandfather bought in the South Side of Chicago in the 1930s and 1940s, back when the South Side of Chicago was a really super nice area to live. It's still very nice in some parts, but some parts are better than others. And literally, they bought this building, and to this day, his great granddaughter or something like that is living in the building rent free and making an income from owning the building. She does not have to work because of what her great grandfather did back in 1945 or 1940, 1938, whatever the year was. So what I really want you to think about is realize that you are the ancestors. You are the ones that are leaving a legacy, whether you leave one or not. And what you leave or don't leave is going to impact your children, grandchildren, great-grandchildren in a significant way. You got to make that plan now. You have to plant those seeds now. Let's see. Sharon says, I'm a 60-year-old woman and basically just started saving for retirement. Do you have any suggestions besides 401k? Yeah, Sharon, I think 60 is tough because you're trying to do in 5 years what, really is a 40-year process, 40-year process. So, what I would say is that you might have to do a retirement kind of in pieces. I can give an example. My parents, when they retired, they got Social Security. They had, a pension. They had some investments, but they also had their kids, and their kids stepped in. They also had each other. And so when people talk about things like marriage and children, or how you raise your kids, or investing in keeping your marriage together, that is a survival strategy. I know a lot of people make fun of people in other communities, other countries. They'll say, "Oh, they're old fashioned. That's why she stayed with her husband, even though he was a dirty dog, or that's he was a simp. That's why he stayed with his wife for all those years when he could have been a player." But you don't understand that in countries where they're not as rich as the United States, staying married is the difference between survival and complete desperation, or prosperity and economic failure. I have a friend in Botswana whose family is worth millions of dollars. And she said, family is the most important part of our wealth building process. She said, I don't understand how African Americans even think they can begin to build wealth when they can't even keep family together, because every generation you're starting with nothing. And everybody thinks that dating and relationships are all about how good the sex is and who you have the most fun with and all that. She said, no, we get married and we stay married because your family is your protection. That's your institution. So when you have no family and you have nobody, then it's very difficult to do things. So I would almost say that retirement, it's starting that late at 60 has to be very creative. It means you definitely have to work beyond retirement. So maybe finding a part-time job, or a job that you can handle as you get older. Is a requirement, because you don't have to quit working just because you hit a certain age. In fact, they recommend that you actually remain active after retirement. When you stop working and you just sit there, you're gonna die soon. That's what all the studies say. Just look it up. So if you are retired, don't just sit around. Find things to do. You don't have to work as hard as you used to, but do something to keep yourself active. Give yourself a sense of purpose. Also, people that don't have any purpose. The time where I had my midlife crisis, where I was the most depressed, was actually when I was the most successful. I was about 40 something years old. I had achieved all my goals. I looked at my life from the time I was 22 and thought about all the goals I had for myself back then. I literally had them written down. I still have those papers where I wrote down what I wanted to do over the next 25 years. I accomplished every single goal that I had for myself. I didn't make the amount of money I wanted to make. I made 100 times more than that, 50 times more, some ridiculous. I didn't, I got the education I wanted to get. I married the woman that I wanted, the kind of woman I wanted to marry. My wife, in my mind, was the woman of my dreams. Like there was nobody that was better in my mind. And so I was sitting there and I was thinking, this is a weird place to be, because I don't have to get up anymore. I don't have to, before I would get up and I had a reason. I had a goal. Like I get up because I was hustling. I was trying to become somebody, or I was trying to finish my degree. I was trying to go make some money. I was trying to succeed. And I realized I didn't have any of that stuff I needed to do anymore. I was like, God, I'm, kind of being, the so-called good side of being whatever I am is you ain't got to prove nothing to nobody. I proved a lot, right? So I realized that I was very depressed at that point, because I had no sense of purpose. There was no reason to get out of bed. So I'm like, what am I going to do? Is lay in the bed all day to eat Cheetos? Like, that's not going to make me a better person. So I had to find new goals and objectives that were going to keep me mobile, keep me productive, keep me moving. So I encourage everybody, when you retire, don't just sit around. Just move to the next phase of your life. Don't work yourself into the ground either, though, but find something that's going to give you a goal, a sense of purpose. People that have a sense of purpose and a reason for doing things, they just function better. That's also, I think that's part of the reason why when we get a certain age, we get a job, and then we get married and we start having kids, because the kids always give you something to do. Everybody that has kids knows what I'm talking about. There's always, you ask a parent, like, what have you been up to? Oh, run around with these kids and going to work every day, right? That's because you need that sense of purpose. If somebody took away the kids and took away the job and gave you $10 million, that's when people start getting into silly stuff. They start getting into drugs and whatever, because there's nothing to do except sit around and pleasure seek all day. You're using drugs, having sex, eating banana splits, going on vacation all the time. But eventually all that wears off, right? It's no longer like this sort of relief from your stressful life. It becomes like your way of life. And I can tell you, if you're doing all that stuff and leisure all the time, it eventually just wears away on your soul. So find something productive to do. I would maybe say that you definitely have to save and invest at a higher rate if you're saving for retirement later. I think that if you do have kids, hopefully your kids will step up. I step up for my mom all the time. My mother's on my payroll. I wanted my family to benefit from whatever I was doing. And so that's why when you're raising your kids are also part of your retirement plan. So for those guys or anybody that's neglecting your kids, just know you're neglecting yourself, because when you get 70, 80 years old and you need somebody, the kids are the ones who step up and come through for you. And so just keep that in mind as you're making your life investments. Let's see here. Next question is Nasia says, my son is 15. He lost his dad at 10. Oh, I'm so sorry. I've had him listening to you for years. He even sent in a sports video a few years ago for Find New Being Queen. Do you mentor teens? Well, I would say that if he's listening here, Nasia, to keep bringing him, keep having him listen. He's 15. He's almost a man now. And so there's a lot of young people that listen. I love it when young people listen. I love it when they say, you're like a stepdad or an Uncle Boyce or an adopted father. Like, I embrace all of that, because I think that in our community, what you got to understand is that you're kind of you're living in the ashes of what your community was supposed to be. You're dealing with the aftermath of things like mass incarceration and the war on drugs and all these other political activities that were done deliberately to dismantle and destroy the Black family, and to send Black men to prison and to ruin Black men. Give me a yes in the chat if you've heard me ever sort of break this down and explain. They took $1 trillion in Black wealth from you when they destroyed your families, like at least $1 trillion, probably $2, $3, $4, $5 trillion. Because think about this: when you're struggling constantly, when you're barely getting by, you don't have time to sit around and talk about investing and building wealth. You can't think about owning real estate when you're barely trying to pay the rent. You can't go out and start businesses and network with other people if you are so traumatized from your upbringing that your whole life is just filled with all kinds of chaotic dysfunction. Your sister's on crack, your brother's in jail, your other brother's trying to kill you, your other sibling don't talk to you. Like, that's kind of what happens in so many of our families. Like, that's crazy. And a lot of that, when you dig to the root of that, I bet you that 9 times out of 10, the word drugs pops up somewhere. The word drugs pops up somewhere. It might not be you. It might be somebody you love, somebody you needed to come through for you, couldn't come through for you because they were off getting high. Or somebody that you needed to come through for you couldn't come through for you because they were traumatized and messed up in the head because their parent was getting high, right? Like, this is just chaotic. It's crazy. And so we have to be very intentional about, sort of rising the phoenix from the ashes, cleaning up the tornado, and really structuring our families and our existence in a way that's going to allow us to get back to becoming a fraction of what we were supposed to be. America owes you a big check for that. They owe you a big apology. They're not going to give you a check. They're not going to give you an apology, not for a long time. And so we have to at least focus on the rebuilding. But we can't forget that. We can't forget that because they're trying to sprinkle those drugs right back in your community. They got your rappers who are your most influential people in the community. They could be rapping about anything. They could be rapping and making kids read. They could be rapping and making kids build wealth. They could be rapping and making kids eat healthy. But instead, they are literally rapping and getting your kids to want to get high and drunk and on drugs at 18 and smoke so much corporate made weed, which has been heavily, heavily tampered with, to the point where they are addicted to dope at an early age and can't be functional for nobody. I do understand in my own life how many relatives I've had to cut off because they were messing with all that dope. Like, I don't even know what to do with you now. Like, every time I talk to you, you get triggered and go crazy because now your chemical imbalance in your brain is off. You can't even have a structured conversation anymore because all you can think about is getting high and drunk. Anytime you're picking up the weed in one hand and the Henny in the other. And I'm up here trying to fight a war and trying to build. You can't build nothing because all you're thinking about is the dope. You are a slave. You are a damn slave. You are a slave to those drugs, and you're a slave to the fried chicken, or you're a slave to something silly. And so you can't ever fight for freedom because you're not even free yourself. So I've had to cut in my own family. I've had to cut off relatives. My own father, my own biological father, could not be a father to me because he was getting locked up and in and out of jail over drugs. Other people in my family, I'm not gonna say their name because they might be listening. I don't want to hurt nobody's feelings. But some of the I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do with a drug addict other than to send you to rehab. It's like we're playing in a basketball game and you're injured. You're showing up to the NBA finals with a broken leg. All I can do is wheel your broken ass over to the sideline so that the real players can get in the game and try to win this damn thing without you on the court. So I'm not making fun of people that are in that category. What I'm saying is that I advocate strongly for a zero tolerance policy when it comes to drugs. I believe that any rapper who is promoting drug addiction or drug abuse in the black community should be dealt with on it in an extreme way, whatever that means. I don't know what that means. I'm not saying go beat them up or kill them or nothing like that, but I am saying that killing their career would totally be okay with me. Now, by the way, it looks like I froze. Let me know if you guys can hear me okay. I know you probably can't see me right now because I was frozen for a second. Can you hear me and see me okay? All right. Okay, good. All right. So give me a yes in the chat so I know I'm coming through all right. All right. So let's keep going. Okay. And then, by the way, I'm still trying to open up the system for the convention thing, and I can try to get you some sort of discount code. If I can't get you one, just make sure you get on the email list. If you go pick up an e-copy of that book, the $5 a day investing plan, you'll actually get on the email list, and I will send out the discount for the convention that way. And actually, wait a minute, I think I might actually be able to open this up. Okay, so in case you don't know, the convention is going to be in Charlotte, North Carolina, October 28th through the 30th, and you can go to allblacknationalconvention.com in order to join us. Okay, all right. So let me see. Next question here. Next question is Tara says, I'm not sure if you saw my question, but did you see the young lady pose nude at FAMU? Yeah, I did see that, and you know what? I have to be careful when I answer questions like that because I'm getting older, and when you say stuff that is like that's not like trendy, that's not where you're not going along with stuff that's trendy, people just start saying, "Oh, you're old. That's why you don't understand." I personally think that older people should be listened to at any age because they understand things that you don't know, and so with that being said, I was sad by the picture. I thought it looked trashy as hell. I hate the idea that we think that that is some sort of liberation for women. I've never seen a woman get more respect because she was imitating the behavior of strippers. I just haven't. I don't see that. I'm not saying that you don't have a right to be a stripper or to do whatever you want to do. I don't tell nobody what to do. But to behave in a degrading way, to degrade yourself, and then say I need you to respect me. I, at the very least, I'm the guy who says, well, that's not logical. That makes no sense. That's like me getting on my knees and then saying, I need you to look up to me. Well, how you gonna look up to me when I just got down on my knees? You're supposed to be looking down on me. That means because I made myself small. I've shortened myself, and I think that what is interesting, where I'm probably not on the political bus with a lot of people, is that as a father of daughters, I think that we are hurting our daughters by not explaining to them that there are many, many ways for you to be a truly empowered human being in this society. They go beyond just showing your vagina to any man that walks on the street, or or also being hyper masculine. Like now they're promoting these images in movies and stuff of the women becoming men, and I think that because they're trying to defy gender and all this other stuff, and so now with the Black Panther and stuff, I was a little bit concerned because I said, well, there's no black males hardly in your trailer, and everything is like about women fighting in swords and spears and guns and all that. And I know women can fight, like we know women can do things, but that is thank you, Ryan. Ryan says, he said that's inappropriate behavior. They will always pay black people to act like buffoons. They will always pay black people to go along with whatever narrative they have about you and how they view you. And so what I would argue, my theory on this is that because you've had this strong black woman image kind of building out of the absence of the black male, which was the result of mass incarceration, the war on drugs, Joe Biden policies, where he sent all the black men to prison, everything else. So a lot of black boys, the majority of black boys and black women don't have a father in the house. So unfortunately, a lot of the women grow up disliking men because the first man you ever loved disappointed you. So you look down on the men. You realize you can't trust the men, right? And then you have men who don't want to be men, because they hear their mother talk about how terrible men are and how men broke her heart and how men are bad and everything else. So next thing you know, you have this manless society. And if you look throughout history over thousands of years, when one group conquered another group, that's the first thing they did, is they want your masculine men out the door, because that masculine male is competition. I knew a lady who had a boyfriend that was not really as successful as her. You know, he was trying, but she was the go-getter. She was getting all the opportunities, and he really wasn't. He was an actor, and so she got this job offer to move across the country. Some rich Jewish guy said, "Hey, if you come and work for me, I'll give you control of the whole studio. I'll pay you, $200,000 a year." It was an opportunity of a lifetime for her because I think at the time she was struggling to pay the rent. So she goes to the guy, and the guy says, "Hey, let's have a meeting." So she goes to meet with this guy, and she, without telling him, she brings her boyfriend. Right, because she's like, I want him to meet my boyfriend so that I can convince him that we can go run this studio together. Because having him by my side, I can do an even better job, or whatever. He had no interest. You're probably not surprised by this. That man had zero interest in meeting her boyfriend. He literally immediately rescinded the job offer. He's like, no, this offer was for you. It ain't for him. I want you, but I need you to leave him back wherever he came from. Because really what's going on there, in my view, is that he's competition. He's not going to pay the competition to come and work for him. And he was paying her because he wanted to be close to her. Not because not that she wasn't skilled, she was, but there was another dynamic happening there that she became more aware of once she kind of saw how this man reacted when she said, I want to get my boyfriend involved also. So ultimately, I believe this is what happens in corporate America. I believe this is part of the reason why a black male, a straight black male, is never going to get the same opportunities in corporate America as a black woman will get or as a gay black man will get. It's nothing against any of those groups, but it means that for straight black men, you have to have one important thing inside of your bones in your body that will help you survive. As a straight black man, you cannot afford to go into this world and not be absolutely ready to be competitive with other men. You cannot come in be imitating the behaviors of women and children because they're not going to respect you. They're going to laugh at you. They're going to think that you're weak. And so as a straight black man, if I'm running around constantly talking about why I can't get nothing done because the white man is doing this to me and doing that to me, I can't take care of my woman because the white man won't let me, I can't take care of my kids because he ain't giving me enough money to do it, then I'm not seen as a man anymore by anyone. I'm not seen as a man by my competition. I'm not seen as a man by my woman. I'm not seen as a man by my children. Because at the end of the day, a man has to have the ability to earn some sort of respect from somebody. Like my daddy did not, the daddy that raised me, not my biological father that was in prison for drugs. My daddy, he was the excuse maker, unfortunately. My daddy that raised me was a man where even when he didn't have a lot of money, he carried himself like a man. He carried himself like a boss. He carried himself like the head of a family. He carried himself as a leader. And I looked up to that. I saw him as a god because he just even when he was weak and tired and all that, I just never saw it. I'm not saying that maybe that's toxic or something. I don't know. I'm sure some therapists would say that that's not appropriate behavior, but it worked. I liked it. I liked knowing that my daddy was the man. I don't know if anybody else had a daddy like that. If you had a daddy like that, God bless you, you were lucky. Because that really, to me, says that if the stuff really goes down and somebody's really trying to take what we got or hurt me or my sister or mess with our family, oh, daddy gonna go get him. Daddy got the strap upstairs. He's gonna pull out that gun. He's gonna fight to the end, and he might not win, but he's gonna die trying. I love that about my father. So I remember one time my mother and I and my sister were in the car and we were driving and we were in Louisville, Kentucky, where I grew up. And we were driving down the freeway. We were about to get off the freeway to go to our house. So we were about 5 miles from our house though. And our car just broke down. So the car broke down on the freeway, but it was close enough to the exit that we could actually walk. But it was close. Like if you're in a car, it would take you maybe 2 minutes to get there. But on foot, you're talking like a 20-minute walk, walking down the freeway, right? So the car breaks down because my parents ain't got no money. We pull over. We start walking down the freeway. So imagine this. You got a black family, a mother, father, an 8-year-old boy, that's Boyce, that's me, and a 3-year-old girl holding hands walking down the side of the freeway. And I remember that, white people, and I don't think all white people are bad. I'm not, so if you're white, don't think I hate you. I don't have time to hate you. I love myself. That's a totally different thing. So, there were people that drove by and they felt bad for us. They were like, dang, this poor family's walking on the side of the road. So, what they did? They did what was natural. They pulled over to say, hey, buddy, you need a ride? And I remember my father saying, no, we got it. And it's weird because when he said, "No, we got it," I got it. Like I got it instantly. I understood at 8 years old. I understood why my father didn't want to ride from that man. Two reasons. One, because you don't know who the person is. They could be a serial killer. But then number two, it was his pride. You know, like he was as a man, he's like, I'm going to solve this. I'm going to fix this. This is my family. I got it. Right. And again, I'm not saying this is the best way to handle everything. Maybe the best route might have been to get in the car and get the ride. I mean, you know, I'm not knocking that, but there was something about that really, to me, exemplified who he was to us and how important that was to our family. He was in many ways like a spiritual, like a tent pole. Like if you think about a tent, the tallest tent pole is what holds the tent up. And if you take that tent pole away, the whole tent falls down and drops on everybody's head, or it's not tall enough for people to walk around inside the tent. And so to me, when you took away the father, you took away one of the tallest tent poles. And so the tent's falling on everybody's head. So you can't really enjoy your camping experience because the tent, you're scrambling around trying to get the tent off your head, right? So the family without the dad, to me, is not the same family that you have with the dad. And I don't understand why people think that it's sexist for me to say that. It's actually more sexist for you to disagree with what I'm saying without hearing me out. Because there's no way on this earth I could ever convince any of you that you can have a family or a sturdy, solid family or a complete family without the mother. We know how important mama is. We know how important big mama is. We know the mother is the center of so many important things that happen in the household. So I don't understand where we forgot how important the father is in terms of being the center of many things that happen in the household. So you've basically gotten comfortable running a marathon with one leg. You think that because you can hop 24 miles that you don't need to have two legs. You can run a marathon with one leg, and then you wonder why you keep getting last place. Well, you keep getting last place because you're running against people that have two legs, and two legs are better than one. So two parents typically are better than one parent, even if one of those parents isn't quite perfect, right? So that's my belief. That's my 2 cents. So I'm sticking to it. All right, so let me actually grab. I told you guys I was going to grab you a discount code. Actually, if you go to allblacknationalconvention.com and you use the code book club, you can get 30% off your tickets to the All Black National Convention. You can do that right now. So just go to allblacknationalconvention.com, or if you even go to boycewatkins.com, it's right there at the top of the screen, and just use that code book club at checkout, all one word, book club. You can get 30% off your tickets, and we will sell out. We sold hundreds of tickets in the first month that they were available right after the last convention because everybody has so much fun. I guarantee you're going to have an awesome time. You're going to love it. I'm really excited about doing the interview with the former CEO of the Air Jordan brand, Larry Miller. Larry's a good friend of mine, and I love this guy. And I like him because Larry didn't forget where he came from, and he was the guy that understood. He understands how to scale a business. You know, he took the Air Jordan brand. Think about this. I bought Air Jordans when I was I got my first pair when I was 14. I saw them for the first time when I was about 12. And I'm not 12 years old anymore. I'm nowhere near 12 years old. But the idea that Michael Jordan's brand is still as relevant now as it was in 1983 and 84 is astonishing to me. And Larry Miller is the reason for that, in my opinion. He took that company from 300 million or so per year to 3 billion. He's coming to the convention. I'm going to do a fireside chat with him. Also, there's a billionaire, Mike Roberts, that's going to come down as well. But then we have a lot of other great people, activists and intelligent people like Reza Islam, people that understand crypto and business, people like Lene Javette, Julian Gordon, others, just so many great people there. So if you'd like to come, just go to boycewatkins.com or allblacknationalconvention.com. Use that code book club and you'll get 30% discount. All right, so let's see. Somebody asked, how did you perform in your race? Don't ask, because I don't do very well in my race. My rule with running is just don't stop running. Just keep running. Just keep running. Kareem says, will the event be live streamed for those who cannot make it? We're working to set up a live stream. That's not determined yet, though, because we have to have a certain type of film crew on the ground, and we haven't picked our film crew yet. So we're thinking about it. We're trying to decide if we're going to do that. Let's see. Rodney Ward, for every different brokerage account, do you need a different bank account? No, you do not. You can have one bank account that feeds all your different brokerage accounts. That's pretty easy to do. Shamika says, have you or anyone heard about the Christmas box baby? I don't know what the Christmas box baby is. Anybody heard about the Christmas box baby? I don't know what the Christmas box baby is. Sheila says, my son is now 12 and lost his father 2 years ago of an accident, and it does take a community of men to take care of the children, especially the young men. I am so sorry for you and your son. That just hurts my heart, and I'm so sorry for your husband. I mean, I'm y'all. Sorry, I slowed down talking because I feel it in my stomach and my chest right now. I'm so sorry. Whew. Okay, sorry. It's weird. My stomach just started turning when I just imagine what that poor little boy had to go through. I too have had him go through all of your courses, and he continues to follow you in the teaching of Claude Anderson. Thank you in the community of strong men. Absolutely, Sheila. And give my best to your son and to your family. And I'm so sorry that you had to go through that. I'm so sorry. And I'm always going to be here for you as long as I can talk, and as long as I can, as long as I'm alive, I'm gonna be here. The Christmas box baby was a baby kidnapped from the Cook County Hospital. Really? When was that? Was that recently? I haven't heard anything about that. Community control of numbers, says Timothy Jones. Okay. I don't know what that means. I'm sorry. Community control of numbers versus reparations. I don't know what community control of numbers is. I'm so sorry. That doesn't resonate with me. I apologize for not understanding that. So anyway, I think we've had enough time to kind of do some Q&As. I went through all your questions. I'll be back now tomorrow. Actually, if you're in the stock options class, I'm going to have to move that time. So you're going to get an email from me tonight, moving the date. I'm not going to cancel. I'm just going to postpone because George Fraser needs me to step in. Tavis Smiley was going to host and moderate a panel, the town hall on Thursday night. And George asked me to fill in for Tavis because I guess Tavis isn't feeling well. And so I agreed to do that for him. So I can't do tomorrow night's class. However, I will schedule another date in the next 3 or 4 days. And then also, in fact, I'll do some extra things. And if you log in, you can actually find some stuff that I put in there for you guys. So I hope you all have a good night. And it was fun talking to you. And by the way, I don't know if you guys know, we the financial flashcards for kids. If you were thinking about getting some for your children or kids in the neighborhood, giving them away as Christmas gifts, we have a great discount. Let's see. Nasia says the code book club did not work. Let me see. I'm looking here. Try capitalizing the B and the C. Maybe that'll work. Because I'm looking at it right now, and it seems to work okay. And what I'll try to do, in fact, is I'll even give you the direct link, so that way we can cut to the chase on that. So let me just copy the direct link into the chat, so you guys can just use it directly like that. Let me see here. All right, clicking on chat. Okay, everyone. All right, there you go. So try capitalizing the B and the C too. Let's see if that works. But there's the code. Let me know. Give me a yes if you see that in there. And so if you're thinking about coming to the convention, that code will always work. So go ahead and feel free to use that code. You can get 30% off anything that you want. Even if you want to be a vendor, it even works for vendor tickets. So feel free to use that code book club, capitalize the B and capitalize the C. But yeah, what else was I going to say? Oh yeah, so the financial flashcards. So we're having like a sort of a 24-hour flash sale where they're about 31% off or something like that until midnight tonight. So if you'd like to take a look at the flashcards, just go to financialflashcards.com. That's financialflashcards.com. So those are a great tool that we developed to help you teach your kids about wealth and economics, and they work extremely well. And I really want to encourage you. It's very, very easy for you to put your family at a very high level. Remember, let's go back to that basic question I asked you in the beginning. I asked this on the panel today at the Power Networking Conference. I said, is it possible for a black man or black woman who works hard and is disciplined and educates themselves to become successful or wealthy, no matter how poor that they are in the beginning? Most of you answered yes. And I agree. The answer is yes. The answer is absolutely yes. It happens all the time. Thousands and thousands of black people. Some of you in here, many of you in here, started off poor, and now you're doing extremely well. Now, so what I really want you to do is kind of start with that premise and understand that if you want your children ahead of everyone else's children, all you got to do is start them off early. If you start them off early, then they win. If you start them off late, then they're probably going to lose. So what I would encourage you to do is understand that things like the financial flashcards and stuff like that, or whatever tool you want to use, are just conversations about what money looks like, how you make your money, and shaping their values early is really what matters. I figured this out. This is something. See, I'm figuring things out every year. I know more about this now than I did 5 years ago. And I knew a lot 5 years ago, because even 5 years ago, I'd had my PhD for 15 years. So I knew a lot of stuff, but every day I'm figuring out stuff. And here's what I figured out about this wealth thing in the Black community. It ain't about the knowledge. It ain't about access to the knowledge. 40 years ago, maybe access to knowledge was a big deal because you had to spend money and go to college and all that stuff. Now you got a whole university in your cell phone. The greatest university in the history of the world is in your cell phone. So the knowledge is right there. It's available. So if the knowledge is readily available for anybody who wants it, why do some people have the knowledge and some people don't? Well, that is because of the culture. The culture shapes your value system. So if I am in a culture that does not value knowledge, then I'm not going to seek knowledge. It's like if I live in a culture that doesn't value health food and just thinks health food is nasty, you can put all the health food in the world in front of me. I'm going to walk right past the health food and look for the fried chicken and the cheeseburgers and the Doritos, because that's what I want, right? So ultimately, this is not a battle of access to knowledge and information. This is a battle, and it's not even, and even the battle of actually consuming the information is only part of it. It's really a battle of culture, which shapes values, because the culture you come from determines what type of information or what types of resources you're going to pursue. So if I raise a kid and I teach a kid that you want to eat kale and broccoli and health food and salad every day, and you want to be vegan no matter what, then that kid is going to do everything in his power to pass up everything he can pass up till he gets to the vegan food, because he's going to feel like I can't eat unless it's vegan. I can't eat unless it's salad. I can't eat unless it's a vegetable, right? So the same thing is true with economics. If you raise a kid and you just say to your child, pay attention now, this is important. This makes your job easy. Your job is easy. It's not a hard job. If you just say to your child, son, any Black man who wants to be free and successful needs to have his own business. Or you say to your daughter, baby, every Black woman should know how to make her own money, should know how to invest. Or you say to your kids, you gotta own real estate. Owning real estate's really important. And you say it over and 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 over again, to the point where at your funeral they say, well, what did Mama always say? Well, Mama always said you gotta have real estate and you gotta start a business. Mama used to always say that. If you do that, you don't even have to show them how to buy real estate. They're going to go and find out how to do it. They're going to get on their cell phone, how to invest in real estate. They're going to search for it on Google. They're going to watch 10 million videos. They're going to take a class, or they're going to go to college. They're going to say, well, what do you want to major in? Well, my mother always said that owning real estate was really important. So I think I want to study real estate investing. Right? They're going to go and get the knowledge because you lit the fire. You did the important part of it. So the culture shapes the values. Your job is to light the fire. It's just to send them in a general direction in terms of what their value systems are, because that's going to shape the kind of knowledge that they pursue. They're not going to spend all their time learning how to twerk. They're going to spend, because that's what kids do. They give them a phone. They're like, how to twerk, how to drop it like Cardi B, right? They're learning all this crap from rappers because their value systems are gone. Their value systems are like, if I look like a rapper and I'm lit like a rapper, then I'm going to have a lot more friends or whatever. So that's why they're looking for that knowledge and that information. You can't hide knowledge and information of a certain variety from somebody who has been trained to want it no matter what. So if I really, really want, if I'm a teenager and I really, really want to have the nicest iPhone, then you can increase the price. You can put it in a hard, in a difficult to find neighborhood. You can, hide it in the store. That kid's going to go hunt it down because they need to have it. So you have to stoke the fire. You have to create the desire. You have to create the demand, and then your kids will do the rest. Your job will be easy. Just create the right culture. Don't even talk to your kids about jobs, in my opinion. I don't even talk to my kids about jobs. They'll figure that out. Some slave will come along and tell them how to go work for other people. That's fine. I'm kidding. If people that work for other people, I'm not making fun of that. But seriously, like, I don't need to tell them about all that. What I talk to them about? I talk to them about things like being financially free, or I'll say to them, preparation is the key to success. That's my slogan in the household. Every time they fail, every time they mess up, I say, preparation is the key to success. Well, you know what I'm teaching them? I'm teaching them about investing. Because all investing is preparation. Investors don't make all their money now. Investors made all their money in the past. Every ounce of money that they're making right now came from a move they made in the past. So they dominate the present because they prepared for the present when they were living in the past. When the present used to be the future, They were preparing for the future because they said one day the future is going to be the present. So the question I must ask you right now today is 2028 is coming. It's going to be here. 6 years. Nobody's thinking about 2028. Ain't nobody checking for 2028. Everything's vacant. Opportunities are abundant in the year 2028 if you prepare for it in 2022. What are you doing right now in 2022 that will prepare you to be in a great position in the year 2028? 2022 is to 2028 what 2016 used to be for 2022. Were you preparing for 2022 back in 2016, or were you only thinking about 2016? A lot of us were just thinking about 2016. So what I'm saying to you is, if you want to get ahead of the curve, ahead of the game, all you do is you get to the spot first. You think you take your brain into the future and you think about 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 years down the line, and you start preparing now. And if you prepare now, then you will win. You start buying those shares of stock. That company, by 2028, the value has tripled, and suddenly you're the rich guy on the block, and everybody thinks you got lucky. So preparation is the key to success. Also, ownership is the key to power in America. You can never have power in America if you don't own something. So what I tell my kids also about financial assets is I say, you got to own property. When I took them down to the rental property we bought in Atlanta, I said, we bought this property because you must own assets if you want to be successful in this country. You must own real estate. You must own stocks. We talk about ownership, 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 ownership. That's what you do. So figure out what your core values are going to be. Maybe pick 3 things, 2 or 3 things that you really want to drill into them, and drill it repeatedly. Repetition is the key to leadership, right? And once you've repeated it to them 10,000 times, then guess what? When you get older, man, that's going to be your legacy. That when they're winning lifetime achievement awards at the age of 45, they're going to give speeches. Your old ass going to be sitting in the audience, barely hanging on, maybe. Who knows? You'll be old and wrinkled, looking back on the good old days, and they're gonna give you a tremendous amount of credit for being the person that introduced them to a way of thinking that opened the door for all the possibilities that exist in their life. So don't feel like you have to give your children the world. Just give them something more valuable than the material things. Give them that spiritual wherewithal. Give them the culture. Give them the value system that will allow them to value the right things as they go conquer the world. All right. So that's it. That's my 2 cents for today. I'm going to go ahead and let you guys go. It was fun talking to you. It was great answering your questions. I hope that I answered them thoroughly for you. And I will be back soon. And next week, we're going to get started and jump right back into Powernomics. Those of you that are not in the book club, you can actually join by visiting blackkeystogreatness.com or just boycewatkins.com. There should be a link on my website also. And I will see you guys later. So please have a good night, and I'll talk to you guys soon. Take care now. Bye-bye.
Wonderful day. Welcome to drboycetv.com, the home for intelligent Black people, and also the Black Financial Channel. My name is Dr. Boyce Watkins, and I am here with an opportunity to speak to a man that I have a lot of respect for. A lot of y'all know who this brother is, and if you don't know who the brother is, you're going to find out today, and I guarantee you'll never forget him. His name is Michael V. Roberts. Michael is he's out of St. Louis, and he's known for a lot of things. Among other things, he's run multi-billion-dollar companies. He's done a lot of things around the world. He's deeply connected to work in Ghana and other places, and he's also come to the All Black National Convention. And so, without further ado, I'd like to ask my brother, Dr. Roberts, how you doing today?
Well, I'm great, and it's good to be on the Guru for African Americans show, because you are the person that's giving advice and counsel and leadership, and it's really not just in the United States as well; it's world known. I remember when we were in Ghana together, and your show was being shown from Ghana, and it's all over the world. So, Boyce, I really want to congratulate you and thank you for being who you are on behalf of all of us who watch you. We appreciate what you stand for. You are probably the most clarion voice for African Americans in today's timeline. So once again, thank you for having me on.
Well, I'm very humbled by those words, and I appreciate that. And I'll also acknowledge everybody that's in here, Doug and Tony and Anthony and Terry Cobb and those who came in early. Put a B1 in the chat if you're Black First, if you love our community and you want our community to do well. Also, Black First means that we believe in educating our kids. We believe in teaching wealth to our loved ones, and we want to break generational curses. We do not continue them. And I'm going to say this as I humbly accept the kind words from Dr. Roberts, is to say, I'm nothing without my people. I'm nothing without everybody in here supporting us. And so I want to thank everybody out there too. So his compliment to me is a compliment to you all, because I think we're making Black history here. So Dr. Roberts, let me ask you this question. You let's just, I guess, start from the beginning. I was intrigued with your story. I remember when my brother, who's my number one business partner, read about you and your brother, and I remember years ago seeing the article or something. I don't know if it was CNN or somewhere else, and saying that's pretty cool. That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
And I guess I want to start there. Like, how does that feel to have been able to do so much with someone who's right in your own family? Does that? I mean, I know it has its ups and downs, but what does that feel like for you in terms of making that sort of success different from, say, if you've gone off and done something on your own?
Well, let me begin by saying that we have excellent parents, Victor and Dolores Roberts. So we just lost my dad at 99 and a half just a few months ago, and a couple of years before that at 92, my mom, and they've been married 75 years. So that would immediately sort of indicate that there was a certain stability in our household as a result of our parents looking out for us, making sure that we're doing the right thing, getting us properly educated. Steve and I, my brother and I, both went to law school. We both came out of law school, and within a year or two were elected to our Board of Aldermen or City Council in St. Louis. I served 8 years. Steve served 12. So our commitment to the community was through the political activities. And by the way, I mean, when I graduated from law school, I moved 2 blocks from the projects in St. Louis, the Blue Line projects, where I was, learning an awful lot about the challenges our people face. As an alderman, you're almost like a junior mayor. So no matter whether it's a drug issue that's going into a community we have to somehow seed out, or even if it's, problems that are domestic in nature, sometimes, you are asked to step in and give advice and counsel and give direction. Well, at the same time, I was looking at our neighborhoods, and we saw that so many of our wonderful homes were being left vacant. The very homes that parents had worked day and night, extra hours in order to pass on as their legacy for their children. But our children were so busy trying to run to the suburbs and get away from the neighborhood that the properties were going to seed. And so I looked at those, and I started to invest in my own neighborhoods, and realized that at some point in the future, property on the inner city will become extremely valuable. And it's they say there's gold in dim their streets, as we said. And sure enough, many years later, the regentrification of a community is clearly showing that white folks are coming back into the Black neighborhoods that were Black at one point, and taking those homes and developing them. So to do my part, and my brother and I decided we would start there. We moved on to build, and we bought an old Sears building in North St. Louis. In the 80s, Sears was moving out of neighborhoods as they became more Black. And many cities have big boarded up monoliths to drug trafficking and crime. But we didn't want that to happen. We were just born 2 blocks from this building. We acquired it. We developed it out. We held it for nearly 40 years, and recently sold it to the St. Louis Regional Urban League, who've now taken it and advanced it into a tremendous facility. We're talking 200,000 square foot building that's now offering even more services. Now, we had 50 or 60 tenants, but now with the Urban League, we have it as a adaptable reuse, both for purposes relating to retail. We had a dentist we had an optometrist at one time, and a variety of different. It was really a mixed bag of businesses that we negotiated into the facility. And today it's great. Across the street, we acquired the balance of the land, and we built a 42,000 square foot strip shopping center. It was our first of a few. And then I found myself being elected as the first Black on the International Council of Shopping Centers, which is all the shopping centers, the developers, the tenants in the world that relate to that type of business. It was a great experience, and one that I was able to give back in a variety of ways. We then decided we would go down into the downtown area. We bought our first hotel. After having built a few TV stations, we ultimately owned 12 full-power TV stations, largest Black-owned group of TV stations in history. Sold some of them, started buying hotels. We ended up with 12 hotels around the country, sold some of them. We built a wireless phone company. We're probably I'm sure we're the only Blacks who've ever built and owned and operated a true telephone company. It was at the time when digital phones were coming into play. Back before that, you probably remember Boyce, the coolest guy in the movie, had a briefcase with a phone in it, and it was an analog phone, so it was that snap, crackle, drop type phone. And now, moving into the digital, by being sort of a futurist, which I'm considered to be, I always jumped ahead of where we were and put our business into a location that was going to embrace by the future. And true enough, analog phones became the standard. Now everybody has one. In fact, I was joking on the interview the other day. I said, how many people get paranoid if they're more than 4 feet away from their phone? It's like an appendage to your body. And yet it's a entrepreneurial venture. We took that company public and then ultimately sold it to Sprint. Began some investments in the Bahamas, where I'm the largest African American developer in the New Providence or Nassau area, which is again, just one more pleasure. And now I'm looking at opportunities in Africa. But saying all of that, setting an example for young and emerging entrepreneurs, as well as seniors who are now free of children with more money and better education they've ever had, that they need to go after their dreams, which they still have. And if you have a dream, the first thing you have to do is you have to wake up. And then you have to sit up and you have to stand up, and then you to prosecute your dreams, go after those dreams. And this is what I'm hoping that as people read my two business books, Action Has No Season and Action Has No Season 2.0, that they'll see that, a kid from, in this case, North St. Louis, we weren't rich, we weren't poor, we just never had any money, could, build a company that, as you said, CNN once declared it to have a valuation of close to $1 billion. And we built it from scratch.
Interesting. So, and everybody who just came in, I was speaking with Michael V. Roberts, who is an entrepreneur. He's the author of a couple of books, actually. Action Has No Season and Action Has No Season 2.0. So I encourage you guys to go look for those books. And also, as you come in, hit the thumbs up button, thumbs up, share, subscribe. I'd be curious to ask you this, Dr. Roberts. So, as you know, public schools and universities don't teach people to become millionaires or billionaires. They just, that's not in the curriculum. Everybody can't do it. That seems to require a specialized education that goes beyond just what you learn in school. Now I know you went to school. You went to law school, and I'm sure you did very well. But what would you say to, say, a 19-year-old who is trying to become just like you, who says, okay, in 20, 30 years down the line, whatever it is, I want to be able to say I own hotels, I own cell phone companies, I've started, you bought a lot of property, you've done a lot of real estate work. What kind of education would they get to be able to do those things?
Well, the first thing I would say to them is, although the brick and mortar business model continues to exist because people need places to eat, to shop to some degree, even though Amazon is making that more and more difficult for stores to function. Let's face it, there's an emerging world of technology. It's the new revolution. And in that, there are areas that I'm hoping we'll see more of our HBCUs tackle, and that is areas involving artificial intelligence, machine learning, robotics, the metaverse. Um, I think that cybersecurity is something that will touch, all businesses when it's all said and done. And there needs to be experts and business people who can come in and advise and counsel in these areas. We're going to see autonomous cars, meaning that they'll be driverless. Imagine one day you're going to have a child who's going to school. You're going to put that child in an autonomous vehicle, a driverless vehicle, who will take them to school, but only the teacher would have the code to open the door and let them out. The future is amazing. Over the next 10 years, and I ask this when I go out and speak to presidents of our HBCUs, our Black colleges and universities. I have a group called the RIG, Roberts Innovation Group. We meet every Thursday morning. And each of the subject matters I just described is an expert. For example, there's a great expert in drone technology. And what we did last summer was go into Mississippi, where one of our members of the RIG group had an elementary school grant. And we actually went in and taught how to operate drones. We went in with money management. Yes, of course. Why can't a 7 or 8 or 10-year-old learn at that age money management? That's the starting point, isn't it? And we also had esports, which is one of the great emerging businesses that a 14-year-old can make $100,000, playing in just a few games. But are these areas being explored throughout the inner city areas? And I'm hoping that part of our mission of the RIG mission is to get out and expose these types of emerging businesses that will take place. And I will add that if, for example, your job is repetitive in nature, you will not have that job within the next 7 to 10 years. What do I mean? Anything that's repetitive in nature, a robot can handle. It'll be cheaper and easier. But somebody has to repair those robots. Somebody has to be able to operate them in many ways and build them, of course. So even though we may see, 8 or 10 million jobs going south as a result of technology, I project we'll probably have close to 60 million new jobs that will be created as a result of technology. Well, are we being educated? And it's, again, I would ask the dean of a school or the president of a school, where do you think people will be spending money 10 years from now? How will they be spending it? And what currency will they be using? Will they be using cryptocurrency as the predominant global form of currency? And if that's the case, do we understand it? Are we investing in it? What are the considerations? So we have a lot of emerging businesses, and this is a very dynamic time for folks to explore their own dreams and their ideas and their aspirations. So this is what I'd like to see. I'm sorry. Yes.
No, I was going to say that what you said makes sense. I used a really important word a second ago. Or you used a lot of important words, but one that popped out is invest. What I see as far as a pattern in your life and in the lives of many people I know who were able to win this economic game is that ability to see the future and to invest in the future right now, right? To plant your seed right now so that when the harvest comes, you're ready to collect. And a lot of us do the opposite. A lot of us follow the trends. We follow the crowd. We wait until something becomes hot and trendy and interesting, and then we want to invest in it. Well, by that time, it's too late. Like the stock market. The best time to invest in the stock market is now, not when the market's going up. You invest while it's going down, and then you catch the wave going up. And I think a lot of people don't get that. And I'd be curious to know, you talked about, for example, the HBCUs, training young people to be able to take those positions as they become available, which is important. And that's a type of investment. But what about also just, owning the companies that are going to be making these moves? I found that that you have a lot of really well-trained people that went to universities and made straight A's that don't have the first clue what it means to really be a business owner and and all those soft skills and hard skills that are necessary to operate at that level, to play above the rim, so to speak. What do you think about that?
Well, I think that you're spot on, but I also recognize that everybody's not an entrepreneur.
Mm-hmm.
Some people just are not ready to handle the risks of an entrepreneur, and yet everyone has a dream of an idea. So I like to tell people that really you need to fulfill your dreams. In fact, in my book, Action Has No Season, I coined the word the actionaire. And the actionaire is one who takes their dreams, their ideas, their vision, and their passion, and they pursue them with courage and confidence and bravado. And I just tell folks, if you can eliminate the fear of failure, you'll probably find yourself in a very interesting and new space in life. And when I say that, let's break it down into two words. The first word is fear. Fear is just a mental construct. It's not of nature. You weren't born with it. It's something that you allowed to enter your psyche. And if you've allowed it to enter in, can't you potentially have it discarded at the same time? Second word, failure. I submit to you, there's no such thing as a failure. You might ask why. Well, every day when you wake up, you're given 86,400 seconds. That's 24 hours. This is kind of an existential approach. But every moment that exists, you either use it or you lose it. And if you are a person who recognizes the importance of trying and making a move, yes, perhaps a marriage doesn't work out, perhaps a business doesn't work out. Is it really a failure, or did you learn from the experience? Was it nothing more than an experience that wasn't as you would have liked the outcome to be? Or was it, therefore, an experience that you learned and grew from? So I like to have people eliminate the whole word failure from their vocabulary. I want you to feel that by taking a risk and going out and giving it a go, that you will learn from it and you will be a better person as a result of it. And so therefore don't lay back and wallow in some kind of I wish I hadn't done it attitude. More so look at it more objectively and say, okay, I get it. I didn't do it right this way, or I could have done it slightly different. Let's analyze it. Let's move on. And that's what I've done. Because frankly, there's many businesses that I've done hundreds, and I've employed close to 11,000 people. 99% were Black, by the way. And there are many businesses that didn't have the outcome that I wanted. So it's not like everything you touch turns to gold. No, I mean, some of it turns to, a flat product that you don't even want to smell or touch. So it happens. That's the reality of life. That's the world that we live in. But if you're going to be in this America, if you lived in a socialist nation, you'd call yourself a socialist. If you lived in a communist nation, you'd call yourself a communist. Well, we live in a capitalist nation, and therefore we're capitalist. And a lot of times I've run into brothers and sisters who don't like that word because they think it relates to slavery. And that's not the case. Slavery was slavery. That was a completely different time and space. Capitalism is pretty simple. You know, Boyce, you have a widget that you're trying to sell. I have a widget I'm trying to sell. And you and I are going at it, trying to sell it to the third party. Whoever wins, you win. That's capitalism. But mind you, capitalism in our community, in our day and time, there must be a word added to it. And that is social capitalism. So that you're able to actually create and have a social consciousness. Because frankly, you know, people are out here trying to help people, but you know what? When you're broke, you can't do much. You're better off, you know, making yourself a strong capitalist stand and making money in business, and then having that with a degree of understanding that you need to give back to the community and provide advice, counsel, and resources and treasure that goes back into helping others and pull them along with you.
Well, you know, I certainly hear that, and I agree with you. And by the way, everybody, I want you to know I'm speaking with Michael V. Roberts. Michael V. Roberts is an extraordinary businessman. He's the author of two important books everyone should read: Action Has No Season and Action Has No Season 2.0. And as you come in, if you could, please hit the thumbs up button, thumbs up, share, subscribe. Also, Michael is going to join us at this year's All Black National Convention, which is going to be in Charlotte, North Carolina, October 28th through the 30th. And so if you are into all the things that we talk about on this platform, the convention is a space for you. We're going to cover every single thing from specialized groups on crypto to relationships to stock market investing to politics, every single thing. And it's a great place to network and have a lot of fun. You can bring your children. We have a whole track to educate kids. So if you're interested, just go to allblacknationalconvention.com. That's allblacknationalconvention.com. All right. So let me jump into what you're saying there. It seems to me, Dr. Roberts, that one thing that's important for our people to get is that the revolution needs to be financed. That you can't sort of say fight the power, you know, on one hand, and then not have an economic plan, you know, with the other. If you have no economic plan, it seems that you're submitting yourself to the to the will of the people that actually control the resources. So that ability to access those resources and use them toward a productive purpose is an important part of just sort of not just being Black in America, but for any human being, particularly in a capitalist society. Is that kind of what you're saying?
I'm saying that exactly. And sometimes I use an old kind of fairy tale story. I don't know if you remember the story of Rip Van Winkle. Rip Van Winkle was a guy who drank some rum and ended up in the Catskills, and he fell asleep for 20 years. When he finished, he came back down into the village, and he saw the tavern, and it said George's Tavern. So he walks into the tavern, and he lifts his glass and says, "Long live King George." Well, he was immediately arrested for treason because the George that the tavern was referring to was George Washington. He had slept through a revolution.
Wow.
And so I want us not to be Rip Van Winkles. I don't want us to sleep through this technology revolution that's taking place. It's pregnant with business opportunities, and almost anything that is traditional. I mean, look, you know, we're seeing it all over the place. Automobiles are going to go straight to electric automobiles at some point. In California, I think it's within the next 5 or 10 years that only electric cars can be sold. So there's all types of questions that surrounds that in terms of business opportunities. The folks are busy creating a lot of changes. Let's talk about healthcare, for example. When somebody dies, usually you pass because one of your organs breaks down and fails to function. Well, with 3D printing and an understanding of your DNA, your cellular makeup, a 3D printer can reproduce that organ. And in the future, it'll be take this one out, plug this one in. And people that live probably well into their 150s, 140s. That's my futurist opinion. Now, that means that there's still going to be a need for housing, food, a lot of the basics that folks are going to have, entertainment, recreation. Those are still businesses that are going to exist. But at the same time, I see this emerging concept that I call the Robo Sapien. You've got the Homo sapien. This is going to be a Robo Sapien, and that's similar to the concept that there are going to be types of chips that's going to have the type of data that's going to provide you with infinite knowledge, and that chip might be the size of a grain of salt. I'm sorry, a grain of rice, and it can be placed in your brain, and then you'll have this data that's going to be similar to the data that you have in your cell phone, and everybody has one. You know how it's almost infinite data? Well, imagine being able to have that in your own brain. Now, back in the day, those were called cyborgs, and maybe they still will be. But the question is, will we become a different kind of species, a robo sapien? And when that happens, what's going to be the case when you have this interesting capability in your brain, and suddenly a brain hacker comes along and controls you in some kind of strange and weird way? Well, I hope what I'm doing now is I'm disrupting everyone's mind and life, because without a form of disruption, we continue to do the same things over and over, and that's not going to be how we will be able to survive and become good capitalists and entrepreneurs in the future. We have to look at the good, the bad, and the ugly, and then we have to figure out where we fit in. Now, I had a great example. I was speaking to a group the other day, and I was talking about how I can hand my 2 or 3 year old grandson my phone, and he can show me how to operate it within moments. Young people are so capable. So one young man stood up and said, "Yeah, well, my niece, I was trying to get Netflix on, and I just couldn't figure it out. So his 5-year-old niece grabbed the phone, pushed a button, and said, 'Turn on Netflix,' and it came on." And I think everybody who's watching knows that these young kids live in front of their iPads and their phones, and they have sporting games. Esports is going to be so popular one day. I predict that esports will be an Olympic sport. It'll also be involved in gamification, and you'll probably see it at casinos. Caesars will have its team, and others will bring in their teams. People like, I understand, Michael Jordan, Magic Johnson, and some of the high-end rappers all have esports teams. When I see parents trying to restrict the creativity of a baby, it bothers me, because a baby explores and touches, and you want to keep them safe, but at the same time you don't want to block them trying to learn and be creative in their own ways, because that becomes a tool that will move them into adulthood and put them in a very interesting position to be successful in this world of technology that's emerging.
Wow. Well, you know what? I'll tell you, it's interesting talking to you, because I think it always makes me think about whether or not, or various ways that we as a community can really get ahead of the curve in terms of building a better Black man, building a better Black woman.
Mm-hmm.
I'll admit, I've never been really excited about the idea of trying to achieve equality with anybody. I want to win. I want to see us way ahead. You know, I don't think the Chinese government's trying to be equal to the Americans. They're trying to compete. And so, you know, so when I look at a guy like yourself, and I met your son, he's such an intelligent young man, and I have so much respect for your family. What it says to me is that the blueprint is out there. We've got the blueprints. We've got these blueprints everywhere. And one of the reasons why I'm really happy that you joined me today is because it seems to me that until we gain control of various systems, whether it's media or education, where we're deciding which blueprints are being presented to the masses, that we're going to always have this problem where you know, it's harder for me to turn on TV and see Michael V. Roberts than it is for me to see maybe a rapper who is literally creating his own deathbed right in front of us. Mm-hmm. You know, there's a lot of there's this interest in just this crazy fork in the life of a black man, where on one hand you've got the men where you see them and you say, way to go, this is great, good job, brother, great family, great situation. And then you got the other stuff, you know, and I'm not putting down anybody with this, but I really think it's I don't think it's an accident that we seem to see a lot of the other stuff. But when I tell them about a Michael V. Roberts, they're like, oh, that doesn't exist. That's not what black men do. How does that feel for you? How was that for you and your brother, you know, to be given such an extraordinary upbringing where you were raised to be intelligent and accountable and all these other things that you have, you know, when you're kind of surrounded by people who maybe weren't raised the same way? What was that like for you?
Well, it's a good question. It puts you into a immediate teaching mindset, because you can either walk away and just ignore. Of course, and there are some people you're better off just doing that with, or you can reach out and help change the mindset so that they understand, you know, subjects like I wrote in my book, you know, how to handle a predicament. You know, you can't reach everybody, but I feel that everybody has a book inside of them and they should write it, because they have stories that they should be able to share with their family and others. And I really believe we have to leave a legacy that does that. Now, I will tell you that regardless of all the money we've made and all the businesses we've built, all four of my kids went to college and law school. Same with my brother. His two sons went to law school. One is now a state senator in Missouri. And his daughter got a master's degree. So I always tell people, don't judge us on the millions or hundreds of millions we may have made, but judge us on how we raised our babies. And are our kids committed to the community, as our kids are, to be able to give back, so that we can be able to create generational wealth that's sustainable. Because too frequently, if you have generational wealth, after about the second or third generation, it dissipates. So it's also, how do you raise your children to value the importance, yes, of course, of education, but they value the importance of a dollar. And how does that work? And how do you understand saving as well as investing? And is investing really a form of saving? Well, the answer is yes, it is. So, you know, you come with all of there's no do-it-yourself kit, certainly. But, you know, I like the idea of being able to set myself out. My brother does the same thing. My kids are doing the same thing, as examples. You know, because, you know, like I told you, you know, for 10 years, I lived 2 blocks from the projects. So as I tell people all the time, boys, don't let the light skin fool you. I got plenty of street cred.
Well, you know, I got a light-skinned wife who also goes through that, you know, that perception of light-skinned privilege, and they don't know she grew up in Gary, Indiana. At the time she was there, it was the murder capital of the United States. And so it's kind of hilarious that somehow we think that light skin, means more than what it doesn't mean anything.
Right.
So I got a light skinned father who has actually killed people. So it's kind of a funny thing.
There you go. Interesting.
Well, I tell you, I know you're a busy man. I'll ask you one more question, then let you go. But I'll say this, everybody, if you could say something in the chat, give a digital thank you to this brother for the great work that he's doing, the great example that he's setting, and the great lessons that we can learn. I want to just tell everybody, these are your teachers. You don't need to go to school to get your teachers. Your teachers are right here in the community. And these are the people that I look to. I look to yourself, other guys that I just respect so much. George C. Frazier, you and I both know George and love him to death, and or love him to life, and just quite a few others. Dr. Claude Anderson, Kenny Gamble, Minister Farrakhan. I've sat with him a few times, and it's one of those things where, for me, as a black man, I always felt like I needed to look around and find pieces of people that could help me build the kind of man that I wanted to be. I would turn on the TV and I didn't see, I'd see stuff and I'd say, no, I don't want to do that because I'll end up dead. If I do that, I'll end up in prison.
Right.
I don't want these babies' mamas. I want to have a good life. I don't want to be stressed out. And so I hope everybody watching, will give me a verbal confirmation in the chat that you'll share this interview and introduce your children to people like Michael V. Roberts. And I hope you'll allow me to just say this, Dr. Roberts, because I really, I'm feeling passionate about this. This is Black history. This is your Black history. Your Black history is not the stuff they teach you in school. Sure, we know about the historical figures and all that, but you need to pick your own heroes. And these are the people that you need to bring to your children. And in fact, I might get beat up for even saying this, but back in the day before Dr. Ben Carson became the political figure that he is now, my mother knew him as this extraordinary surgeon who was making history with the work he was doing. And my mother used to tell me stories about Dr. Carson when I was a kid, because he was, he was born to a young single mother like me. Me and my mother were born in the projects. She was 16 years old when she got pregnant. She did marry my stepfather, about 4 years later, but still, and what it did was it made me say, okay, this is where I want to go. Education is the key. That's how, hard work, success, accountability, all these things. So again, I know the politics of Dr. Carson have kind of confused things, and we can debate that, but I really think as a community, we have to pick our heroes, latch on to them, and then take it upon ourselves to promote these individuals to our children. Like your public school will probably never teach you about Marcus Garvey. They'll never teach you about A.G. Gaston. They'll never teach you about Michael V. Roberts, but that's okay because that's our job. So Dr. Roberts, I'll give the floor to you for the last question. So what's next? Tell me about, okay, so you come into the convention. Everybody watching, if you come to the All Black National Convention, you can meet Dr. Roberts right up close and personal. He's a cool guy. He'll be around. You can shake his hand. You can talk to him and everything else. Tell me about some of the work you're doing, particularly in Ghana. You and I went to Ghana a couple of years right before the pandemic. It was a transformative experience. What's sort of next for you? Maybe you can start in Ghana if you want to.
Well, let me just say, I was with a number of kings last night, where I received the Presidential Lifetime Achievement Award, and with me, who also received that from President Biden, was George Frazier, who, of course, you just named, and my dear friends, the Minister Louis Farrakhan, who's stayed at my house in the Bahamas, who's I've dined at his home. I was one of the largest organizers in St. Louis for the Million Man March. So notwithstanding, being able to take 3 companies public, or being involved with taking 3 companies public, ringing the bell at Wall Street that people ring every morning. I was there, my brother and I, when we were involved with one of the companies that we took public. So there's nothing wrong with being able to have this expansive life concept. I'm a member of Kappa Alpha Psi fraternity, where I would receive the highest award that could be given by a fraternity to a brother, the Laurel Wreath. I'm a 33rd degree Mason. Uh, my point is, there's a variety of things that we can be diverse. You see, and so as you look at reaching across the pond to our motherland of Africa, we got to recognize that it is the wealthiest continent on the face of the earth, and yet it's the poorest. Uh, and that's because, the materials, the valuables, the gold, the diamonds, the bauxite, the cocoa that's going all over the world is coming from Africa.
Hmm.
If you look at cocoa, for example, there's about $5 billion worth of cocoa that leaves Africa, mostly the Congo, and yet it's $100 billion business, but only 5 stays in Africa. So what does that say? That tells you that maybe what we need to do is go over and look at processing companies, so that it's processed in the country that it's harvested from, which will create jobs and create commerce and begin to place those of us in the diaspora to be able to go back home. As you know, they installed me as a king in Ghana, in the Adat region. You're part of the Kubo Kante family. Uh, and so, uh, but you don't have to call me Your Majesty. But
I don't mind.
but the thing is, over here we may not really grasp the significance of being a paramount chief or a king and what that really means. And as you experienced, I mean, once you are exalted and you're part of the family, everywhere you go in Africa, it's all black folks, and and everybody is respectful of each other. Now, when you look at television and you see the things that you were describing a moment ago, it's because, and I own TV stations, but I wouldn't let this happen to mine. The in the newsroom, the phrase is, if it bleeds, it leads.
Hmm.
If it bleeds, it leads. So if somebody's bleeding and hurt, that's the lead story. It's, you know, and instead of it being some great and wonderful stories about family members and folks helping people on a regular basis, it's just they've indoctrinated people to the point where they're wondering, well, what happened? What happened in last night? What happened over in the morning? I mean, etc. I'm not here to try to, um, change something like that, because that's products that are sold on TV stations. They require certain numbers of eyeballs watching certain stations at certain times, certain shows. Uh, I remember when we did a pilot for my family that was going to be a reality show. And what we were going to do is we were going to show the kids in school, the grandkids being born and coming up. We were going to show the whole lifestyle that created, who we are. And it was rejected because it didn't have enough drama in it. They needed people, fighting and cursing and acting ignorant. And I'm serious. Think about it. What reality shows do you see that portrays African Americans in a positive light? But what they don't understand, in the business world, there's a lot of drama. There's a lot of nail biting. There's a lot of questions as to, should I go this way or that way? We were going to create our own Shark Tank type approach. We're going to, where we would evaluate black businesses, small businesses coming to see us, that we could potentially fund and help grow and provide services. I mean, and there's drama in these things, good, solid, nail-biting drama in the business world. But that's not what they, that wasn't what Hollywood wanted. They claimed they did later on, but you still don't see it. This, the housewives and all these things. I mean, those are all drama-based, slutty activities, and that's how they want to continue to betray our people. So that's why we have to have shows like yours, which is a counterbalance to those kinds of that type of programming. And so I again applaud you for that. Now, I did write another book. It just came out, and it's a novel, and it's called The President's Secret, and it relates directly to activities that took place in London, the United States, Afghanistan, and Africa, and the Bahamas. So it's called A President's Secret, the Royal Bloodline, and it's out in all the bookstores, but they'll have to order it for you. It's by Michael B. Roberts. So that's going to be a whole. People say, "Well, how did you do? How can you go write a novel after all the other business stuff?" I said it took about 15 years, but it's interesting and people are liking it. And I wrote it to be like a trilogy, and it could potentially be a movie. I'm told people are saying that now. So
wow,
let's
wow,
see what happens.
Yeah, I'm looking at it here, and I'm gonna try to see if I can share my screen so everybody can kind of see it and know what to look for on Amazon. But yeah, so here's the book, A President's Secret, A Royal Bloodline. You can actually read a portion of it. It looks like on Amazon, and the price is only $4 on Kindle, $16.73 hardcover, $11.64 paperback. And it looks like there's only 4 left in stock, so you better order soon. And so yeah, I think that's pretty awesome, though. I think I envy you novel writers. I don't have that kind of skill. It takes a lot of imagination and intelligence. So congratulations on that.
Well, yeah, thank you. But it takes patience. You got really does. And actually, one of the better places is to buy it is from authorhouse.com.
Authorhouse.com. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, I'll put that URL on the screen.
Authorhouse.com, one word, and then go to store, and you can buy all my books there because I'm self-published.
Very nice. That's the best way to do it. Is that right? Authorhouse.com.
Yes, and It's better that way because I make more money that way. Amazon takes a bigger cut.
Yes, they do. Yeah. All my books are on Amazon, but I don't really send people to Amazon. I let them get their own traffic, and then if you buy directly, like even with Claude Anderson's book, same thing. Go straight to powernomics.com. So and I think that people listening, just for the record, self-publishing is kind of the way to go. Don't sit around waiting for somebody to give you a book deal. Just publish it yourself, and you can get good distribution and all that stuff. So I want to say thank you, Dr. Roberts, for joining us today. Man, it is always a pleasure to talk to you. And I wish you the very best on your trip this week. I know you're headed to Africa, and I look forward to seeing what comes out of that.
Well, it's going to be interesting. I'm here at the Congressional Black Caucus weekend in Washington. Right. As I said, I received the award last night, and so I'll be partying the rest of the weekend until I get aboard a plane for Ghana.
All right. All right. Well, you have a good time. And by the way, everybody, Dr. Roberts is going to join us at the All Black National Convention, which is in Charlotte, North Carolina, October 28th through the 30th. You can go to allblacknationalconvention.com. I know a lot of you are coming. Don't forget that October 7th is the last day to get your discounted hotel room. After that, you got to pay full price, and the downtown Sheraton's a nice place. So the full rate is a lot higher than the discount rate. So you may want to go ahead and lock your tickets in and everything else. There's a URL on the screen. And not only will Dr. Roberts join us, but we got a lot of other great people there. Everybody from Rizza Islam to the chairman of the Air Jordan brand, Larry Miller, is going to join us and talk about how he made that company into what it is now. And just a bunch of other great people. And if you really want to hang out with a lot of other people who think the way we think, that's the place to be. So I look forward to seeing everybody in Charlotte, and I look forward to seeing you as well, brother. Thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you. I'm looking forward to it, and keep up the good work. We need you. We need you, and we need your voice.
Well, vice versa. So everybody, don't forget, go to authorhouse.com and take a look at Dr. Roberts' books, and let's support each other. And everybody give him a digital thank you, digital round of applause. Congratulations on your awards and everything else. And you guys have a wonderful day, and we will see you soon. Take care now. Bye-bye.
Hello there. Hello, everyone. My name is Dr. Alicia with Coaching with Dr. Alicia. And today here, I would love to introduce you all to my dear colleague, I guess, at this point, because we presented at the All Black National Convention in Charlotte, North Carolina. We spoke about trauma in general. And today here is James Harris with Men to Heal. And I specifically wanted to interview him so that I can talk about how trauma shows up in particularly with men. And there are a lot of male clients that I have, and I come across a lot of men who have been affected by very painful memories in their practice. And I was very impressed with what Mr. James Harris talked about in our session together at the All Black National Convention. And I brought him here today because I really wanted him to talk about exactly what healing looks like for Black men with trauma. I feel that their needs and their desires and their particular issues are unique. And so I want to begin today. Mr. James, please tell everybody who you are and a little bit about yourself. Of course, you can get all his information in the show notes, but go ahead. Welcome, Mr. James.
Yeah. Thanks for having me. So I'm James Harris. I'm a father, veteran, entrepreneur, therapist, located in Virginia. I'm the founder of a movement called Men to Heal, which focuses on men's overall wellness, their mental health, physical health, and of course, their emotional health. And I'm also the author of a book called Man, Just Express Yourself, which is an interactive planner guide for boys and men to better express themselves. You can get that on Amazon, Barnes & Nobles, Target, Walmart, pretty much anywhere books are sold. And also my website. So while you're on my website, be sure to check out my board game as well. I created a board game for adults, couples, date night, game night, your girls' nights. It's pretty much interactive. One set of cards is for spontaneity. Sometimes people run low. And the other set of cards are for those questions that you should ask throughout your relationship to make sure y'all growing together, make sure y'all stay on the same page. And it comes with dice and pawn pieces so you can move around the board. So feel free to hit my website up. Also on my website is my YouTube channel where I talk and break down several different things, one for fellow clinicians, one for men and women and families, and also just a lot of different education on different topics that people normally wouldn't have access to. So that's me in a nutshell. Just want to give back, just want to help people and be an ally.
I think this is so beautiful. I am a college professor, and I'm in the master's program, and I'm teaching people in my classroom all about how to become therapists. And very rarely do I get a Black male in my class. Like, it's all, this profession is dominated by women, very much dominated by white women. And although I teach the diversity class and I teach about cultural competence, it's always nice to see Black men really confronting a lot of the issues related to Black men. And I think that, it's just wonderful. And we all get excited in our field to see someone like yourself who have such a great history as a veteran and all of that kind of tackle some of these issues, particularly with men and how men connect with each other and connect with their partner. And I think that is just really remarkable. So this is exciting. One thing that I wanted to ask you about was that I think that sometimes we have these painful memories that happen to us when we're younger. And as a Black female, I have my mom to talk to. I have my girlfriends that I can talk to. I have my husband that I talk to. Lord knows he hears a lot about what's going on with me and painful memories or difficulties in my life. And I have been socialized in some way as a woman, to talk about these things a lot more freely. I have emotional outlets. And I've noticed in my practice that even in my practice and just in my personal experience, that men do not have this sort of outlet. And I think that men, and particularly Black men, have a lot of pressure put on them, and it's bottled up inside. And what happens is that a lot of times we get these messages that men need to be tough, and men need to have a thick skin, and men need to persevere and overcome. And a lot of times they just don't have this avenue, and sometimes it comes out in anger, it comes out in all these different ways. And so I brought you here today so that we can have a conversation about that. And just as a reaction to what I'm just saying, what have you noticed with Black men, and in particular painful memories related to Black men, and how it shows up in your practice?
Yeah, so I would say I would have to disagree with you
Oh,
in
okay.
your comment of men don't have those people to go to, because the reality is they do. It's just the ability to articulate how we're feeling, and what
Oh,
because I have that circle around me, but can I go to them and say or express these different things without feeling chastised, without feeling demonized, or without feeling those pressures that society put on, and getting that feedback of man up, toughen up, just deal with it, or whatever the case is. So again, I will argue that we have those same abilities, the coaches, the colleagues at work, the people in the community. We can go to those people, but are they going to be receptive and not,
ah,
dismiss us and validate us? So it's a difference. And also, I would like to add too, when we're dealing with trauma, we have to realize that trauma is a response that's deeply distressing and disturbing. It's pretty much it overwhelms our ability to cope, and causes us to have feelings of, helplessness, a sense of the ability to feel like a wide range of emotions. So that's why in encompass that aspect, a lot of men only feel those two emotions, either happiness or sad, not knowing that it's a lot of other emotions within that. But the ability to express those things freely oftentimes get dismissed. And then with that trauma, of course, you become numb and desensitized. It becomes normal to you. And then, of course, being an African American man, it's a lot of complex trauma. We seeing, the hypervigilance by driving. We see the police. We see somebody who look like us, who potentially view us as a threat while we're viewing them as a threat. So it's so many different aspects of the trauma of being a Black man. But again, I will argue we have those same outlets and resources. We just tend not to go to them because of the reception that may happen if we display those things.
I love what you're saying, and it makes perfect sense to me. It's almost like, okay, there are places where they could actually open up and connect, but it's the ability to be able to do so and to be able to articulate that. And then, even if you know how to articulate it, is it going to be received, or is it going to be dismissed or invalidated? And who wants to be dismissed and invalidated when you're talking about really painful things in your life? So
And
that
if
makes perfect sense.
yeah, so if you think about it, like catch that young male at his earliest state, right? Let's say it's a household siblings, a boy and a girl. They both fall down. The girl runs to mom and dad, say, "Hey, I scraped my knee." The girl is getting, "Oh, precious band-aid, let's do this." But the boy is getting, "Go back and do it again, get back on the bike," or whatever the case is, which means at that earliest state, that's his first time being dismissed by the people who love him. So of course he's grown up naturally thinking like, I can't tell them this, they're going to tell me just to go back, or it's not as important, or it's not really nurtured like my sister's was. And then of course it grows throughout the relationships. I would tell my girlfriend or my fiance or my wife this, but she gonna think I'm soft, or she gonna, she's not gonna think I'm. So that's what happens. It's a constant cycle throughout the adolescence, and of course throughout the manhoodness of it. And then that happens in a magnified too when you're in sports, or in the workplace, or in the community. You feel as if, I can't tell them that I'm hurting right now. They're expecting me to perform. They're expecting me to provide. They're expecting me to be the man. They're expecting me to take control of these situations. So all of those things tend to weigh on some men. And then of course those additional pressures of what it actually is.
Oh, I really love that, because what happens is that when you talked about how they feel, it's either like you said, they feel like two emotions. Usually it's like anger. What were the two emotions that you said they normally feel?
Happiness and sadness,
Happiness and sadness.
Yeah.
And that's just two. I mean, we're all human and we feel a range of emotions. And so you're not ever allowed to be able to fully experience what you're feeling. What you're doing is men are told, and Black men are also told to cut themselves off from fully expressing how they feel. Fully crying about it can really help them. And so they're socialized to believe that this is what manhood means. And that can translate into depression and inability to cope, because you spoke about coping.
Yeah. So, I mean, that inability to express yourself, or having a circle that you feel that you can express yourself to, is a difficult one, because, you might get chastised, you might get pushed away. And that's a big thing, because you're expecting to, like, even if you're married, you're expecting your partner to be your safe place to land, but if it's a situation where they too are telling you, nah, don't say that, you supposed to hold me down, and you supposed to be whatever. Like, again, those things can be difficult if one feels that he doesn't have an outlet to be free and his authentic self, and expressing how he truly feels.
Being their authentic self. It's like, how can you have a relationship with someone and have a deep connection with someone when they feel like they have to put up a veneer and they just can't be their authentic self? So it really does have um, men walking around thinking that nobody knows them. There really is no intimacy with them. Well, this is pretty fascinating. So, what would you say in terms of your treatment to, first of all, get Black men to get to a space where they do feel comfortable opening up? And what do you do to help other people to say, hold on, let's not invalidate them, let's embrace them and make them feel comfortable being able to get all of these things off their chest?
Yeah. So, I mean, I guess it would start with education too, because you spoke of trauma early. So, what I tend to do in my sessions is educate that man on specific diagnoses and characteristics that he might be displaying. Because a lot of times, not only men, but a lot of women too are, I guess, ignorant to what diagnoses are, and they think that it's specific to one set of gender. But that's not true, because some of the emotional signs of trauma is, of course, sadness, anger, denial, fear, and shame. And men can have those, and women can have those. And when you don't address those things, of course, within trauma, that's when you can get the nightmares. You can have insomnia. You can have difficulty in relationships. You can have the emotional outbursts. And again, these things are not specifically to women. These things are human characteristics,
Yes.
but it's often overlooked with men, thinking like, nah, that's for women, or I no, that ain't me. And some of the physical signs of trauma is, of course, you got the nausea, the dizziness, the altered sleep patterns, the change of appetite, the headaches, and gastrointestinal issues. That might get passed off as, oh, I ate something earlier, it didn't agree with my stomach, or no, bro, let's slow down, let's take some time to process what's actually going on. And then within that trauma too, I educate them on the difference between PTSD, which is post-traumatic stress disorder, depression, anxiety, the social symptoms, and how it can lead to potentially substance use problems, because oftentimes, again, a lot of people aren't educated on what trauma is. They just think, I witnessed some, or I observed some, or I was in something, and I'm having the repercussions of it. No, it's a lot more within that. Because, of course, before you get to PTSD, you got acute stress disorder, which is
Yes.
everything that happens within that first month. Anything beyond that month, whether it's a month and a day, 5 years, 10 years, 20 years, 30 years, is post-traumatic stress disorder. And a lot of people don't know that you can repress things for so long, and then it just hits you 50 years from now. You man, your have this recollection of something that transpired when you was a teenager, or in your early adulthood life. So those things are important to understand. And then, of course, too, we educate people, I'm sure you do, on the difference between small T's and big T's, because with men, a lot of the small T's are traumatic and not so much of the big T's. And what I mean by small T's: relationship issues, divorce, going back and forth to court for child custody. Those things are traumatic for men. Work
Yes,
stress,
they are.
financial troubles, those things, because society put so much pressure on men to provide, and the aspect of providing has become taken care of financially, not so much emotionally and nurturing, so those things are difficult. They tend to, magnify. Like if you think about trauma, people think about terrorism, they think about the natural disasters like hurricanes and stuff like that, shootings, rape, sexual assault, and stuff like that. But again, it's more to trauma than just those big T's, So again, that education process happens, and then I think men and women realize, like, oh man, I need to process it. I need to slow down and take a look at what actually happened to me, and I need to figure out how I can grow from this experience and get to a destination, or either at least start the process of what my healing journey may consist of.
Oh, I really love what you're saying. I like the education piece, it's very important. It's like psychoeducational piece. It helps, first of all, it helps to normalize what's going on with them. And when they start seeing it, it's almost like when you know better, you do better. And you proceed accordingly. I really like the part about, when men feel like they can't be human, you are just too, you can't be nurtured or have that emotional connection. It's almost like I want to be able to be human too. And I've heard a lot of men, Black men in particular, talk about these things. So it makes sense to me now. And the somatic complaints, yeah, I mean that's what happens, and it's because you're just mitigating. You're cutting yourself off from the experience. Therefore, you're cutting yourself off from yourself. And you have to somehow take these painful memories and reincorporate that into your story in a way so that you don't feel like you need to mitigate, which means you're going to use substance abuse, you're going to escape with any sort of addictions. And there's all different types of addiction. Work addiction is one of them. It's not even just substance abuse, which is not a really good way of looking at it, but burying yourself into your work is another way for, I see men do in a lot of ways, because it's socially acceptable. It's okay to work a lot, and we're given these messages that it's okay.
But it's avoiding the actual
Yes.
you're avoiding the actual ability to confront what has taken place, or to process what has taken place. And it can be an issue. Again, if you don't address these things and process these things as early as possible, they'll manifest themselves in other areas of your life in which you probably don't have any control. Like your children would then view certain aspects, your partner would view certain aspects, your coworkers or teammates. Like all of those things can have alternate cycles that can continue to repeat themselves if they're not properly addressed. And again, you're talking about the addiction piece or the substance use piece. Again, that's a way of not dealing with it either. But when you come down from that high or that intoxication, that issue is still present. Or what happens with a lot of men is the being promiscuous. That's a sign
Yes.
of
Mm-hmm.
me validating my experience by conquering as much as I can, not knowing that you still have to address what happened. If not, you're going to continue to conquer, and you still have this void within inside of you. And of course, you got the other reckless behaviors, the speeding, the reckless driving, and all of those things too. But again, like, you have to process what has taken place within a traumatic state or within your life, and move forward from it, or at least get on the road to deal with it in a way to where it's not spilling over in other aspects of your life and affecting people who care for you, or vicariously are being affected, because that's what happened too. People tend to get displacement. There's a chapter in my book on displacement, like in so many aspects. Like the children, the partner gets it when all of that anger and heat is meant for somebody else. Like if somebody at work is annoying you, or you having issues with your boss, you know the consequences of firing back at your boss, or antagonizing that coworker. You can get written up or terminated. So you don't. So you go home, and what happens? The partner is in there cooking, and why are you banging the pots and pans so loud? Like that anger isn't even meant for them, but that's who gets it, and of course the children gets it as well. So again, those cycles are being repeated without you even being consciously aware of it. So
unconscious, yeah.
yeah, that's why you got to process these things.
So what would you say then? Because I'm hearing exactly what you're saying about how do we address needing to address these things. And what would you say is the best way to address this void that's going on instead of doing these behaviors? That's all it's going to do is make your life worse. It's not going to make it better. How do we address the void that's going on for a lot of Black men?
Yeah, so to be honest with you, like I said earlier, the education piece is important. I'm not one of those people who say go to therapy to change your life. I am an advocate for therapy, but I'm also an advocate for things that are therapeutic, that might help you and push you in the direction to want to talk to somebody who has a little bit more experience, education, case studies, and background for this stuff, which is phenomenal. But again, like everybody has different resiliency levels and everybody's on a different journey. So I'm not gonna say go to therapy to change your life, but I would say do some things that are therapeutic to make you want to gain insight on. It might be different if I talk to Dr. Alicia, or it might be different if I talk to Mr. Harris, or it might be different if I talk to this therapist with this practice near my house. All of those things can get you to that point of being challenged in a way. Because in my practice, I do CBT, which is cognitive behavior therapy, and I also do reality therapy. And reality therapy address the issues within the now. I'm meeting you where you are, and we're processing these things to prevent moving forward on different aspects. And of course, CBT is cognitive behavior therapy. We're addressing what the issue is, we're processing what the issue is, and we're giving exercises to confront those issues and potentially reduce them. And a lot of other people do EMDR, which is phenomenal for trauma. But then, of course, you got hypnosis. But something that you can do on your own in your meantime, like just in the comfort of your own home, is mindfulness. You can do yoga. You can listen to white noise. You can have the candles with aromatherapy and just sit in silence and just think, be one with yourself. And then, of course, if somebody needs it, they can have psychotropic medication or antidepressants. I mean, I'm not a fan of medication. I believe in lifestyle choices. So it's up to you, but it's an array of things that one can do to be better at their healing journey. So it's up to you.
Yeah, really, and that EMDR is really kind of interesting. It's like, why does it work? No, but it works. We know that it works. It's kind of interesting. And yeah, medication, I agree with you. I'm not a proponent of medication. Maybe if you're in an acute state and like things are really breaking down and you really need to like have some medication short term just so that you can become stabilized. That's medication is great when things are falling apart. So I agree with you. And I'm a CBT girl too. It's just beautiful. And I'm also getting into emotionally focused therapy with Sue Johnson. So I've been getting into a lot of her stuff too. I've been using that in my practice as well. Reality therapy, these are all really great things. I love the mindfulness. I'm really happy with the way our community is going in the direction of being mindful. I'm starting to see a lot of Black men embrace the whole part about yoga and doing mindful practices. I'm starting to see this trend, and I would hope to see more of that. And it just really, it's just odd because it really does work to help you get in connection with yourself, so that you connect with other people in a way where it's very meaningful.
Yeah, so
Wonderful.
yeah, I'm in agreement with you, but the issue is, hopefully it's not a trend or a fad. Hopefully it is something that people actually want to do to better themselves. I mean, because you see a lot of celebrities and athletes and entertainers posting stuff and people gravitate to it, but I want people to actually want to get better with themselves and doing it for the insight of it, not because it's popular or trendy by their favorite, celebrity or whatever. So those things are definitely important, and for a long time, yoga was viewed as one of those things that women do. A lot of men weren't gravitating to yoga, but now we know the benefits of it. And so earlier, couple years ago when I introduced yoga to a couple different men who are athletes, I had to educate them on that as well. Like, yo, yoga would not only strengthen your muscles, so you'll be less injury prone,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
muscles, your endurance, of course, your flexibility, your dexterity. When they viewed it that way, they was like, all right, cool, I'll try yoga. But not knowing that there's other benefits of it too, the relaxation piece, the mindfulness piece of it, the centering yourself, so it's a lot of different education and unlearning that a lot of people have to do when it comes to just growing on from that trauma.
It's funny because I see yoga and mindfulness. I definitely yoga. I see yoga as the physical aspect, how it helps your physical body. I see that as just a side effect. I mostly see it more as a mental. It's good for your mental health to stay in the moment because you're not so reactionary. And I know that's what happens when people are, have issues or painful memories or issues with trauma, is that they see everything as a threat, perceived or real. It's going to be a threat to them, and they tend to lash out and they tend to be very reactive and all of that. But the yoga helps you to, and mindfulness all helps you to kind of like, hold on, let me try to think about how I'm feeling. Let me try to like process all of these things. And I think it's like, it's so awesome. I love what you're saying about getting athletes in particular to embrace these sort of things. So anyway, this has been a wonderful conversation. And is there any parting thoughts that you would have for everybody who's listening today about Black men, trauma, healing, all of this that we've talked about today?
Yeah, I think again, one of those tools, because again, not everybody wants to jump head first into therapy. So if you are around men or a partner or a daughter or son, um, assist them by helping them with tools, sending them websites or sending them articles to look at or video clips to look at. So that way they can see, all right, cool, I may need this assistance or I may be causing issues, because if you just say, hey, go to therapy or here go a therapist, you might be met with resistance. So it's different things that you can do. My book is a great tool as well. So be sure to grab that. Man, just
Let's see your book.
yeah.
Beautiful.
You got and this is what a lot of people, it was a review on my maybe Yahoo or Goodreads or something. This lady has been married 45 years. She said, I got your book, gave it to my husband. This is the most we talked about feelings and emotions since we've been married. So again, I'm 36. And to hear her being married 45 years, that was gratifying to me. But partners, this is what you do. Grab the book, highlight a couple of different areas you want him to focus on, and then y'all process it together over dinner or date night. So it doesn't feel like a chore to them. It feel like something to enhance y'all relationship. Y'all can talk about these things. And of course, fellas, you can get the book and try to make change within certain areas of your life just to make sure that you're on the right page or you want to stay on the right page. It's all education. It's all helpful insight because sometimes we need tools.
Excellent. This is a wonderful conversation. Thank you so much for taking out the time to talk with me today. It has been very informative. I've learned a couple of things myself, and I hope everybody can reach out to Mr. James Harris. Black men, you just heard you need therapy sometimes, and here is someone that I think that you could turn to that would definitely be someone who can give you the psychoeducational approach, who can give you the CBT, cognitive behavioral therapy, which is to me the gold standard a lot of times, reality therapy, someone who is not going to judge you, who's going to really listen to you, and you won't be dismissed. You're going to be welcomed and you'll be loved. So goodbye, everybody.
Hello, everyone. I am Dr. Alicia with Coaching with Dr. Alicia. And today I have here my homegirl from Gary, Indiana, Crystal Holmes. Welcome, Crystal Holmes.
Thank you for having me.
Yes, I'm so excited. I'm so excited to say she is a body transformation coach. And that is very exciting because we're here at the end of the year. And I think starting at the beginning of the year, everybody's New Year's resolution is to get their body together. And of course, that's my New Year's resolution every new year. And I think like around February, I get kind of tired out and then I have to kind of grind it through. But anyway, I want to get started. How about you tell everybody
a little bit about yourself. What is a body transformation coach, and what do we need to know starting the year 2023 that's around the corner?
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Alicia. Thank you for having me. I am Crystal Holmes. Yes, I'm a body transformation coach, but I'm also an attorney. And I kind of thinking, why is an attorney a body transformation coach? Because I lived it. My body was a mess. My mentality was a mess. I had put on a lot of weight from I was a stress eater, emotional eater. So I found myself in this place where I was not very well. And I like to say exercise and health found me. And then once I was able to transform my own personal body, and it really helped my mental health as well, the stress, I started helping others. So I like to tell folks a body transformation coach is more than just, we all want to lose weight. Yeah. But it's so much more. You got to get in the right mindset. You got to be ready for the journey. And my job is just to guide you and coach you through. I provide motivation. I provide accountability. And just that general guidance that we need sometimes when we're on that weight loss or better health journey.
Oh, that is really interesting. So it's more than just getting your physical health. It's also about your mental health and being inspired to continue on. So that's really interesting. I think like my biggest part is just being motivated.
Yes.
And having somebody who's accountable, like the accountability person here saying, you got to wake up this morning and you got to do this. So if I don't have it scheduled, if I don't have somebody waiting for me and other people asking me what's going on, I have a hard time staying motivated. What do you say to that?
Yeah, I mean, I still have a coach. I still have someone that holds me accountable, and he pushes me. Like I will push myself to a certain level, but then he knows, hey, I know you could do more. So I tell people it's nothing wrong with having a coach to push you past what you believe your perceived limits are.
Nice. So you always need somebody to push you out of your comfort zone, because how are you going to grow?
Yeah.
Interesting. Yeah, I mean, well, for me, it's like we were talking about this before we started recording, like how tough it is, because I'm a mom. I got 3 children, teenagers who are all 3 kids going in 3 different directions. Not only that, but I'm a wife. So I have my husband that I have to deal with. And then I don't know if you know this, Crystal, but I have 2 jobs. Like you talked about how you're an attorney and you're also a body transformation coach. Well, I'm a couples coach. I work with couples, and I'm also a college professor. That's my full-time job. And it's so hard to make meals every day and make sure everybody's eating all the fruits and vegetables. And then you got to worry about whether those vegetables are going to expire in the refrigerator, which they normally do. I'm throwing them in the trash after a few days. Like, what would you say for busy moms like myself to really stay motivated when your kids just want to get up and eat pancakes?
Yeah. So, I'm a mom too. Like you said, I'm a full-time attorney, and then I do this. I have my podcast. The first thing is you have to prioritize yourself. Bottom line. I know as moms, we want to put the kids first. We want to put our partners first, but we can't show up as our best selves if we don't take care of ourselves. So like we were saying before we started, I was sharing with you, I'm not suggesting people do this, but I hit the gym at 4:00 in the morning every day, because if I can't fit it in after that. If I try to go after work, it's not going to work because my kid has her activities. We got to get dinner ready. We got to do all these things. So prioritize yourself, schedule, whether it's your gym time, your healthy meal planning time, and just you got to make sure you enter this new journey with the right mindset. So if you're not ready, it's okay. But the mindset is key. So first decide, are you ready? And what do you want? Write down what it is that you want. Do you want to lose weight? Are you doing this because you just really want to live healthier and happier life? What is the goal? And then figure out, okay, how in my life can I structure things so that I can meet this goal? And we say we don't have time. A lot of times we do have time. Think about it. When you're binging whatever, TV show you're watching, could you be on the treadmill? Could you be planning a healthy meal for your family? So those are just some tips. But the main thing is obviously your mindset and prioritize yourself. You got to.
I mean, what you're saying is hitting home, Crystal. It is really hitting home. And so many times, like for me, like I feel guilty. I feel guilty. It's like, I want to be able to go to the gym at 7 a.m. and then I'm leaving my kids on the bus stop, before they even go to the bus stop. I'm like backing out of the driveway. They better move out of the way. And I don't know if they've had breakfast in the morning. I don't know if they're missing something. So I end up, sometimes when I put myself first, I end up feeling like really guilty, or I feel bad about it. What do you say to people who feel guilty, or they feel like, oh God, I don't want to be selfish by putting myself first?
I've been there. And I'll share this with you. When I started this journey, I think it was 2008-ish, 2009. I had my daughter in 2011. I got back into the gym. I got back onto healthy eating. And then in 2015, the end of 2015, I accepted a new position. And I almost didn't take this job because I knew that it would affect my gym time. And I know that sounds crazy, but I knew that I needed that time for my mental health to help me with my stress and to keep me on point. I took the job, and of course, it was a slow slide. And I looked up about 2.5 years later, I had put on a lot of weight. I was stressed out. So at the end of 2019, I told myself, I'm getting back in the gym. I'm getting back on point. And I got back in the gym in early 2020. And around that same time, I had my yearly exam. Long story short, I found out that I had an autoimmune disease. So now, after being on this journey, falling off and getting back on, I so recognize and understand the importance of prioritizing myself. I cannot allow myself, my autoimmune disease is in remission now, thank God, but that keeps me going. I gotta keep my health, because the autoimmune disease had me exhausted. I couldn't parent like I wanted to. I couldn't prepare the meals because I was too tired. So if you're, I know you're saying you feel guilty, but if we don't take care of ourselves, we really won't be able to do much of anything. So that's just something I share to keep us, hopefully it will help the listeners, the watchers stay motivated, that we gotta take care of ourselves. The kids will be okay if you spend 45 minutes at the gym or whatever it is.
Yeah, that is so cool. It's almost like you can't afford not to put yourself first, because
Right.
how are you going to be if you have diseases and all of these things happening to yourself because you're not eating right, you're not taking care of yourself, and you're no good for anybody if you're tired and sitting on the couch eating junk food. It has an impact on the family, and
It does.
so it makes sense in a way. You're not being selfish, almost like not taking care of yourself is selfish.
Yes.
You're going to be no good for anyone else. So the selfless thing you can do is put yourself first. Okay, I think I got that now. Anybody tries to say something, I now have an answer. Like, told me. And by the way, thank you for sharing your personal story about the autoimmune disease. And I'm real happy that it's in remission. That is a very inspiring story.
Thank you.
So-
And that's why I want people, like at first it was about, let's get sexy bodies. Let's lose the weight. Now for me, it's so much more. We really got to do better by ourselves for our health.
Yes. Yes. I love that. So, one of the questions I wanted to ask you is that I know I was talking to you about how this weekend I went and cheated and got this machine this lady did on me is supposed to melt away my fat. And I was like, "Ooh, wow, so I can just get this machine to melt my fat away and I don't even have to go to the gym." And I was thinking, wow, this is I felt like I was kind of cheating, but I did it anyway, because I was like, hey, anything that can get me forward in terms of melting the fat away. But, I really was thinking, wow, I felt a little guilty. Talk about feeling guilty about cutting corners. But it made me think about, like, what are some of the myths that you think we need to consider when it comes to weight loss in terms of cutting corners or in terms of optimizing our health? What is one thing that you wish that we could learn that we don't know about health?
One thing I think, and I touched on before, is you have to, and I've learned this so much recently with working with clients, you got to have your mindset right. It's one thing to say you want to lose the weight, but it's not easy. It's not an easy journey. And that's why, there are shortcuts out there for us, because it can be hard. It can be hard. It is a commitment. However, if you don't want a shortcut route and you're really trying to, make sure that your health and wellness is prioritized for the long term, it's not easy. It's not easy, but it's doable.
Interesting. So it's back to the mindset. It's how do we motivate our mind? What do we do? I know I like to use accountability. I like to plan my workout. And for some reason, if it's in my calendar, I feel like I have to do. I don't know why. It's like, oh, I've scheduled this time to do this. I must do this. So it's a trick that I play with myself. But what can we do to get our mindset at the place where we can really focus on our health holistically, like what you're talking about?
Yeah. I think you have to figure out, what is your why? Write down and really, and a lot of people don't do this, but really write down, what is your why? Why do you want to go on this journey? And then ask yourself, are you really prepared? Because as your coach, there's certain things I'm going to tell you, you can't have. You can't have Oreos. We're going to cut back on alcohol.
Yeah.
There's certain things we're going to do that I'm going to require of you. And you have to make that determination. Can you do that? Are you ready to make that commitment right now for yourself? And here's the thing. If you're not ready right now, that's okay. That's okay. But that's the first thing, is to be completely honest with yourself. Write out what it is your goal. Do you want to lose weight for a reunion? Are you getting married? Or do you have, I tend to work with people that have, not bigger goals, but, they may have a chronic disease, for example, that they're trying to get healthier. They're trying to get their bodies healthier so that they can manage that. So find out what your why is, and then ask yourself, are you willing to sacrifice? Can you sacrifice for 90 days? Can you sacrifice for 6 months? And that really, if you can write that down and be clear about what your why is, that really helps with mindset.
I mean, this is so cool, because as you're talking, I'm a couples therapist. And so I feel like I say this to a lot of my couples. It's like, why? Why are you married?
Yes.
Like, I want to say that. I want to say you have to sacrifice things to be married to someone. It's like you have to get rid of your single lifestyle. You can't be married and then expect to have one foot into the single world. Like, there are some things that you need to do that married people do. And there are things that you have to be responsible for. It's a different type of responsibility. So you have to say goodbye to the single self and say hello to the married self. And that is a mindset. You know, I always talk how marriage is in the mind. It's in your subconscious. You have got to get into marriage life. You can't.
Right. And it's a choice. You know, I try to teach people things that are sustainable. I, like myself, I don't want to fall off the wagon again. You know what I mean? I don't want people to be on this up and down, you know, roller coaster of they lose weight, then they gain it back. They lose weight, then they gain it back. You know, new year, new me. Okay. I want people to be on a path where it's pretty steady. They've lost the weight, they keep it off, they're maintaining their health. And in order to do that, it takes a complete mind shift for many of us. You're completely restructuring how you're doing things. And that's hard. Like, even though I've been in this for, I don't know how many years now, I go to my mom's for Thanksgiving and they're looking at me like, you're not going to eat that? Why aren't you eating it? Why, you know? And I'm like, yo, number one, I have an autoimmune disease. Can't have that. Number two, you know, I'm trying to live healthier. So you're going to get pushback from those that love you, from society. Are you going to be ready for that? Because it's going to happen.
That's interesting. It's almost like talking to my couples, like, okay, you can go to the club, but you got to still be married. You can't do single stuff when you go to the club. It's almost like saying no to that, because you're committed to the bigger picture of a healthier you. You're committed to a bigger picture of a healthier marriage. I mean, it all kind of plays hand in hand. And one thing that you said that really inspired me was the fact that you fell off the wagon. Mm-hmm. And I think that when you fall off the wagon and you start going back to these old patterns, coming back on the wagon, it's almost like you're stronger and smarter, and the relapse almost helped you. Like you're crystal.
Yes. I mean, I would never, you know, wish an autoimmune disease on anyone. However, it did make me smarter. It made me stronger. It made me want to help people more. It made me realize just how fragile our health is. You know, one minute we're thriving, the next minute we may not be. So yeah, it was definitely a blessing. I will say that.
Yeah, I mean, well, not in the moment, but now looking back, now, that was a blessing, but I don't need to go back there. I've learned that lesson. I don't need to go back and relearn that particular.
No.
This has been so much fun, Crystal. I'm inspired. I really am. I was talking to you about working out every single morning, going to the gym every single morning. I'm inspired. So that's something that I think I'm going to make this commitment to do, and not just kind of doing it in the house. Sometimes if I do it in the house, I'll go, I'll just do it later. And then the day gets away from me and I never do it at all. So I really am inspired. So I wanted to know, what's your favorite book? And what book would you recommend for people to read?
You know, one thing I kind of read, and I don't know if this is really health related. Maybe it is. And I just started reading it again. I try to read it once a year. The 4 Agreements.
Okay.
I think that's just something that it has a lot of gems. You know, being impeccable with your word. It's just something I like to revisit every year, especially this time of year, because now we're entering into 2023, and it just helps me to get my mindset right for, you know, the coming year and how I can just be better.
I love that. The 4 Agreements. And you know, you could probably read that whole book in a setting, because it's that long.
Yes.
And it's right to the point. The 4 Agreements. I have that book, and I have read that book. I might reread it now.
Yeah. Yeah. And it's funny because I read it years ago, and I wasn't in the right space mentally when I first read it to really receive it. And I read it again later and it was like, oh my God. Yeah.
Interesting. So keep reading it over and over again. You become a different person. So you pull out different things from that book because there's so many jewels in there. It is chock full of jewels.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah. As we grow, we change, you know? So I definitely wasn't ready to receive it back then, whenever that was, I first read it. But now it's like, wow, you know?
That's cool. It's been so nice talking to you today.
Thank you.
Everybody how they can reach you to get their body transformed.
Okay, so I put out a ton of free content. I have a podcast called Go Hard Chick. It's designed for women who want to live healthier and happier lives. We talk about everything from weight loss to relationships. You've been a guest on there. Sex. I mean, we talk about everything, parental relationships, trauma. So we got a lot of great episodes lined up for 2023. Also, you can visit my website, gohardchick.com, to learn more about me. I'm on Instagram at Chris, K-R-I-S, Alice, A-L-I-S-E, fit. Yeah, so I'd love to hear from you. I'd love to help.
Beautiful. Well, thank you so much, Crystal. Have a good holiday.
You too.
Okay. Bye-bye.